We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East, we're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted, we're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile, we wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are Sunrisers.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's second day here at the home of cricket, this county championship match in Division 1. I'm Kevin Hand, the live stream coming to you from the Middlesex Stream team here at Lord's, and it's a bit of a cloudy morning as Somerset will resume on 325 for 6. Perhaps not bad news for Middlesex, a ball that's 16 overs old. They'll be looking to wrap this innings up pretty quickly, putting the visitors in yesterday. A century from George Bartlett. Outstanding century it was, a couple of chances offered. Middlesex will certainly regret that, having had the visitors 10 for 2 at one point. 50s as well for Abel and for Kohler Cadmore. A couple of wickets for Murtagh, a couple of wickets for Higgins. Let's start by looking back on what happened yesterday with the Day 1 highlights. Clipped away. First boundary about that races away down the slope for 4. Edged and gone. First ball for Roland Jones from the pavilion end. Davis out for a duck. First baller for him. Perfect start for Middlesex. Perfect start for their captain. Edged, gone. Eskenazi, yes, he holds on. Nearly a third attempt for Eskenazi, I think. Third time lucky for first slip. Beautiful shot. Abel's first boundary. Oh, it's another one. Murtagh's wide at mid-off. That one just straighter of him. Crisply struck. Started a little bit too straight. Bartlett cashes in into the 30s. A little bit too straight again for Murtagh. The change of ends here hasn't quite worked for Murtagh and Roland Jones to begin with. There's still time to put that right. The shot that is. Bartlett's on to 49. That hit that advertising board in an absolute flash. That's away, and there's the 50 for the Somerset skipper. Lost the toss. He's winning out in the middle at the moment, though. Oh, goodness me, there's the 50. Roland Jones with a cry of anguish as Bartlett squared up, but he brings up a well-deserved 50 in that he has had to dig in. serves it up outside the off stump. It's a lovely shot by Bartlett, put away. Crisp cover drive, 129. Short and wide, Bartlett gives it the treatment. He's on 70. It's a lovely shot, powerfully put away. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot. And Bartlett's rapidly rising into the 80s. 6 centuries from 750s. And there's another one. 7 centuries and 750s in first-class cricket for Bartlett. It's gone. Abel falls for 77. A brilliant knock by the Somerset skipper. Whoa. Welcome to the crease. Kola Cadmore off the mark with a 6. Short wide and put away. In the air. And Roland Jones takes the catch. Goes again, goes all the way, no mistake this time. The overthrow looks costly now. Kola Cadmore into the 30s. Oh, no backup, and that's gone away for 4. Oh, that wasn't what he meant. For Kola Cadmore, he doesn't mind one little bit. There's his 50 from 50 deliveries. 269 for 4. No guessing who's on strike. Kola Cadmore. Huge 6. Goes again. And this is going to be an interesting battle now. That one smashes towards the middle tier. Bowls him. Goodness me. Can you believe it? 2 6s. And you wondered, would Kola Cadmore try and tee off? Has he? He has! Inside edge, Drew looking to drive. As I said, it'd be very unusual for Bamber to go through a day without a wicket. It's a little shorter. Higgins on that one. And Gregory rides that bounce for a single. He moves to 17. Overton yet to get off the mark from his 5 balls. 325 for 6. Somerset's day. So that was day 1. A difficult day in the end for Middlesex. It was a real tussle between bat and ball. Those couple of opportunities missed off Bartlett in particular. Coming back to haunt Middlesex, they've got a fair bit of work to do today. Again, that cloud cover this morning should help the bowlers. A ball that's 16 overs old. One man who'll be hoping to make the most of it with the ball first up and has been a star so far this season with the bat. Ryan Higgins, he spoke to us at the close of play yesterday.
Ryan Higgins, thanks for joining us at the end of day 1 against Somerset. Start of the day, Higgo lost the toss, elected to bowl. Thinking behind that?
I think I didn't have much to do with the conversation, but I think, look, we've won our games bowling first a lot here. The wicket obviously I think the boys started really well with the new ball. They looked threatening throughout that, so I think it could have gone either way there. But you know, credit to the guys as well, the Somerset boys. I thought they batted well. They combated what we were trying to do quite well. Looking to go at the stumps quite early, and I thought they batted really well to get through that period.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. The thoughts up in the media centre where there were a few saying that if the pitch was going to do anything, it was going to be another new ball wicket like many of them are at Lord's, and if you're going to get anything out of it, it's going to be early doors. We had them at 10 for 2. There was a chance that went down, which would have made it, I think, 60 for 3. It could have been a very different tale today. Yeah,
for sure. You never know how those chances go, but I think at times as well, that's the game of cricket, and you have to stick in there and keep bowling well. And probably, you know, after that period, we probably didn't bowl as well, but then we came back to our task towards the back end, and we did get a little bit of reward, I would say. It would have been nice to have them a few less and maybe one more wicket down, but that is the game of cricket, and it was a good first-class day of cricket. And I suppose wickets like that aren't necessarily that easy to bowl on at times, but it does make you a better cricketer, so that's the key for us going forward.
I mean, Lord's wickets also have a tendency of flattening out as time goes on, so I suppose getting in amongst them, finishing with Somerset 6 down today, if we can wrap the tail up early tomorrow, we've got decent weather set fair for tomorrow, there's every chance we can get out there, short boundary one side and do equally as well with the bat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as we bat for time and don't worry too much about the runs and worry about the scoreboard too much, I think we'll be fine. We've got to just, you know, again, get through, get them tired and hopefully bat well. Yeah.
Quick word on George Bartlett, who batted phenomenally today, did exceptionally well, 120 odd for him. Was a real standout player for the visitors today.
Yeah, he played really well. You know, I think a lot of guys know how talented he is. I think today he played lovely drives, played back foot shots, and he was truly outstanding today. Yeah.
And final word on yourself, Ryan. Another 2 wickets to add to the 15 you've already taken this year. You keep doing it week in, week out. I spoke to Jono yesterday, who said you've obviously got a massive part to play in the 4-day format, also the T20 and the 50 over game. Looks like it might be a busy year for you.
Yeah, I think I've sort of got used to that over time. Being an all-rounder, you've just got to just accept that your body's going to be sore at times, and you've got to just try and get through that. But no, Jono's been brilliant with me. He's at times given me rest. He's made me rest at times as well, which has been really good. And you know, I feel like my body's probably in as good a place as it can be in terms of what I've had to do so far. So yeah, it's been good.
Fantastic. Well, here you go. Thanks for joining us. All the very best luck tomorrow morning. Hope it goes well tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Ryan Higgins there speaking to the Middlesex Director of Communications, Stephen Fletcher, at the close of play yesterday evening. And, well, again, as we always say with Higgins, I'm sure if we can probably find him in the pack there, where is he? He'll have a smile on his face, he always does. Enjoys the contest, really. Gets bogged down by what is or is not happening out there in the middle. Where is he? There he is, chuckling away, second from right, with Tim Mercer, who took 2 wickets as well yesterday. Toby Rowland-Jones, the most economical of the bowlers, in a better rhythm yesterday, as Peter Milan was saying to us on commentary yesterday morning. We're going to have Norman Cowans with us this morning in the first session of the day. Middlesex and Sunrise as players past and present gathering for this one on day 2. Hopefully the weather plays its part. Hopefully those 2 gentlemen making their way down the pavilion steps now. Umpires Blackwell and Pollard don't have too much to do in terms of the weather. Middlesex will certainly hope that they have plenty to do in raising the finger this morning. 4 more wickets needed to wrap up this Somerset first innings. 325 for 6 they resume. And Middlesex, well, they'll be disappointed not to have wrapped it up yesterday, having put the visitors in. They'll know this morning that a bad morning session this morning, and it really will be a game of playing catch-up. So plenty to do for them. For Somerset, well, that man rolling his arms around at the moment with the bat in hands, Craig Overton. He'll certainly have one eye on that very short boundary that we have here today towards the grandstand. Lewis Gregory on 17 did well to hang around last night when there was a lot of pressure, and it was a second new ball, so excellent effort from him. And you'll hear the roar in the ground as well. The kids are in today, secondary schools day at Lord's today, and great to have them in for this one. And they'll be keeping those noise levels pretty high in the first half of the day. I guess the second half of the day, that's for the Middlesex and Sunrisers players past and present. As we said, second half of the day can be a little bit livelier, can't it? So hope they all enjoy their day. They'll be in the garden behind the pavilion. We'll see if we can pick out a few of them in the stands as well. There's one man squatting away, far from a player past, very much a player present. Tim Mercer, still going strong, 41 years of age. Middlesex need him this morning. They need the wily old Mercer to pick up a couple of wickets. Equally, as Kola Cadmore enjoyed, a couple of 6s to begin an over against Mercer, and he dumped him into the grandstand on 2 occasions. Then the third ball, he was very unlucky, Kola Cadmore, as it got a flick probably top of the pad, just the bottom of the hip guard, and down onto the stumps as he looked to work Mercer onto the onside. Very unfortunate way to go for Kola Cadmore. A happy way for Mercer to claim his second wicket. He picked up Lammonby for 8 yesterday, caught Eskenazi. Davis was caught Simpson off the bowling of Rowland-Jones. Apologies, it's Eskenazi. Is a rare mistake on the Lord's scorecard today. Somebody will be kicking themselves in the office on that. Here's Mercer, first ball of the second day. 325 for 6. So yes, Abel 77 caught Eskenazi, bowls Higgins, a hat-trick of catches for Eskenazi, but Bartlett was put down once by Eskenazi on 25. He nicked one in between Simpson and Eskenazi. The keeper was wrong-footed on that one and couldn't recover his ground. Bartlett 121 before he was caught. Roland Jones looking to hit out against Higgins. That was just before the second new ball. Kola Cadmore bowled Merta for 68, as we mentioned. Then last to go, Ryu, the young wicket-keeper, with 25. Caught Simpson, bowled Bamba, not to be a third consecutive century for Ryu. Middlesex will hope there's not going to be too much trouble for him. This man, Gregory, is an outstanding batter, outstanding all-rounder. Eased away into the offside by Gregory. And yeah, Merta, his 23rd over now. The economies for Middlesex, the run rate overall 3.3. That's a little bit higher than Middlesex would have liked. So something that they'll look to put right today. Pretty quickly. Yes, the figures. Well, I thought there were two excellent opening spells from Merta and Roland Jones yesterday. Merta 2 for 74 from 22, 5 maidens. Ended up with an economy of 3.3, but he took some tap from Kola Cadmore in particular, a couple of sixes. Consecutive deliveries before he fell to Merta. Roland Jones 1 for 56 from 21, 7 maidens, economy of 2.6, so he'll be happy with his day's work. Bit of bounce for Tim Merta. And Gregory down the pitch to prod away at the surface. Peter Milan mentioning yesterday that he notes that Lords does seem to keep a little bit lower those edges. But this is a harder surface than they've had so far this summer, so interesting to see how the Somerset attack go on it. That ball's pushed up to Roland Jones, who I think will keep the ball in hand and begin up at the pavilion end now. 325 for 6, so a 6th maiden for Merta, and a tone set for the day. Again, something of a mantra that Middlesex have got at the moment at the start of each session: set the tone, best bowlers. Well, Merta's done that. Roland Jones, the skipper, won the toss yesterday, put Somerset in 10 for 2, no doubt. It looks a good toss to win. At the moment, they haven't backed that up. This man will be very keen to get out there with the ball later on, but there's a job to do with the bat first for Overton. Roland Jones, who picked up a wicket with his first ball in this match. So that's waited a long while for the second. He did get that edge of Bartlett. And there's where he wants to be, straight on the spot. Overton will have noted that himself, no doubt. He will certainly enjoy charging into bowl. There's a bit of seam movement out there this summer at Lords, all the way through each of the games so far. There's been plenty in it for the bowlers. Straighter, that's a great stop. Ethan Bamba at mid-wicket, picking himself up. There's Robbie White in the distance. The man who's come in for Milan, who was with us yesterday. It's great to hear some of the insights of Peter Milan. Very much a shame not to have him out there for this game for Middlesex. A chance for that man White, who was in the background there. Overton so far this summer with the bats. 29 unbeaten in the second innings against Warwickshire in the first match of the season. Got 25 against Northamptonshire in his other game at Taunton, and 35 in the only innings he batted at Old Trafford. That's clipped from a very straight line, but it gets Somerset off the mark on day 2. With a couple here. Luke Holman making his way around that long leg. Overton off the mark for the innings. 8 tests for England, for Overton. 21 wickets, an average of 36. 7 ODIs, 5 wickets at an average of 58. In first-class cricket for him, 420 wickets at an average of 23. Brilliant from Overton. Really almost iconic figure now for Somerset. Extraordinary to think. 29 years of age already. Tenth of April in Barnstaple and Devon. Another one for him here. He'll keep the strike. End of the over. 327 for 6. Yeah, Overton there with the bats. Has 1 century to his name in first-class cricket. Average of 20, just below 21. 13 50s for him. 138 was that top score. 41 unbeaten for England in a test as well. Test debut in 2017. Last played in March last year against the West Indies. Third test, St George's. And off against Savannah, who's played a bit of test cricket as well. Tim Murtagh had a good go, as many will recall, here against England for Ireland. On the spot now, that's going to be close and gone. Out LBW, got it to seam back up the slope, Murtagh from the nursery end. Overton's gone for 3, looks back at the surface. You can see a fair bit of the off stump. We're not quite in line with the camera. It'll be interesting to have a look again. But looking to go forward with the drive. Inside edge, pretty clearly beaten. If it wasn't, it did deflect off the pads through to Simpson, taking it behind. But no doubt Murtagh was going up for the LBW alone. 328 for 7. Let's look at the line on this one. Right up there, nipped back in, beat the inside edge. Beat the off stump. We'll have a look again at the nursery ends. Do think, if you're a batter, let's have a look where that front pad goes. It doesn't go a long way across. Hits very much the outside of the pad, even though he wasn't a long way across. I think pretty fair call. I think Middlesex would be mightily unhappy with that not given, but you can equally understand why. Overton just eyeing up the line a little bit. It did seam back a fair bit from Murtagh, but with that slope, every chance that was going to clatter into leg. So Overton done for 3. Murtagh has a 3rd wicket, and his season continues to go pretty well. For the man who was dropped for the game at Northamptonshire, pretty unhappy. He hasn't looked back since then. A 10 for in the last match, where he's got 3 in this Somerset first innings so far. 3 to go as out comes Matt Henry to join Gregory on 17. There's no long levers from Craig Overton, but we know that Gregory can certainly tee off. Henry's a pretty useful cricketer himself. Wow, a lot of bottom hands in that from Henry. To go full outside of the off stump. He's pushed it, Henry, to mid on. .31 years of age now, Christchurcher. Oh, and chipped back over Mercer's head. Sweetly struck to get off the mark for Henry. Up there from Mercer, again giving it that chance, just full of a length. Look at this, for a clean hit. Ethan Bamber headed up to collect it. 21 tests for Henry, 72 ODIs, 11 T20 internationals as well, 72 wickets in Test cricket, an average of 37. His first class average though, 24. Thick inside edge. And chase for Higgins as they take two. Henry onto 6. Now 409 wickets for Henry, who's 31 now, 32 in December. So Overton tucked in behind him with 400 wickets as well. Probably played a similar number of games. 91 first-class matches for Henry for his 409. Oh, and that comes back up the slope again, and Mercer's looking for another. He hasn't got it this time. Well, we'll have a look at that again. I have to admit, first glance at the Overton one, I wasn't convinced. I thought this Henry one was very close. Well, he's taking a big stride across first. Oh, goodness me. Wow. I can only think that in the umpire's minds, he got outside the line of off. I think there's a fair bit of relief from the two of those. Roland Jones starting up the new over. Back in the slope again, so still that seam movement this morning, and safe for murder, probably the second of those LBW appeals was more out than the first, but he got one of them at least, I suppose. We're telling himself 334 for 7. I just looked back actually to see if Mercer, having picked up Overton in that over LBW for 3, if Overton was playing in Mercer's test here against England. He wasn't. 2019, 5 for Mercer. It's Burns, Roy, Moeen Ali, Chris Wokes, and missed 2 in there. Johnny Bairstow. Not a bad 5 for Mercer. So an early wicket for him this morning, and Roland Jones getting amongst it. He'll get some wickets tumbling as well. Want to cover the over. 5 dot balls start up in this one for Roland Jones. He was nicked for a couple by Overton in the last over. Nice leave outside off stump to end the over for Gregory. 17 for him. Henry has 6, 334 for 7. You're watching the Middlesex live stream here live at Lords. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say Norman Cowans has sat down alongside me. Very, very good to see you. The last time that I saw you, it was on a Zoom call, player dressing room reunions.
Yes, yeah, it was a while ago, Kevin. But yeah, it's nice to be back here live at Lords.
First trip back to Lords since then. That was COVID times, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, first proper trip to Lords, yeah, since COVID times, and yeah, what a lovely day it is.
Chipped down the ground again from Henry. Well, Murtagh had a big appeal against him in the last over. Bamber will slide and keep it into the light of the school kids who are in. We've taken a couple. Certainly Henry's given them a bit of entertainment over there. Norman, you're here today, part of Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association, the annual event here at Lords for players present, well, past indeed, from Middlesex men's and women and the Sunrisers. So a few old mates here as well.
Yes, it'd be great to catch up with a few of the lads. You know, we've got so much to catch up on. It's been a little while. Yeah, we normally have a players' reunion once a year, but we haven't had that for, you know, since COVID's time. So yeah, it'd be great to see the boys.
Usually up atop the tavern stand, isn't it? No, the mound stand. I've seen up there a few times. The event's been up there.
Yes, normally on top of the mound stand, and yeah, we would normally have a nice day out and catch up really, and yeah, it's well missed. You know, it'd be lovely to do it all again.
It's a single. That's a deep square. 80 players here today, Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association. With benches being unveiled for JT Murray and Alan Moss at tea in the Coronation Garden over the back of the Warner stands, next to the Titmus and Bennett's benches. What time's the roll call for you all today?
Yes, well, there's a meeting up at 12:30, and then the unveiling will be after tea time, around that time. So, yeah.
Flayed away through the covers. Lovely shot. Gregory's onto 22. Somerset ticking along towards another batting point here inside the 110. Are you going to have half an eye on the max on 400? It's a bit of width from Murtagh.
Yeah, that last one was right in the slot, wasn't it?
Tough for Murtagh. He doesn't have your pace. Got to keep it up there.
Yeah, don't really need it these days with the cricket season starting so early.
Slight pause there to move Gully into extra cover, but single push to mid-on. No, that one's slipping down. He's had 3 big calls this morning. That one for me sliding down. The last one, Henry, was absolutely plumb. I'll have a look at that one again. Smile on Gregory's face. I didn't think for a moment he was going to get that one. I thought too much of off stump on show. Just missing leg, I think, the batter. Can hope that the umpire, as that one seems back, will let him away, although I think the bowler in next to me, Norman, you were ready to give that one.
Might just be clipping leg stump, but you know, it's like the umpires have to be absolutely sure that it's going to hit the wicket to give it out.
His previous appeal against Henry was the most convincing of the 3 appeals, but he's got one of them.
Yeah, you just got to keep it up on this wicket and let the ball do the work. So yeah, seem to responding better this session, the bowlers.
Nice contrive. 4 more. Henry's on to 18 and causing a real problem here for Middlesex. Strike rate of 200. 343 for 7. They'd have been fearful, I'm sure, of Overton. But Henry has come out and found the middle of the bat straight away. Roland Jones, similarly to Murder, putting it right up there. Now, change up in the fields. 3rd slip's coming out. They're going to go with a 5-4 field. Deep square being sent back. Ethan Bamber's just about to disappear out of his shot, but Robbie White settling in at mid-wickets. It's a long leg in Holman as well. He's moving a little bit finer now. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Goodness me. Roland Jones with the bluff. Goes full on that one. Nips it back down the slope. Very nearly picks up Henry.
Yeah, so it's a good bit of bowling there. Very unlucky not to get an edge.
Wow. Well, Henry and Gregory, I'm sure, will enjoy that seam movement. Again.
Yeah, it's a nice spot. You want to keep it there. He's got 2 men back, so the batsmen are looking out for that one. So yeah, let's try and let him think about getting the back foot and trapping the WW. That's I think that's what he's trying to do.
Leg side, clipped away, bisects the fielders. That was a really sweetly struck shot by by Henry. And again, he maintains this strike rate. He moves to 22 from 11.
Yes, it's a little bit too leg-sided there, and the batsman didn't have to do much to clip it for 4 runs, dissecting the fielders.
350 up, and a 3rd batting point for Somerset, put in yesterday by Middlesex. Oh, how was that not taking the off stump?
Yeah, it was a good reply, a nice length ball just outside the off stump. Batsman tried to hunk it over mid-wicket, but didn't lay a bat on it.
What's your favourite end here at Lord's? Fast, nasty bowler as you were, usually the pavilion end, snipping it back down the slope.
Well, Wayne Daniel used to bowl from the pavilion end, and so I used to bowl from the nursery end. I quite enjoyed bowling from the nursery end, you know, nipping the ball away from the bat. Yeah, I mean, a lot of bowlers struggle sometimes from the nursery end, but I quite liked it. But the only thing is sometimes you can start the ball a little bit too straight, and if you don't quite swing, you know, you get whipped through the off leg side. But yeah, that was my favourite end to bowl from.
Deep mid wickets drop back as well, so 3 back on the leg side. On the bumper it is, and it's flicked fine of all 3 of them for 4 more. Well, Henry is standing toe-to-toe with Middlesex at the moment. He moves to 26 from 13. An extraordinary start from him.
Yes, that was a misdirected bouncer. Roland Jones should have got a bit higher and a bit straighter. So yeah, good bit of batting.
355 for 7. Well, Middlesex, again, they'll have been fearful of this morning. Henry with 26 from 13. Look at that, Gregory 1 from 9 in this partnership. He settled in so nicely last night, Gregory. Straight into the stumps, takes out the stump at the non-striker's end. Lucky that one for Gregory.
Yeah, nice sort of line, but the length was just a bit too full there. But yeah, he needs to keep the ball up with his pace. It's, conditions so should really be suiting the bowlers at the moment.
That's a beaut. It's going to be close. No. Well, this one looks as though it was straightening. We'll go again.
Oh, yeah. Just looked like it might be going down a little bit, but it was a very, very good length ball and very unlucky. This is the time that you want the ball to straighten up a bit, and it didn't happen. So unlucky there for the bowler.
It's taken from a very straight line. Fine it goes for 4. Mercer's got his hands on his face. No surprise really. Gregory into the 20s now.
Yeah, that was a fine shot by Gregory. Got his timing perfectly well there to hit the ball for 4. Yeah, we need a little bit more pace, I think, to give the batsman less time to adjust when the ball does a bit of movement. But I suppose you've got to play with the cards you have in your hand.
Yeah, it's always the big thought process, isn't it? Certainly for 9, 10 and Jack. Bit of pace. See if those feet will come forward. Equally a spinner perhaps, and see if they sky one. That's he's taking a little bit of tap. It's had 3 big LB, well 4 now, big LBW appeals.
It's a nice comeback there. Lovely straight delivery by Murtaugh, but yeah, he just keep plugging away at that line. I just fancy him slipping one, going away towards the slips. Wicketkeeper's standing up, so the batsman's not going to be looking to come out his crease. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he negotiates, trying to adjust his line. He's probably bowling a little bit too straight at the moment.
Oh, that's better. That's a lovely ball. That's what you're talking about from the nursery ends. We just have that line a little bit straighter and one nips away from the right-hander.
Yeah, that's right. That's the line I think you should be bowling. Not too straight, and especially with this field. He's got a bit of protection out there, deep square leg, but yeah, just keep it on that off stump.
Right at the bounce on that one. Picks up a single to end the over. 360 for 7. Sun threatening to break through. There is a threat of a shower later on today. The hover cover was out there just before the start. It's a spit in the air, but nothing really to trouble us. Let's hope not. Looks like a good game, this. Middlesex will have their work cut out with the bat because it's a pretty formidable attack. Overton, Siddle, Henry there in the middle with Gregory, Leach. He's bowled a bit of spin as well. Also got able to bowl some medium pace if needed. It's not quite David Nash though. much do you get to keep in contact with any of the old boys other than the reunion days?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm in touch with a few of the lads. Paul Weeks, we were on social media. We sort of keep in touch. Wayne Daniel, so we keep in touch. Raj Maru, David James. Yeah, and we'll see the other lads you normally see when you have functions and things like that. But yeah, social media makes it a little bit easier now to keep in touch.
Single scampered by Gregory. Got about 2, and yeah, it's a big old boundary out there, isn't it? A long way for Bamber to come in. Do you ever pop down to the Aegeus to see Kevin James, the BBC commentator down there nowadays?
Yeah, I see Kevin from time to time. Raj also does a little bit down there as well. And yeah, it's not very far from me, so yeah, I go there from time to time, just nip in and nip out, as they say.
In between watching the Middlesex live stream, of course.
Well, of course.
How much of a cricket watcher are you? Do you still watch plenty?
I do love watching cricket. Yeah, it's a great game. Just trying to convince friends of mine who, what a great game it is. But when they do go along, they really enjoy it.
Looking for the Yorker. Henry bats right up to it, clips that single. These are really useful runs for Somerset right now.
Oh yes, these two are putting on a great partnership. It seems like Middlesex needs something extra to try and break through. It only takes one ball. Just need to try and tee the batsman up, which Roland Jones is trying to do at the moment.
It's nice from Roland Jones. Difficult balance, isn't it, with your tail enders? Whether you want to similarly stand toe to toe with them, go for the Orcas, go for the bumpers, or stick to the basics, line and length.
Yes, I think obviously as you get down to tail, the techniques aren't as great. So you need to work the batsman out, and obviously when you don't have that extra bit of pace, you need to have a bit of movement, and I think that's what's lacking at the moment.
Single taken to end the over. Gregory's on to 27th, 365 for 7. I think Bamber's probably the quickest of the lot now for Middlesex, up around 80. Tom Helm goes up towards the mid-80s, not selected for this one though, and young Blake Cullen, who was with us on a mic yesterday, he's the quickest of the lot, building up after a year of back injuries last year.
Yes, bowling quick is hard work, doing it day in and day out. Yeah, I'm surprised that so many young bowlers aren't coming through, because I think they get looked after a lot better these days with fitness. Yeah, that was a it looked like they put more into that delivery there. Just need more of that. Show the batsman that you're around. I mean, the line and length. Just keep plugging away. They're going to run out of patience soon. Hopefully they'll sneak one behind.
I saw Mercer say he's had 4 big LBW appeals today. The one that he got, I thought, was probably the second best of the 4 he had of the 4 appeals. Goes up in the air with that one. Roland Jones is the mid-off, retreating over his head. He'll take 2.
Yeah, these two batters seem to have got their eye in now and just taking their chances. and I think you just have to be a little bit more patient, and hopefully they'll nick one behind soon.
Well, certainly this was the fear for Overton. Big man, short boundary to the leg side. Just a single. Stoneman sweeping up.
Yeah, nice clip through the leg side there, but just a single.
This is the encounter though, isn't it? Henry, who's gone after Mercer a little bit, and to Roland Jones.
Yeah, he seemed to have the ability to hit through the line quite nicely, because also the ball is not moving around as much as it was earlier on. So they're taking their chances now. They've taken one to slip out and going to put him in short mid-wicket. See if they can induce a batsman into a mistake.
Yeah, you'll have just seen Ryan Higgins in the background there, disappearing out of shot, just going a little bit finer at deep backward square leg. Holman in the foreground at a cover point. So yeah, 5-4 field, just the one slip in place. It's a lovely straight drive, just a single taken though.
Yeah, I think Mercer decided now he's just going to bowl nice and straight and a bit more defensive and let the batsmen take their chances.
When was the last time you were out there? I've got to say, you're looking pretty fit, Norman. I won't mention the age, but you don't look anywhere near it, I've got to say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I played a couple of games last season, and yeah, the body did take a few days to recover afterwards. That's the thing, the mind is willing, the body gets out there, and I don't mind playing, these six-a-sides, corporate games, but the body takes a while to recover.
You're looking in great shape. There's 4 more down the leg side. Just started 2 straight, Mercer. And 100 up for Mercer. He's gone for 102 off his 27 now. Somerset pushing along. They've got 5 overs left with the bonus points in play, so they'll be thinking about another 27 runs off these 5 overs to try and get that 4th batting point. It would have been maximum batting points last year, but that's changed now. 250 for the first and 450 for the 5th. Yeah, I'm not sure the same could be said perhaps for a few of the others out there today, still looking in good shape. But
well, I mean, when I was playing, I quite liked training anyway, so even when I stopped playing full-time professionally, I still like to go out and do a little bit, and it's just part of what I do now. And I think a few injuries you get when you're playing, it's a good way of maintaining and trying to keep those injuries in check.
oh, that's whipped off middle stump. Back and across from Henry to a very full ball.
Yeah, it's a very, very defensive field now, and just trying to pin the batsman down, trying to not give away 4 balls and frustrate them a little bit. Hopefully they'll make a mistake.
What's your finest hour with the bat? I've just looked it up. 63 was the top score. Can you remember it? 66.
Yeah, that was a great delivery. Just got squared up the batsman a bit. So need a few more of those. Bit of pace.
Go on then, tell them if listeners at home just heard my laugh off the mic. That 66 was?
Yeah, my high score for Middlesex was 6-6 against Surrey at Lord's. The great Sylvester Clark was bowling, I got 50 off 19 deliveries. The boys came out the balcony to watch that innings.
Leading edge again, just fine with Stoneman at cover.
Yeah, that's the bowling's looking a bit better now, but yeah, it was one of my most entertaining innings.
Come on, I want details here.
It was similar. The way the wicket was similar to where it is today. So the boundary wasn't right in the middle of the square. So anything short, I was just putting into the grandstand.
That's pulled away. Oh, it's pulled away nicely as well. 4 more. Henry moves to 33. 21 more for that batting point for Somerset.
Yeah, that was a fine shot by Henry. He just wasn't quick enough to cause any damage, that bouncer, and he just swiveled on his back foot and hit square between the two fielders on the boundary line.
It's a 50 partnership as well for these two. Came together, score 328 when Overton departed. Look at how quickly they've done it. Henry on 34 from 18, Gregory now to 35. The partnership now worth 52. And that run rate, well, Middlesex would have dearly loved to have got that down this morning with some wickets. Tickled away fine again. Henry and Gregory just keep finding the gap here. Finding runs. End of the 106, they move to 282. 18 more from the next 4 overs for a batting point. Done an incredible job here. Just going back to Sylvester Clarke. I mean, obviously, a sad loss for the game. 44 years of age when he passed away in 1999. But I'm trying to work out at what stage of your career you'd have been and what stage his career he'd have been when you were casting him around Lords.
Well, he was still in his pump. I was probably played quite a bit of cricket by then, and he was one of the most feared fast bowlers in the country. Test match standard, he was deadly, but a great West Indies team, he didn't have a regular place. But you ask anyone that played in that time of Sylvester Clarke, and they will tell you that he was one of the most dangerous fast bowlers I've ever faced.
Just looked it up, 7 years older he was. Himself born in 54, you were born 61. Ethan Bamber into the attack, just to give a little bit of pace here, but starts up leg side, and that's 4 more. Middlesex just can't control these runs this morning. Somerset having a flying start to the second day, 386 for 7 now.
Yeah, it seems to be leaking runs at the moment. They're not quite getting the line right, bowling a little bit too straight, and they're just getting picked off. But it's not just for singles; it's going for 4s.
Just finding the gap every time. I was just looking up, Clarke, just the 11 tests for the West Indies, which is an unbelievable period. Fast bowling, well, cricket all round in the West Indies. Oh, swing and a miss.
Yes, I remember one of the first times. It used to be a great derby between Middlesex and Surrey, and I remember playing against Sylvester at the Oval, and I was coming in at number 10. I think Wayne was 11, or it might be the other way around, and hung around for a little bit, and Sylvester bounced me, and the umpire said to him, "Look, he's a tail ender. What are you doing bouncing him?" And
single.
Yeah, so the umpire was trying to warn Sylvester not to bowl me any more bounces, and Sylvester turned around to the umpire and said, in his his Bayesian accent, he said, "What is this? Schoolboy cricket?"
It's one thing we always talk about nowadays, the bowlers union, but the batters bat so far down now, don't they? Techniques have improved so much down the order.
Well, I tell you, one of my first games for Middlesex was against Hampshire. It was, I played a few counting, but it was the first time I played against the great Malcolm Marshall, great Malcolm Marshall, and it was at Uxbridge.
It's a single again, picks out Higgins at deep backward square.
Yeah, so it was at Uxbridge, and back in I think 1982, and I hadn't seen Malcolm bowl very much before, and I was batting at number 9 at the time, and anyway, it's my turn to go into bat. I had no helmet on, and
Cards into the onside, sweepers out there though, so just a single to end the over. 389 for 7.
Yeah, so I had no helmet on because I was naive, thinking about, oh, he's a fast bowler, I'm a fast bowler, I don't, why do I need a helmet, So I walked out to bat, and John Embry met me sort of on the way into bat, and he came down and he said to me, Normie, try and get forward. He's not bowling that quick, get forward. So I thought, listen to a senior pro, and Malcolm Marshall raced in. I'd never faced anyone with that type of action before, and I was listening to senior pro, and a shape to come forward to as John Embry was saying. And I got sort of, I saw his arm come over. I saw the ball for one split second, and before I could get fully forward, the ball smacked me right in the cheekbone. And I went down, sort of fell to the ground, and then anyway, I had to go off and put some ice on it. And then when the next wicket fell, I came back out again to bat with a helmet on this time. And I didn't last very long. He sort of rolled me over a couple of balls later. And I did learn my lessons about Fast Bowlers Club from then. It was a hard school playing county cricket at that level. Malcolm, afterwards we sort of had a chat, and we sort of caught up, and became good mates after that. But it did teach me a lesson. When you're out there, there's no such thing. It's dog eat dog. So yeah, it's a hard school.
Up in the air, Bamba's underneath it. Bamba holds on. Good catch by Ethan Bamba. Henry, fabulous innings. 40 from 23 deliveries and 389 for 8. Middlesex, of course, they still have a bowling point to think of here in the next couple of overs if they can grab one more. 11 more runs for a 4th batting point for Somerset, but that was a very, very much needed wicket for Middlesex. And Higgins straight into the attack, straight into the wickets.
Yes, it was a nicely directed bouncer. It got high enough, so the batsman had no control over it, and it was a nicely placed field, and pretty good catch out there.
There for a long time, wasn't it? Big old boundary down to long leg where Bamba was standing.
Yeah, it was directed nice and high outside the off stump, so he had to really try and control it, which he couldn't, and it's straight down the fielder's throat. So a good bit of bowling.
3 for 64 for Higgins, PCA Player of the Month for April. To go back to what you were saying, imagine how things have changed. 1, going out to bat without a helmet on, obviously that's one of the big changes, but 2, the fact you came back out to bat having been struck without a helmet by Malcolm Marshall.
Well, yes. I mean, and the thing was, he sort of rolled us over pretty quickly after that, and then I went back to the dressing room, got changed, and then we were out bowling, and I had to open the bowling, and it was towards the end of the evening. I think we had about 8 overs to bowl before the end of play, and then at the end of play, I got changed and took myself off to hospital to get an X-ray.
What was the outcome?
Luckily, there was nothing broken,
Wow.
but it was, there's a big, obviously a big lump on my cheek. I still got a scar here, and then just continued the following day against Hampshire. And I remember Mike Selvey coming up to me and he said to me, he said, "Yeah, that's the sort of bottle the selectors are looking for."
Thanks, Self. He's away on holiday at the moment. He might be tuned in at the moment, so he's not here for the Old Players' Day. Oh, full bunger. First up to Leach, going for the Yorker, Higgins.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that one, but he's got to try and get a few pacey delivery through.
Did you get to bowl to Marshall is one thing I need to know in that match. Did you bowl to him in return?
I didn't get to bowl to him, unfortunately. Otherwise, he would have...
Chin music. Wow, what a shot that is from Leach. 393 for 8, 7 more runs for that batting point for Somerset.
Yeah, Leach looked like it means business. Anything up, he's just going to swing through the line. And he's no slouch with the bat, so we've got to make sure they get it in the right place.
Well, Somerset have meant business this morning, haven't they? They certainly did yesterday. Since 10 for 2, it's been a dominant innings by the visitors here at Lord's. Leach stepping away miles outside the leg stump.
Yeah, I think he'd done well to reach that one, but I think Higgins is trying to vary his pace a little bit because he knows what Leach is trying to do.
Oh, that's brilliant from Leach. Onto the legs from Higgins, maybe fancying that Leach might try and give himself room again, attacking the stumps. This time he stands his ground, 4 more.
Yeah, that was a great shot through the mid-wicket there by Leach. It went through like a tracer bullet, and anything on straight, he just looked like he's just going to swing through the line. But that was a class shot.
Dabble at that one. They're just 3 runs away now from a 4th batting point. Have to pause and think with a change there. 450 for maximum, so that's not quite going to be on. End of the 108. The scorer's box just a little behind there on the over, but 108 in the over done. So 397 for 8 it is. Gregory 38 will have strike. Leach on 4. Now just adjusting that score, it will go back up to 397 in a moment.
Yeah, Somerset have got a long tail. They seem to be able to get runs at will at the moment.
Taps the single. Which will give Leach the strike once more.
We all know what Leach is going to try and do, so they're going to make some adjustment to the field to counter it. Because he's just going to go for it.
Yeah, offside is there for him. Will Bamber come around the wicket? Try and tuck him up a little bit. It looks as though he is, unless this is just the conversation he's having. Yeah, he is. He's around the wicket, Bamber, which makes sense. Long leg. There's also a deep square just out of shot there. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover, points. Gully, slip in place. No one back sweeping. And Wickham bowls him! There's maximum bowling points for Middlesex. 398 for 9. Surely Somerset aren't going to be denied this 4th batting point though now. Nobody out on that offside for Middlesex sweeping, and I think eyes lit up there a little for Leach, looking to bring up the 400.
Yes, there's a nicely bowled delivery there, just outside the off stump, and he got on the inside edge, dragging the ball back onto his wicket. But I think the slope probably helped it to go in that direction. Good bit of bowling.
There you go. Around the wicket, as you say, with the slope. It was a wide delivery at first. I think my eyes lit up for Leach as well, because I just said there was no sweeper back, so you can understand that he was looking to swing hard for that offside. And now all of a sudden, will they make the 400? They've got time for it. There's 10 deliveries left, but Peter Siddle will come out to bat. 38 years of age now from Victoria. Does have a century to his name, first-class cricket. 650s. A couple of those in Test cricket as well.
Yeah, he'd be quite useful bowling this wicket, I should imagine, Siddle.
I think it's an outstanding attack they've got here in Middlesex. Well, that have had some aspirations this morning of holding Somerset to 350. Somerset, they're looking to get this 400 inside the 110, which has cost them a couple of wickets, which might not be the worst thing for Middlesex, really. That, you know, their own acceleration has brought the downfall a little bit for a couple of wickets, because it could have gone on much more, it feels like, if they'd have knuckled down for it. Instead, going for that point.
Oh yeah, they did look quite comfortably, but as you said there, they needed to get that extra point, and a couple of wickets have fallen. But I think, you know, the attack with a new ball will be a test for the Middlesex openers.
Nine balls left with the bonus points in play. Siddle, who missed out on the trip to Old Trafford, rested for that one. "13 wickets in his 4 matches so far this summer for Siddle. 5 of those in the game against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. That was a defeat for Somerset. Their 1 defeat, 4 draws. Looking for the first win though. They've certainly put themselves in a good position here. There'll be a wee bit of pressure on that Middlesex top order when they do come out.
Bowl there. It's a nice bowl by Bamber. Keep it there.
He looks good fine to me, Bamber. Good prospects for Middlesex over the years. Whether he was able to make the step up, but really promising start.
Yeah, as long as, you know, he stays fit and keeps learning. He's got lovely energy to the wicket. Obviously, with the experience, the rest will come.
Single to end the over. It means Siddle keep the strike. 6 balls to score 1 run, but they've only got 1 wicket standing. Somerset 399 for 9. Each the man to go. Bowled by Bamber for 8. Bamber's 2nd wicket. 2 for 83 for Bamber from 23. Yeah, that's the word for Bamber, really. I think you said great energy as he hits the crease. He really does. Full of life, full of enthusiasm, full of energy, and unerringly accurate from a young age, Bamber. That was what really stuck out straight away. Just kept hitting the spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, as he gets stronger, and stay free of injuries and become more consistent, that would be, when you're sort of thinking, yeah, this guy's, he's on the way to become a really, really good bowler.
With a tempter for Siddle. No sweeper back at the moment. Slip gully, point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wickets, square leg and long leg. So 5-4 still. Here's the fields. Well, I guess it's only the one run, so everybody up. And is that going to be it? Oh, there could be a run-out chance here. Non-strikers end. Roland Jones misses. And Somerset have have a fourth batting point indeed as they reach 400. Siddle had to be quick there. He moves to 2. Parried stop by Snowman at cover. And Roland Jones, well, he's still on his haunches. You might just catch him in the background now of the shot. He was sharp at mid-off. Let's have a look how close it would have been. Throw coming in from Roland Jones, but well, that would have been quite the way to wrap things up. 400 for 9, so they've got their 4th batting point. Middlesex have maximum bowling points. Now it's a matter of back to the innings. How far will it go? How long will it take to wrap it up? Single, clipped out to deep mid-wicket. Chaos in the commentary box. It can mean only one thing. David Nash is here. It's just working out your last year was 93. Nash, he must have been about 25 by then anyway, mustn't he? Oh, big swing into the onside. Any of these stories you're able to sell on the mic, Norman, about Nash? That'll be a good day out the back, I'm sure, today. But yeah, did you say this is the first time back since COVID for yourself at Lord's?
Yeah, we normally have a players' reunion once, each year, but we haven't had one for a few years now. So.
Swing and miss again. Is this the most amount of cricket you're going to see today?
Oh, I mean, it's a lovely day to watch cricket. So between catching up with the lads, and it's always a pleasure to be here at Lord's. I mean, it's a fantastic ground to be at. I really miss it really, but. So yeah, any opportunity I get to come back here.
Always welcome to come up and see us.
Oh, thank you, Kevin, thank you.
Bounce to turn the over. 110 done. That's the end of the bonus points. 401 for 9. Norman, it was lovely to see you. Lovely to meet you indeed, because of course we had the players' dressing room reunion over COVID, which went out on the Middlesex YouTube channel back then, while we all waited to see a bit of cricket and the world got back to normal. And well, enjoy the day. The Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association annual event. Some absolute greats in town for it. And one of those greats, and I don't say that lightly, is David Nash. You're not that unfamiliar with the mic, are you?
Yeah, a bit worried about the mic, Kev, not going to lie. A little bit worried about the mic.
Why is that? Go on.
Just out of my comfort zone, shall we say.
Just no swearing, Nash. That's all you got to remember.
And I'm here for the Players' Day, and I've not had a beer yet, which is.
Are you thirsty?
Very.
Everybody back at the moment for Bamba as they try and wrap this up. This Somerset innings. Anything that Gregory gets now? Well, there's still runs to be had. I mean, the field is completely spread with that short boundary on one side. You'd imagine Bamba will be keeping it full and outside off. Gregory have a single, get Siddle on to strike, try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. A lot of damage done already. 3 wickets this morning for, what, 76 runs. Middlesex would have been greedy. I would have thought 4 for 25, had them all done by 350 today. There's that width, there's that single. So 4 of the over to come against Siddle. But Siddle, similarly, he'll have one eye on that boundary. You get back to Lords far more often than Norman.
Yeah, well, we love Lords, don't we? What this place did for me was absolutely amazing. I've been a Middlesex supporter since a 5-year-old. Dad used to take me to all the games, used to be there, getting Norman's autograph, Gat, Fraser, Ramps, all the lads, go to Uxbridge. I remember Dad even took me to a semi-final at Uxbridge, let me have a day off school, and used to run around in the doing fielding on the rope there at Uxbridge, hoping the ball wouldn't go to the boundary. It did too many times, but great days.
It's a lovely ball from Bamba. What did you do with Fraser's signature?
Oh, that's I use that now as the old bog roll at home.
I haven't seen him yet today.
No, he's good. Gus, he's the ultimate team man, isn't he? He's doing everything for everyone. He was here at 8 o'clock sorting everything out. Denise is doing all the food. You don't get any better people than the Fraser family.
Single down to deep back was square, and 403 for 9. Lets him away with that one.
God, this has all got a bit serious, this, Kev. Not like the old days where we used to just blag it, and we were allowed to talk when the bowler was running in.
I used to have a hook out downstairs, didn't I, around your neck, trying to get you to come up and do some commentary with me next door in the old days of when it all started up, the streams. They were just audio back then with the BBC, but now these wonderful pictures as well. Yeah, it's changed a bit since begging you and Alan Richardson come and do half an hour with me. Single to end the over. Gregory's on to 42, 404 for 9, so he keeps the strike. Middlesex have to keep searching with this final wicket. Yeah, it's come a long way. I mean, it was 2005 was the first year the Middlesex commentary started up, and back then your old mate Ben Scott was tussling for the gloves, wasn't he? He's not here today. I did ask if he was around today, but he's not.
Scotty, one of the best keepers in the game, wasn't he? Absolutely unbelievable. Thank God he couldn't bat though.
I was wondering how I was going to phrase it. You've done it for me, Nashy. Hope you're well, Scotty, if you tuned in. I heard from him the other evening, so disappointed not to see him here today. Single rejected by Siddle, which is an interesting call because I doubt Higgins is going to give him much outside off here to go after that short boundary to the offside. So you'd imagine it'll be kept straight and on the stump, so he's pretty much got to look to try and go downtown. That's at deep mid on, Roland Jones at deep mid off. Here's the bouncer, follows him down the leg side and gone. That is the end of the innings, 404, and Gregory's gone for 42. The bouncer from Higgins following him. Gregory nicks it through to Simpson. A 4th for Higgins, 4 for 74. Goodness me, the PCA Player of the Month. He's doing it again here at Lords. Middlesex have really needed him this season on their return to Division 1. He's been an absolute star and he's wrapped this one up, but not without some serious damage by Somerset. 404 have been put in yesterday morning. 325 for 6 they resumed this morning. And well, it's taken Middlesex an hour and 10 minutes to wrap up the first innings. But a little bit of damage done, a lot of damage done yesterday. Again, they'd have been greedy this morning, but over to the batters now. They've got plenty to do. But clever cricket from Higgins. He's a really useful signing for Middlesex. You'd have just missed each other, I think, Higgins.
Yeah, I missed Higgo, but obviously I follow every game Middlesex play every day on the old stats, on the old Cricinfo, and obviously I'm listening to you, Kev. If I'm struggling to sleep and I've run out of diazepam, I will tune in to the Kevin Hand Roadshow.
Tune in with the sound turned down, I'm sure. Put it on the screen at home. I'm surprised I don't get more messages from you. Every now and again I get a little one, usually if it's something to say back to Gus, isn't it? Something along those lines. David Nash alongside myself, Kevin Hands on the mic. So there will be 40 minutes before lunch for Middlesex to bat. Batting has been difficult for them this season. Peter Milan was up alongside me on the mic yesterday. Middlesex will miss him out there for this one. It's a gun attack from Somerset in this game. Siddle, Overton, Gregory, Henry leached off a spin, able a bit of medium pace, so they're going to really rely on Robson and Stoneman to get them off to a good start here. It was 10 for 2 Somerset before they were skittled for 404. What we'll do, David Nash, is we'll run and grab a cup of tea. We'll come back for that start of the Middlesex innings. 40 minutes through until lunch. There's the 4 for 74 from Higgins at the top. Mercer 3 for 102. But Bartlett's 121 now. Middlesex put him down a couple of times. That's something I'm sure that Somerset will say there'll be chances out there. Make sure you hold them. Join us back, folks, just under a couple of minutes' time, really. We'll just go and grab a cup of tea and then be back for the start of the Middlesex innings. Oh, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us. A cup of tea in hand for myself and David Nash. And a pretty tough 40 minutes for the Middlesex openers here. Somerset will be gunning for them at this point. 4 wickets for 76 runs this morning as they charged towards 400 and a 4th batting point, the 5th batting point now at 450. So just a little bit out of reach for them in the end, but they had to gamble a couple of wickets really to get to the 400 in that time. So now it's a very different job for these two. It'll be survival through to lunch, obviously put away any bad balls in the meantime, get that scoreboard ticking, but Middlesex need to bat for a very, very long time now, and there is a sharp focus on the top order. The runs have started to come for Robson and for Stoneman, but Peter Milan out of this one, so we'll have to wait and see who they go with at 3, whether it will be Eskenazi, whether it will be Robbie White, the man who stepped in for Peter Milan. But really, Middlesex will be hoping desperately that these two can get it off to a good start. Putting Somerset in yesterday, they'd have hoped that they'd have been opening up their own innings before stumps on day 1. As it is, just before lunch on day 2, it's a tricky time and it's a tricky attack they've got to face. Gregory in the foreground there having a chat. It's going to be Henry from the nursery ends, the New Zealander. Heavy roller is just about to pass by him in a moment, so we'll be a minute or so away while that one makes its way down. Actually, it moves at a fair old pace, the heavy roller. Nashi, I'd be very surprised if you haven't operated that at some point, because you pretty much got up to most things here at Lord's.
Definitely got me and you covered, the pace of that roller, Kev, especially after those Belgian chocolate biscuits we've just hoofed down, which are very good.
Well, this has always been my trouble here up here. It's trying to resist the biscuits, the cakes. Well, much like yourself in the players' dining room. The Mississippi mud pie or something like that, I remember was one of the favourites.
The Louisiana Love Bite
that was it.
Was the best in the business.
Oh, that was it. Never ever got sampled that. Distraught. Henry to Stoneman to get us going. 3 slips in a gully. Wide wants to start up, seems away up the slope.
I remember a story back in the old days, Kev, when about the old players' dining room, been dropped to the 2s. So Gus said to me, "Oh, Nashi, you and the 2s, you go around the corner and you got 10 quid, go and get a burger and chips." I said, "Well, hang on a minute, it might be in the 2s, but you know, I can still eat what the first team boys eat."
That's a beaut from Henry just past the edge.
And he went, "Yeah, but Nashi, the MCC charges 27 quid a meal up there. I'm giving you a tenner, so I'm saving 17 quid. And I said, I looked at him and said, "Gus, here's 27 quid, whacked 27 quid in his hand and walked up to and had my lunch upstairs." He wasn't too happy with me, the big fella.
Middlesex off the mark. Stoneman with a single just in front of point.
And that was in the days, Kev, when you were a cap player and you weren't playing. If you weren't picked to play or you were injured, you got to eat your lunch upstairs. And they cobbed onto that I wasn't playing a lot, so I was costing the club a fortune. and I hope it's still been outlawed now to this day with a bit of luck, because I was very unhappy.
Oh, what a ball that is. Robson well beaten. Great start from Henry.
Quality bowling that. Jesus. Jagged, didn't it? Just down the slope.
What are you feeling behind the stumps at the moment?
Whew. Well, 4 slips in here. Down the slope.
Oh, that lifts beautifully.
Geez, that is just class bowling, isn't it? Let's be fair. I mean, as you said, Kev, this attack is a proper attack. And I thought Robbo batted absolutely beautifully at the Oval. I thought his feet, his balance, he looked absolute class. God, that was a bit of bounce there as well. This is tough.
Test attack, Overton, Siddle, Henry and Leach. Gregory, who's always been in the pecking order for England. Wow, what an over. One without loss. Henry will be wondering how he didn't get at least one edge in that over. He's beaten Stoneman twice, he's beaten Robson 3 times. Middlesex have it all to do before lunch, and it will be Craig Overton from the Pavilion end who's next up.
This is going to be a tough session. You know, if we can go in with no wickets last year, the boys would have done absolutely brilliantly. Because this is proper bowling.
I want to come back to wicket keeping in a moment, but yesterday morning when Middlesex won the toss and put Somerset in, there wasn't a huge amount of surprise, and at 10 for 2 it looks a good call. There were a couple of chances that went astray after that, and at lunch it could have been a different story, but 404 on the board and 40 minutes before lunch on day 2 against this attack. That decision at the toss will come into sharp focus now, as these opening pair have their work cut out. It seemed a bit, this one, and I was touching on it yesterday in the afternoon session. I can't remember who it was with, but just saying from a keeper's perspective on this one, there was a chance for Simpson where, bowling from the nursery end, right arm over to a right-hander. It looked as though the ball was angling towards the Warner stand, but pitched straight and took the edge. Simpson had taken a step to the left, then had to dive back to the right. Chance had gone by then, as there's first runs off Overton. Be a couple just straight and mid-off. They'll think about a third. They might get back to it, and they will comfortably forward.
That's got my anxiety up, Kev, because it's just taken me back to the days when I really struggled here. When people like Gus were bowling from the Pavilion end, they would angle it in, and you'd get caught on your left foot thinking it's going down the leg side. It'll just straight, and they'll nick it, and before you know it, you've moved, but you're thinking it's going to first slip, but it's actually gone between you and first slip because you've made that early move down the leg side. And it is one of those tough grounds to keep on. The slope, it does make it, does affect it, and also the wobble is pretty bad here.
We're going to have a serious chat, because I've remembered now. It was pretty much the line. I was looking at Simpson. I was thinking over the years, it's been a long while since I was lucky enough to have you and Scotty up here regularly with me. But from a keeper's point of view, you've got Overton now running down the hill, looking to jag it back into a right-hander. As a keeper, you're lining it up like a batter, aren't you? It's straight away out of the hand. You've got to make an early call. To make on that one.
This would be my nightmare, Overton coming in, because he also does shape the odd ball. So he's coming in. So the key is to basically, for me, it's key not to be too wide of off stump here. I would be tight to off stump, because that gives me a better gauge if the ball is going down the leg side. The issue comes, it's when it sort of straightens up and they do nick it. If you just get caught on that left foot this end, it's really, really tough. So you want your first slip a little bit narrower to your this end.
Well taken single. It's Robson off the mark. So talk me through. You know that Lords with the slope, even on the flattest of days, that slope's going to create a variation. But if Lords is seaming that day, you've got a sloped and you've got a seaming surface to take into account. How are you lining it up? What are you looking at from? Well, let's start from the Pavilion end where Overton is at the moment.
So this to a left-hander, I'm happy to be wider. Because Overton's basically going to look to generally take it away from the left-hander. So it's unlike, if it's going to go down the leg side, I can get on that foot. I know where it's going to be, but I'd be wider to the left-hander. It's almost easier to keep this end to the left-hander down the hill. Where I struggle was this end to the right-hander if a bowler's running it in. The other end I found very easy generally, because it would be taking it down the hill.
Around the wicket he comes. With the over 5 of that loss.
Again, like here to the left-hander, you can have your first slip a bit wider, because you're generally going to be going in that direction. You need your slip a bit narrower to the right-hander. It's tough. It's little things, like I used to struggle with the wobble massively with Nanty Hayward, when Nanto Hayward used to play for us. He used to get a horrific wobble on the ball, and it was really, really difficult. You know, bowled speed of light, and no one would, in the crowd, they'd be like, well, you know, he's just clanged another one there. He's just gone straight through to him. How's he dropping it? But the wobble can be excessive here, and it's a lot harder. I remember at Gilchrist, when his first year, he had an absolute shocker. He had about 20 byes. You know, he just kept missing it.
There on the spot again from Henry. This is the end we're talking about, though, isn't it? Right arm over now to the right-hander, to Robson. So there's a batter lining himself up. I mean, it's something that we're accustomed to talking about a lot. The batter lining himself up, the bowler getting his lines right, but with the keeper, where it's seaming a lot on this one. Now, the shape is generally, the slope is going to take it away from the right-hander, but that seam movement. It's a beaut again. There it goes down the slope. So there's your stop delivery.
He shouldn't be playing at that though. Robbo's a top player. You know, he's played half a bat there. He shouldn't really. He knows that's a leave ball. That's a 4 1/2 fifth stump ball that he should be leaving.
And for a keeper, you've seen him always taking that in front of secondaries. He's charged away to his right-hand side. But it's when that ball's that little bit straighter and they're targeting the stumps. There's the one. Gets away down the leg side, just a little tuck off the hips. In fact, it is just the hip guard. It's going to be 4 leg byes, but that's a decent example of what we're talking about in terms of the keeper here at Lords. Now, this was the kind of line that it straightened. Well, that one's held its line up the slope. The one that straightened to Bartlett took the edge. Simpson's made that first movement to go to his left, and then he's kind of in no man's land. Can you pouch it with one thrown out right glove to get back into position? Oh, is that a tickle? No, it's not. Good tumbling take behind the stumps.
Just off it this over, Henry, isn't he? Like from that first over, which was absolutely beautiful, just straying a bit, just getting a bit. I think he's actually sort of he's gone wider, and just looking to try and get MLB here and just spraying it down the leg side.
Down the leg side, is it? Well, he was thinking about charging in to try and take the catch, wasn't he? Was there an inside edge as it ballooned up? He was caught in 2 minds as to whether to appeal or run for it.
Yeah. This is tough. This is good. This is good bowling from Henry. Dangerous, isn't he? Wicket taker, isn't he? Can go for a few, Henry, but takes wickets.
It's up there for Stoneman, for Robson to get forward. End of the over, Stoneman will have strike 9 for no wicket. It sounds as though you haven't let go of the game at all. You're still up to speed with it all.
Absolutely love it. As I say, I follow it every day. Middlesex in the blood. Since a young boy, went through all the age group teams, and you know, follow Middlesex through and through. Under 9 I started, and I think I finished at 32. So 23 years involved with the club. It's it's the best club. Certainly the best club in London. I would even go as far as saying the world.
Well, it was a tough weekend last weekend for Middlesex. Defeat to the rivals.
Yeah, we don't. That's gone from memory.
Edged, is it? No. Well, full and outside off. Stoneman flashing at it. He was given out actually at the Oval, and he hadn't nicked one last week on the Sky cameras. We all saw that one. Pretty rough dismissal for him.
I think that caught the footholes. There. And it's just, it's taking the footholds, you see there. I can see it, and still got the eyes, Kev, haven't I? I might have the gut and the moves now, but the eyes are still working.
Oh, what a leave that is. Goodness me, this is a challenge. That was a challenge for the keeper, though, as you say. That one out the foothold there. Wow, that one really flew, which is why it looked as though was there an edge involved.
God, yeah. And day 2, that day 2 in that foothold, that's obviously a real big foothold. Day 2. God, that's gone big.
So yeah, just going back to one of my questions. So as a keeper, much as a batter, early out of the hand, you're having to judge line, you're having to judge length on the release, but obviously you've got that little bit longer to not so much look at it, because the reaction time, I guess, what's the difference between walking out there as a batter, as you did, and you're facing it and you're lining it up out of the hand, and lining it up as a keeper? Is there a big difference in terms of what you're looking for, the time you're looking for things, or because obviously once it passes a batter, it can be swinging still?
Yeah, totally different game. Keeping here is really, really tough, Kev.
Was there a big difference between the release out of the hand when you're batting and when you're keeping?
No, because the big thing Langer taught me was you have to watch the ball, and there's watching the ball and there's watching the ball. The reason Justin Langer was so good is because he literally, your eyes must be glued to that bowler's hand throughout the process of him running in to release. And that was when I got into trouble when I batted, that I wasn't actually, I thought I was watching the ball, but I wasn't really watching the ball.
With the over 9 without loss.
Langer was the best, mate. Langer was unbelievable. Taught me so much about watching the ball, and keeping. It's my anxiety. I had a lot of cricketing anxiety when I played, and a lot of it came from the keeping. The batting I had no issue, because you only pretty much felt that you were going to let yourself down when you were batting. But if you clang one, that you felt that you were letting everyone else down, not just the lads out there, your club, the coaches on the balcony. And I found that was a real tough thing to sort of take on board. And it was really tough. Like, it was something that I let your parents are there supporting you, and you clang one, and the crowd are sort of going, guys, clanged one, and it's a tough gig.
I often talk to people about cricket that it is one of the mentally toughest games, because it's a group of individuals playing a team game. So one, you're out there on your own as a batter, as a bowler, as a keeper. Then you're back in the dressing room, part of a team environment. Again, that change between the two, the transition between the two, but doing what you're doing well individually and doing it. Now for a keeper, you're relentlessly taking that ball behind the stumps. Meantime here, they've just gone, well, fifth slip's come out now behind Simpson, moved back to backward point. So 4 slips once more. But probably a keeper, you're the most team player in the individual's game.
You got to keep the energy up. You got to keep the banter up. That's probably why I had a job for so long, because I kept the banter up out in the field, because we were out in the field a long time, because our bowlers didn't take too many wickets. So regularly we were out there for 140, 150 overs, and obviously I booked all the nightclubs and the away games on the Saturday night as well, Kev. Well played, that rubber. Good balance. Yeah, it's tough. Cricket, you're under the microscope when you're keeping. You're like the football goalkeeper, aren't you? If you make one mistake in a day, you've had a shocking day. If you catch 4, you're expected to catch them. You can't really win with it as a keeper. And now you got to get runs as well. It's definitely a tough gig. But look at the England side. The Folkes Bairstow thing. I was truly shocked. I'm not going to lie. I thought Folkes was nailed on. I thought they would get rid of Crawley and Bairstow would shuffle. But fair play to McCullum. I was a bit shocked though personally. So I'd have Folkes in my team.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting summer ahead. Certainly, I'm sure he'll be keen to make a point now for Surrey. Get back in that side. We'll have a look to see how the scores are going elsewhere in a moment, actually. But yeah, so just back to that point of for the keeper, slip, second, third. They'll get chances that come their way, but the keeper relentlessly, that ball's hitting the gloves, hitting the gloves. Talk about it being a team sport played by a group of individuals. That's not the way for the keeper. The keeper's actually carrying the weight of the side, because you are never out of the game, really. And
this isn't easy. This here, right arm over, round the wicket to the left-hander. Easy for him, Davies here, to get on his right foot, because the ball you think is going to angle in, and you just see it angling. You're thinking it's going down leg side. It doesn't angle in as much. It holds, nicks it, and then your weight's on the wrong side, a little bit like you said, Simo, yesterday.
Oh, it lifts. Snowman had a little tickle at it under the over, 10 without loss. Yeah, we saw that in the last game here. In fact, it wasn't the last game. It was the last game on this end of the square, the top end of the square, where Bamble was right arm around that first morning to Ben Duckett, who was on naught, and exactly that. Ball angled into the left-hander, nicks it, and it goes in between Simpson and Eskenazi that way, but obviously just shifted slightly for Simpson. And
I've been
straight
there.
Through the pair.
There's no worse feeling that I've been there. And Simo's absolutely brilliant, isn't he? Let's be honest, he's one of the best keepers in the country, particularly standing up. You know, Simo's not let us down for many years. He's been an absolutely brilliant cricketer for this club, and you know, he should be praised because he's been tremendous.
It's a great start to the over again for Overton. This is testing stuff. Still 20 minutes to go until lunch. It's going to be a long old 20 minutes for those two, but that's what you're in the game for. You want to test yourself against the best, and in testing situations, they've got that now, Robson and Stoneman. Yeah, he's been outstanding this year. As we said, here at Lord's, the ball has seemed an awful lot this summer so far. So it's been a real test for the batters, but especially for the keepers.
This looks a good cricket wicket to me, though, Kev.
Oh, it is, but
looks
good seam movement.
Yeah,
it's not been.
Yeah.
This has been a brilliant pitch. This one.
Like the oval, I thought the oval was brilliant. Had bounce, didn't it? Had carry. It swung. It nipped. You know, I thought it was brilliant cricket last week. And when we were 160 for one, I was on the text to Stewie and Batty, giving them loads. I had to eat a bit of humble pie, unfortunately.
You weren't.
Well, stupid. Got a bit giddy, as I have been known to over the years, Kev. Yeah, it was all looking so good, and 40 odd for 9 was a bit of a. It was a few daggers to my heart. I'm not going to lie there.
Did the phone light up in return at that point?
Yeah, Stewie's not one to. He's not shy in coming forward, Stewie.
That's nicely played by Robson. Be a couple. It's a big boundary down there, so not going to be a boundary on this occasion. Plenty of time for long leg to get around.
It's got to be a good side at the top of that Surrey team when they're all out though for to win the championship, isn't it? Really.
Well, so going into the game, if Middlesex was to have a chance, they were going to have to be at the absolute top of their game, Middlesex, to keep up with Surrey. If Surrey are at the top of their game, the side they had. No Kemar Roach this week. He's gone home for family reasons.
That Roach and Worrell opening partnership they bowled as bad as I've seen them, those two, in that first spell, and you know, we cashed in, but Worrell showed, didn't he?
We started well, Roach, didn't he, to Stoneman. The spell to begin to Stoneman was outstanding, but didn't bowl as well to the right-handers as he did the left-hander.
Correct, and Worrell bowled too wide, didn't he? He didn't make us play at all. But you know, second innings bowled beautifully. He's a quality bowler.
Singleton the over, 13 without loss. Robson will keep the strike.
But we have to be honest, Kev, like, you know, Surrey have got big, you know, I was looking to see that they made over £8 million of profit last year. You know, they can afford to pay these players and get the big players in. We're not at that level because obviously we don't own our own ground. So, you know, we've got to be realistic. You know, Richard Johnson and Alan Coleman and the team we've put together in the backroom staff, they are absolutely brilliant, and they bleed Middlesex, and that's what it's all about. But we cannot compete. The truth is, we cannot compete with the likes of Surrey because we haven't got the checkbook to do it.
That's a well taken single to Backle point. Rotating the strike, a big thing here for the right-hander and left-hander. Well, when Angus Fraser took over, one of the things that he immediately identified when he became director of cricket back in 2009 was the route from club cricket through to the first 11. It was a concern for him. He said, where is that pathway? Where are the pathways from all of the clubs through to the first 11? That was something that he desperately wanted to put right. And there's a great crop of youngsters that, well, 10, 14 years later now, have come through as a result of that.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant to see. You know, how many are coming through the Surrey system. You know, these other clubs. At least we've got a lot of homegrown players that are being given an opportunity. And I think there'll be a few more boys, like probably in the sort of T20 in and around the squad, like that young Fernandez and people like that, who are, you know, quality cricketers. So I do love what we're doing, and you know, the fact that we got promoted last season, I thought it was an unbelievable. I think Johnson, you know, Roland Jones, Murtagh, all the, you know, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. It really was.
Well, Somerset are another good example, aren't they, of young talent? Yes, Siddle and Overton. Siddle and Henry here alongside Overton, but Overton, Gregory, Leach. Some serious young talent, local talent from Somerset that's been well developed, and they've done that well over the last decade or so. Seem to keep churning them out.
They have. Abel's been great, hasn't he? They're a proper club, aren't they, Somerset? Let's be honest.
They really are. Right in the heart of town as well.
Yeah, you go there for a T20 night, it's always full. You go to a 4-day game there, it's busy. You know, it's a very well-run club. You know, a lot of continuity. Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr, they know what they're doing. And let's look at this team. It's a pretty strong team. You know, batting-wise, I think they probably fall a little bit short, but bowling-wise, Jesus, amazing.
400 on the board. They'll be feeling pretty good in this one. That's why there's a sharp focus on this top order for Middlesex, who, well, they, as I say, they're missing Peter Malan, but Test's opening pair in Robson and Stoneman never played together for England due to a bloke called Sir Alistair Cook, but 2 Test openers for England.
He wasn't the worst, was he? Luton fan as well.
Luton, really?
Yeah, massive Luton fan.
That's a lovely ball. Has to play at the angle that Henry delivers that.
Gone wide of the crease, angled in, just nipped away, kept down a bit, kept a bit low.
Peter Malan was saying that. He said what he's noticed of Lords in his first year is that, you know, catches, and well, you'd be a man to tell us that catches seem to go a little bit lower here, whereas you go to the Oval and there's a lot of bounce. It's just a bit lower at Lords, he said.
Totally different. Totally different. It's more skiddy at Lords. I found it's definitely a lot lower. You got to stand a bit closer here, whereas at the Oval you can stand deeper. It's so much easier to keep at the Oval, in truth. You know, it's a tough place to keep here, particularly like I struggled against Murali Kartik to a left-hander out the rough. I used to find him really, really tough. No, it wasn't easy.
They're a pair of characters in their own right, Tufnell and Kartik.
God, I don't think you could get 2 more different people. Murali Kartik, love Murali, but probably the most high-maintenance cricketer I've ever played with. And then you've got the cat. Well, Jesus, if he turned up, you were happy. You'd done well if he turned up.
Don Bennett was still going when you started. I think I've asked Angus Fraser this a few times, but how on earth did Don Bennett handle Phil Tufnell?
Well, almost impossibly, to be honest. But he was just very honest with Tuffers, and I always remember that Don said, "Tuffers, you need to play some club cricket the weekend, but you're not bowled well enough in this game." So he said, "Yeah, Don, I'll be there." And Don turned up to watch, and obviously there was no Tuffers. And then on the Monday morning, he said, "Oh, Tuffers, how'd you go at the weekend?" Tuffers went, "Oh yeah, went all right, Don. Yeah, got too far, but went all right. Yeah, bowled all right, not too bad, mate." And he went, "No, you didn't, you absolute liar." And then Don absolutely lost it with him, and he chased him round the ground. And it was hilarious. Tuffers telling the old porky pie that he'd played club cricket when he hadn't. Not much got past Don Bennett, I'll tell you, hard man.
And well, indeed, David Nash alongside myself, Kevin Hand, Norman Cowans with us earlier. Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association having their annual events here today. And benches unveiled today for JT Murray, Alan Moss as well at tea in the Coronation Garden next to the benches of Titmus and the man we were just talking about, Bennett, as well.
JT Murray was always so good to me. Used to come to Portugal pre-season when we used to do our trips out there to Barrington's, Valdelobo. He was always brilliant on advice. Lovely man, JT. Always great for confidence. Always picked everyone up. And it was all. I can't wait to see all the boys today, because that was the you know, we lived our best life, didn't we? With our mates coming in, playing cricket, the game we love with our friends, and nothing better. We're absolutely truly blessed. Probably more stories in our day though, Kev.
Oh, a lot more.
God almighty, the banter that we had back then. I remember all the wind-ups. You know, you used to have to room with Chad Keegan, who was 26 years old, but he was acting like a 9-year-old. And you know, I'd walk into the room and he'd go boo and scare me, or I'd just be lying in bed and he'll just pour a whole cup of water over me. And it'd be good to see Chad again today, but it was some extraordinary characters. I remember we used to do the wind-ups on the way home because we'd be bored on the cars. We never had a coach, so we'd be right, who are we winding up today? And I remember ringing up Compton saying, right, we'll wait as he bowls in. Yeah, Nick Compton, so we'd get him, I'd ring up and say I was Brian Rose from Somerset and we wanted to sign him on £1 million contract over 5 years. And he was like, oh, he was so interested. And then I remember that we started texting him from one of the boys' numbers and saying, oh, it's Brian, look, what's happening, compo, on this on this deal, are you coming back to it? Oh, it was hilarious. We had him hook, line and sinker. And Mo Ali. Do you remember Mo Ali?
I do.
Oh, he was in the day of he was our man to shine the ball, shall we say. So now, the odd time we had a bit reverse swing, so Mo had long nails, put it that way, and he had a bit of a go on the ball and he got 5 for it. And I remember ringing him up pretending to be John Carr from the ECB. I remember ringing him up, saying I was John Carr from the ECB, saying, well bowled today, Mo, well done on your 5-for, but we've got video footage that you've been excessively tampering with the ball. To which Mo, being very honest, said, oh no, which probably shouldn't have been his reply. And John said, well, we expect you to come in tomorrow morning and we're going to take finger clippings of your nails. And
it's a well-run single.
Great times. Definitely good fun.
So I think Muhammad Ali packed up at Middlesex 2006. So we play a game. It's Hampshire, that one. Southgate 2006. Oh, he's bowled him. Sloman's gone for 7. Henry has had a great start here. He's been at both of these openers relentlessly, and he gets that one through. Sloman a little shake of the head, but Henry has given a real test to this opening pair from Middlesex.
Did that look like it nipped back? The way he played it, I don't know. Did it nip back and actually beat him outside edge?
Have a look on the replay. Through the gate, certainly nipped back.
Jeez.
Down the slope, and Sloman disappointed, has to make his way off. Similar to the one that Roach got him with last week, around the wicket, been nipping them away, and then got the one to nip back through the gate.
I mean, to look at it, he looks like he's covered up well there, doesn't he? He really does. I mean, that is a very good delivery, let's be honest. That's a good delivery.
And that is Lords as well, isn't it? Especially for an opening batter. You know, there's a lot of focus, I think, a little unfairly on Robson and his judgment on the off stump. You know, you come here and watch at Lords. Well, we've just talked about it at length from a keeper's perspective, having to judge the line, the length here at Lords from either end. And the challenge for the off stump. Challenge for Stephen Eskenazi coming out at 3. No Peter Milan, so he's elevated back up the order to where he began his Middlesex career at number 3.
This boy, I think, is an absolute class player. I know he hasn't really done it this year. Class individual, very, very bright boy, very the type of boy that you want in your changing room. And I think he's a serious batter. I really, really do. And I know we haven't seen much of him so far this year, but you know he's quality. What's the umpire saying here?
Not sure. Chat was there. No idea. But Eskenazi, who is a Big Bash winner. Got a call up to the 100 this year. Outstanding season in white ball cricket last year. There's a big job to do. Coming in at 3 against an attack that's on top form at the moment. Oh, look at that. And he's on a hat-trick, Henry. What a ball to get first up for Eskenazi. Incredible delivery. Just nips away on that off stump, forcing him to play. Eskenazi goes for a duck. Henry's on a hat-trick.
And that looked an absolute seed, didn't it? Let's be honest. Feel for Esky. I mean, that is a top nut first ball.
What do you do with this?
Oh.
Good take behind the stumps as well. Credit to the keepers, as we've been saying this morning. Testing for them, but for a batter first up. I mean, that's taking off stump out of the ground. He's got to play at it.
Angled in, nipped away. Great line, great length. Just a seed first up, isn't it? That's the game.
So, the batting order sees Holden in at 4. Everybody's gone up 1 then, so White will come in at 5 in the absence of Milan. Middlesex 20 for 2. They were 20 for 5 that first game of the season here against Essex when Holden departed in that one. It was the tough top order for them. Stoneman, Robson, Eskenazi, Milan in between in that one. All 4 gone for ducks. And here, 7 for Stoneman, 0 for Eskenazi, and Holden out to face a hat-trick ball. That's, well, potentially won't. That was the last ball of the over, wasn't it? So it'll be the start of the next over. It could be Robson to face it. Some relief for Holden. He doesn't have to come out immediately to that hat-trick ball. But this is tough, and Middlesex knew it would be. 404 is a very, very big score here from Somerset.
It's doing a bit, isn't it? It really is.
It's a great track, this one, as we've been saying. You know, 400 on the board, but this is an attack. I went out there on the first morning and just asked 1 or 2, how's it looking? And I said similar to the Nottinghamshire one, but harder. You see a month or so down the line from the Nottinghamshire game now, so the square's just getting that little bit drier. Suit the pace of this Somerset attack, especially this big man. Craig Overton will be very keen to get in amongst the wicket action before lunch. 4 minutes left until the interval. And Overton, I don't think, particularly impressed that Robson delaying slightly. 4 slips go down. Comes onto the hip of Robson. They'll surely get 1 more before lunch. It's just ticked to 3 minutes too, so it will be tight. Whether that was what the umpires, I don't know. Were the umpires saying that perhaps? It seemed tight. Eskenazi was barely out there, so it couldn't have been that. But well, I imagine that Middlesex will try and take their time here through till the interval.
It's going to be tough today. Just need a partnership, don't we? Need a partnership, Kev.
That's clipped nicely. Robson will get into double figures. Might do so with the boundary. It's a long old chase out to the tavern stands. They're back 4-3, so Holden comes on to strike for the first time. Well, it was 10 for 2 in Somerset were in trouble yesterday morning. Then a partnership of 183 for the third wicket between Abel and Bartlett. Middlesex desperately need something like that now from Robson and Holden.
I just so hope Maxie can get some runs today. I mean, he's got all the talent, hasn't he? He really has. Such a lovely lad as well. This is a big knock for Maxie.
4 slips go down. Good stride from Holden to meet that one. 3 to come at the over. There's that 3 for Robson, just pushed a little bit of extra time into this over that it'll be lunch, and Henry will have to wait for his hat-trick ball. Yeah, Holden, much like Eskenazi, absolutely gun white ball player for Middlesex now, T20 opener, List A record holder, took it off Strauss. You may have been playing in that game at the Oval when Strauss hit the List A record against Surrey.
Don't remember it, Kev, but I don't remember yesterday. In truth, I am seeing Strauss tonight, though. I'm at the pub in the park with him tonight.
Oh, where's that? Which
in
park?
Marlow. He's playing in a cricket game for Chris Evans' 11 against Tom Kerridge's 11 this afternoon, and then having a bit of dinner and a couple of sherbets later. No.
Oh, Holden will be back. There's a thought of a single that was never there. Nervy moments. Now, how quickly can they get through this delivery? Old Father Time. Old Father Time will be ticking very close to 1 o'clock. I was told that Grant Stewart in the last match here, Peter Lamb was telling me yesterday, I didn't know he'd hit Old Father Time. Clipped him, yeah, onto the legs. Here's what could be the last ball before lunch. Big stride in from Holden. And, well, how close are we ticking? I think they've got away with it. It's lunch here on day 2 at Lord's. 23 for 2. Henry, 2 for 7. He'll have to wait until after the interval for the hat-trick delivery. Holden surviving 4 deliveries before lunch. Robson doing well with 11 from 34. Incredibly testing time that the Middlesex batters have had. As you'd well expect, Overton has bowled beautifully. Henry's got a couple, and they've still got Siddle and Gregory to come as change. 4:04 on the board for Somerset. David Nash, it's very much the visitors' game so far.
Yeah, probably in truth, probably got 100 too many, didn't they? I know we put a few down yesterday. Speaking to Jono earlier, yeah, he reckoned par was around sort of 300, 280, 300. So look, we're a bit behind the 8 ball here, but look, this is a big partnership, isn't it? And Robbie White, the one thing about Robbie's a fighter, and Robbie knows his game. So look, Simo, Higgins, Lukey, we've got really got to guts it out. It's going to be tough. But this is going to show a lot about our makeup. It's not easy. It's proper attack. So going to show a lot today.
David Nash, it's been lovely to see you again. Thank you very much for your time on the mic. Hope to see more of you. Don't see enough of you up here.
Kev, honestly,
I know you're in more than you tell me.
You are an absolute legend, and let's keep believing. Let's keep backing all the middle, and backing Johnson and all the team, because they're great people, and we are building something special. But it might be a bit of time. But thanks for having me.
Well said, David Nash. Very, very good to see you. Lovely to have you up here. Well, join us back. They say 1:40 play to resume. It was bang on 1 o'clock when they got off, to the relief of that Middlesex pair out there at the moment, I am sure. Enjoy your time and the players' reunion. Maybe we'll see you later in the day, Nashy, but I'd imagine once things get going, we won't see anybody after that for the Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association. Great to see Norman Cowans as well this morning. Thank you for your company. Join us back just under 40 minutes then. 23 for 2. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Umpires on the way, players on the way, and a couple of batters under a fair bit of pressure on their way out. Sam Robson and Max Holden. Big job to do. Former opening partners for Middlesex, of course, Holden and Robson. 10 overs gone. Fresh ball and a pacey attack. That man taking off the sweater is going to be on a hat-trick immediately after lunch. Matt Henry picking up. Mark Stoneman bowled for 7. Eskenazi caught Davis for a first baller, and it's going to be Sam Robson's face the hat-trick ball immediately after the interval. Very, very tough first over that Henry delivered up to Robson, but it was Stoneman he eventually managed to remove. And now Middlesex have an uphill task in this innings, but it was 10 for 2 Somerset, and they recovered masses. Somerset now with the ball will certainly be saying to themselves, don't give Middlesex a chance. Hat-trick ball coming up for Henry. Four slips in place. A wide silly mid-on. The New Zealander Henry is on a hat-trick. Well left. Fair old bit of wobble on that one from Henry. So much to look for through the air, off the surface. Just seemed back up the slope. Swinging through to the gloves after it passed the batter. It's tight. That's one thing this right-handed, left-handed partnership are going to have to do. Rotate that strike. Do not let the bowlers settle in against them. Special spell of bowling from Henry so far. It's his first ball to Holden, I think. And Holden does well, pushes a single just wide of mid-off to get off the mark, yes. Holden faced 4 balls from Overton before lunch, so spared the hat-trick ball. And Stoneman was gone. It's the 5th ball. Henry's 5th over, and Eskenazi was gone to the 6th. Beautiful shot. Henry putting it up there, looking to give it a chance. Reach for the long chase, they've taken 3. Very well run, Max Holden, he's comfortably through. Robson pushing through to the danger end. Big pressure here for this Middlesex middle order now. It's been a tough start to the season with the bat, tough return to Division 1. It should be a tough afternoon. There's a lovely ball from Henry around the wicket. Holden just having to try and get in line for that one. Now Lewis Gregory on from the pavilion end. Man who loves Lords. Nice start for Robson though, driving him down the grounds. Not gone fully through with it, Robson. .31 for 2. Well, Middlesex have just basically got to think about batting the day as the sun comes out here at Lords. There is a threat of a shower this evening. One or two scattered apparently around, but we'll hope for a bit more of this sunshine this afternoon. They don't need Somerset getting any help from the overheads. They've got a pacey and experienced attack. And a good sporting wicket. But you drop it there, you're going to give Holden a chance, and erring on the side of positivity. Holden's first boundary, powerfully put away. Very well run. This is exactly what Holden and Robson have to do this afternoon. Overthrows as well. They'll get back for a couple. It's a very, very good lead by Max Holden. Around the wicket. Had to hope that the seam didn't bring that back up the slope. The angle was certainly bringing it that way. Couple more for Holden. It certainly looks as though he's coming out with quite a positive mindset, Max Holden. Scored a 50 in that win against Nottinghamshire in that incredible chase. At the top end of the square where this track sits. The Somerset approach that with the bat, use of the feet, going down the track, outside the line, leaving alone. 39 for 2. 25 now Holden. Former England under-19 captain, England Lion. First class average of 27, which doesn't really do him any justice whatsoever. 3 centuries, 16 50s. Made his debut on loan at Northamptonshire in first class cricket. In 2017. This summer he got 43 in the second innings at the Oval. 53 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire here. Inside edge that one from Henry. Sort of happily take the single. He got 25 in the second innings against Essex in the opening defeat. And that single figure return for him in each of the innings so far, other than those 3. Desperate to well, not only get to another 50 here, but do it in the first innings as well. A few more shots like that'll help. Holds it into double figures. Glorious cover drive. So did Robson at the start of the summer when he was waiting for a few runs still. That he looked in a really good place, Sam Robson. Particularly had too many concerns that the runs would come soon enough for him. That one's given a bit more oomph. Wasn't quite the half volley of the ball before. Holden finds that short boundary once again. Around the wicket to the left-hander, happy to go after it. There's the kids in, secondary school kids today. Now that's going to be very close and it's gone. Holden leaving alone, angling around the stumps, around the wicket and in towards that off stump. And Henry knew in that appeal that he had him all ends up. 48 for 3. Misjudgment here from Holden. No shot offered. Holden didn't even look up for the umpire, just kept his head down, heard the celebration. A misjudgment from the left-hander after a promising start. Well, back he goes, only 16 balls in, 17 to his name. The runs were starting to get there, but it's that time in the middle. Robson 39 deliveries now. A partnership between Abel and Bartlett when they managed to get something around 50 deliveries faced each on the boards. Brings Robbie White out for his first bat of the season for the Middlesex first team. He's only had 3 innings away from the first couple of innings for Ealing last weekend. But much like many cricketers suffering in April and May, try and get time in the middle. Well, time is certainly on Middlesex's side here. There's a lot of time required out in the middle. There's a long way to go to haul this innings around. But if you want 2 nuggety and gritty players, then there you 2. When White seemingly nailed his place down in the middle order for Middlesex, it was for exactly that reason. Being gritty, being nuggety, getting in and hanging in there. Got a 99 at Kent in a desperate situation with cloudy skies. Holding innings together in 2021 for Middlesex, maybe 2022 indeed. No, 21 it was. 2020, the COVID year. 21 down in Canterbury. End of the over. Holden gone. Middlesex 3 down. Somerset right on top. Let's have a look. Chipping away a couple of lovely drives. This one just comes back in it in pace. Just misjudged it, out of the line, got the line, out of the hand, got the line wrong. An early decision to leave. And Henry knew straight away he had him. There's very little hope that the umpire was not going to raise the finger on that one. No shot offered. He was trying to get forward and across, even if he was outside the line of off. No shot offered, and he had to go. 30 years of age now, Lewis Gregory. Debut back in 2010 in a list A match for Somerset against the touring Pakistanis. First class debut against Worcestershire at Taunton the following year. Wow. Let's be sharp there. 49 for 3. Gregory played a fair part in the Somerset victory here in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021. Picked up 5 for in the first innings, 5 for 68. As Middlesex were skittled for 313. They'd take that in this innings. Oh, it's going to be close as well. It's gone. White's out for a second ball duck. Middlesex are 49 for 4. White looks disappointed. The finger went up quickly. Gregory in Somerset had no doubt at all. Gregory's love affair with Lords continues. Did he get outside the line of off? Not really. White looked disappointed. I don't think he was that far across. Either or would have gone upstairs if they had the chance, I think. But I think it would have come down in the bowler's favour. 49 for 4. Trouble here for Middlesex. White's first knock of the season. Doesn't last long. Well, if they need some hope, Middlesex, that 313 and the 5 for Gregory, there was a century in that match. Sam Robson hit 165 of that 313. And remember, at the end of the game, there was a lot of chatter about him getting a chance once more for England. Here's a man that got a chance for England alongside Lewis Gregory. John Simpson, one of the players that was called up. Well, it was effectively an England C team against Pakistan in 2021. Bailed him out a few times this season, Simpson. Higgins likewise. All the way back to that first game against Essex. 20 for 5. And Higgins and Simpson managed to get something going for Middlesex. Both of them got 50s. More than ever, Middlesex need that first century of the summer from somebody. Simpson's first ball. A bit of a yelp from behind the stump. Was it pad first? Simpson came shuffling forward. He scored 63 in the first innings of the season, 19 in the second innings of that match against Essex, then 32 and 15 at Northampton. Drawn into one there. Good over again from Gregory. Picked up White, second ball duck, LBW. 49 for 4, and big trouble here for the hosts. Six and 17 against Notts, 12 against Kent, and then 0 and 23 against Surrey for Simpson. Sam Robson, just the 150 to his name. Again, part of that starts the season. 0, 3, 4, 12, 17, 12, 20. The run of innings that he had until he got 41 not out in the second innings here against Kent. Then 76 at the Oval in that partnership of 152 for the second wicket with Peter Milan last week. 22 in the second. And he angles that back in again. Robson notes the seam movement. Good again from Henry right up there. You see Simpson actually is playing that quite late. It's not got a long way forward there. This is going to be treacherous stuff at the moment. Almost everything now hangs on that man. Higgins still to come. Holman, there's some decent batting. But Simpson with 44 balls faced, 45 now. Apologies, Robson. He will very much be looked upon as the man that they need to knuckle down, back up those runs. It's been steadily growing again. 0, 3, 4, 12, 17 and 12, and then the last 4 innings 20, 41, 76 and 22. Say looks in decent touch, Sam Robson. I've seen runs over the years when he's had a tough time, and 2015 will certainly be the roughest of periods that he had when he was dropped by England. It's the 50 up, 50 for 4 in the 15th. It's a run rate that you'd imagine will keep going as long as you're out there because of that short boundary in this game. It just seems to create gaps around the field. Protecting on one side also means that there's just holes on the other. Get it into space away there. There's 2s, 3s. It's a lot of grounds for those 3 fielders on the onside to protect. Clip to get off the mark. Simpson has a couple to his name. But yeah, Robson, 2015 was undoubtedly the toughest time he had. Shell shocked by being dropped by England, it looked. But he looks in reasonable touch this season, even with those run of low scores. 52 for 4. Just going back to that match in 2021 here, when Gregory piled on the runs and Robson got that century. Yeah, Gregory with the bats, he only managed 10 in the first innings. In the second innings, it was quite the run chase for Somerset. Right up there to Robson again. So yeah, Middlesex first innings, he returned 5 for 68 from 20. Somerset were then skittled for 172. Mercer 4, Bamber 3, Roland Jones 2, Anderson 1. But their Middlesex second innings all gone for 143. Eskenazi with 53, desperately trying to hold things together. Gregory 1 for 47, 3 for Overton, 3 for Davey, and 3 for Leach as Middlesex set Somerset 285 to win. 4-wicket victory. There was 84 for Abel, 76 for Bartlett unbeaten. But Gregory with 62 from 72 deliveries, 10 fours. He came out and just took the game away from Middlesex after lunch. And there was no looking back. Angled in again. Robson resisting. Played by Robson. Good stride in. To come of the over. Maiden over for Gregory, 1 for 12 from 3 for him. Robson, 50 balls faced now. Just be starting to get to that stage of the innings where he'll hope to be in a good position to start to build. Needs somebody to hang with him though. Simpson, Higgins and Holman. There's certainly plenty of batting there in the next 3, but an awful lot of runs required. Middlesex trail by 352. Conversation around the ground is that this is more a 300 track. Middlesex let Somerset get away from them this morning and yesterday. Bartlett's century has given a couple of lifelines on the way. Middlesex will have to hope that they get a helping hand from somewhere. '17 match here at Lord's. It was a draw. Again, it was another Lewis Gregory game. 137 he managed. Dean Elgar with 158 as Somerset racked up 443 for 9. It's a beaut. Floats past the edge. Middlesex 358 for 9 in reply. Gregory 3 for 59. Only for Gregory to bat in the second innings, 161 for 3. It's a ground that Gregory likes, no doubt about it. Ball for Simpson. Swansea 16 here was a draw as well between these counties. Gregor only managed 49 on that occasion though. He was caught Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Rayner. 109 for Chris Rogers in the first innings for Somerset, 376 all out. Some bloke called Mercer got a fifer. Gubbins got a century in reply as Gregory went wicketless for 102 from 22. Duck in the second innings, but it's a grounds. He just always seems to come up with something. Lewis Gregory, they'll have to watch him today. Runs in the first innings, be a real threat with the ball. 54 for 4 at the end of the 17th. Bit short on this occasion from Gregory. Robson giving it full face, didn't go powerfully through with it, he'll pick up a couple. Watchfully clipped that one by Robson. Looks like it had a bit of shape on it. Again, didn't go hard at the ball. Looks like it all shaped up for Robson to clip strongly into the onside. Kept it a little low, just skidded on from Gregory around the wicket. Wicket going down the leg side though. Even with the slopes doing a bit straightened from there. The Somerset win here came in 2013, an innings and 179 runs. Chula batting at number 9, scored 112 as Somerset were 4-4-9 all out. Edgy, but runs down to the vacant deep third. 4 of them. Simpson's first boundary. Playing it late from deep within that crease. Simpson. Gregory 2 for 14 as Middlesex skittled for 106, 3 for Macheda and 3 for Chawla. And in the second innings, Gregory 3 for 38 as Middlesex were all done for 164. .61 for 4 it is. Robson 24, Simpson on 8. Middlesex just about keeping them at bay for a moment. Good shot. Nice flow of the bat from Robson on that one, playing a little bit further away outside of the off stump, getting the rewards. Still very wary of the threat that Henry holds. Nice into slot that one though for Robson. Right back on the money. Henry. Robson right back on his stumps to defend it. Came seaming back in again. Back foot for Robson. This is a good tussle now between these two. Extremely experienced pair, that man at Lords, where over the years the scores have been on the low side for batters. Robson has a good average. Henry, this is a surface he'll like. It's got pace, it's got bounce, it's got movement. They've got a few back in here now to Robson. They're really pinning him back on that. Almost middle and off, right back on the stumps. Let's have a look at this one more time. It's not a long way forward at all from Robson. Really trying to play it late. But that will equally encourage Henry. Very good. Bat and ball. Top quality cricket in Division 1 of the County Championship. Robson resists. 4 off the over. 28 for Robson now, 65 for 4. Tough time for Middlesex so far. Stoneman, 7 runs to his name, 21 deliveries. Henry really gave he and Robson a working over at the top. His first over to Robson from Henry was superb. Eskenazi going first ball. Nicking off a ball that would have been slamming into the top of off stump otherwise. Just straightened on him. Holden not offering a shot to Henry from around the wicket, and then White rolling it back in to beat the inside edge. That one takes the outside edge. It'll be 4 more. Simpson into double figures. They're all giving a hearty chase, but way down the slope it goes. Every run counts at the moment for Middlesex. Well run, good throw underarm. Oh, now, have they? They have. Robson fezzes it through down the leg side and gone for 28. Gregory Well, he just loves a trip to Lords. Middlesex are 70 for 5, and all the hard work of Robson undone with a little tickle down the leg side. Let's have a little look. Slope angling down that leg side, but good bounce up towards the ribs, up towards that left armpit of Robson. So disappointed as he walks off. He can't believe it. Gregory slightly relieved, but well, with that slope, sometimes if it comes in, it might not bounce as much. That one still, even in coming back with the slope, kept its bounce, true bounce, doing for Robson down the leg side. It's a bit of a gimme for Somerset, but boy oh boy, when you're on a roll, you're on a roll. And for Robson, big disappointment. For Middlesex, big trouble. This man's rescued him a few times though, Ryan Higgins. Until Surrey, he'd scored a 50 in each of the first innings of the season so far, first 4 games. All of them in pretty desperate rearguard actions as well, as Middlesex fought hard against what's been a difficult summer for the top order so far. This pair in the first game of the season, 50s in that first innings against Essex. It wasn't enough, it gave Middlesex something to cling on to, but as Higgins walks out, he's got an awful lot to do yet again for his side. Had to, well, as the squad news ahead of this match revealed, both he and Milan were going to have late fitness tests to see how they went. Into that blow on the forearm at the Oval, a nasty blow it was as well. Really flush on the forearm. But he got it, and he did worry how much damage that may have done, but bowled well. Bowled Middlesex not out of trouble. 404 was a big first inning score here for Somerset. Over par was the fancy by about 100. Middlesex trailing by 334 and under an awful lot of scoreboard pressure, and an awful lot of pressure from the bowlers as well. So Gregory goes again, 3 to come of the over. Four slips behind Ryan Higgins. Down the track he comes again. That was very much the Somerset way of trying to negate what movement out there was. Be positive, get forward on that front foot, but with a little dance as well outside of off. 70 for 5. Tyrone Henderson is alongside me. He's been dragged away from the drink, well, from the lunch, shall we say. T, good to see you.
Thanks very much for having me. It's nice to be here again. It was a few games ago when I was here, and yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like the batting has improved too much, because I think the last time I was here, Middlesex were 4 for 4 the one innings, if I recall correctly.
Was it first game of the season you were, the Essex game?
That's correct, the first game I was here, yes.
Flown.
It's
the
certainly
6th round
has.
already, the 7th round indeed. 6th match for Middlesex, because they had a round off. 7 rounds into the summer, it's the first one with a good bit of weather. You brought the rail with you. End of the over. Another wicket for Somerset. 71 for 1. Scoreboard's disagreeing at the moment. But certainly Robson was gone for 28. Little tickle down the leg side off Gregory through to Davis. And now plenty for these two to do. How's the lunch? Has it finished yet? We've literally dragged you out of the middle of it, haven't we?
Yes, I was standing there having a chat with Chad Keegan and David Nash. And Mike Gatting was down there as well. I had a chat to him earlier, and Andrew Strauss. So yeah, just catching up with a few guys, having a few chats. No, just nice to catch up with a few guys I've played with over the past few years when I was here.
Money, the 2008 side down there, the 2020 winning side. You mentioned Nashy.
Nashy, because Chad Keegan, he finished just before sort of that season. I think he retired with a few injuries he couldn't overcome.
Overton back into the attack from the nursery end now, replacing Henry. Goodness me, that is a sharp single.
Yeah, well, it's just a very pleasant afternoon that Middlesex have put on there. A couple of the players have got capped. Some of the players from days gone by, a couple of the ladies that didn't get recognition in their day, and a couple of the disability cricketers. They also got a few caps. So it was a very pleasant afternoon that they put on outside there in the Coronation Gardens there.
Trying to think about 2008 side. It's Smith, Joyce. Smith was injured that season though, wasn't he? So he didn't play much of the T20. Started it as captain. Joyce took over the captaincy.
Correct, he did. Then Sean Udall at one stage was captained a couple of games as well. It's the only game I've ever played where the captain dropped himself because he didn't think he needed to be in the side because we played in the green top the one game. So the captain dropped himself, yes. But yeah, it was Dirk Nanners, Tim Murta's still running in here. I don't know how, but he's still going somehow.
He's older than you, isn't he, T? Nice shot. Strong hands from Simpson as ever, punching at that ball.
Simo, he was a youngster in those days, coming through playing twos cricket back then. Dirk Nanners, Neil Dexters, Gareth Bergs. We had all sorts of guys flying around in those days.
I was trying to think there wouldn't have been many walks. Karski and Udall with spinners. They're not here today. Ben Scott, the wicketkeeper, I did ask if he was coming. He's not. Couldn't make today. Nashi was always his understudy. That's one back for Scotty because Nashi was mean about him on the mic earlier. He's a great glovesman. Thankfully, he couldn't bat.
Scotty, Nashi, they were floating around as the keepers for the limited overs and the first class stuff. So it was a bit of a mix of guys. Nice to see some of them.
David Milan up at Yorkshire now. Owen Morgan's probably still in India with the IPL at the moment, isn't he? Commentating. Billy Godleman playing for Derbyshire. Yeah. It's a quick single taken by Simpson.
Yeah, Billy Godleman, for Derbyshire now. He was a youngster in those days, battling to make his way into the cricket scene then, and he seems to have done very well for himself, Billy.
Then the other big name, is he not there? Owen Shah, he'd have been one to be here today. Is he not out the back?
That never saw Ace at all. He's not floating around there. To be fair, I didn't see his name on the list of the names down on the table there, to be fair, so he obviously couldn't make it today.
End of the over, 77 for 5. There's a little slip and a slide, but all okay. Have you made it back to South Africa in between, or are you here for the summer now?
No, I'm here watching my son play a bit of cricket while he's at school over here. So, my wife and I are here just to support him in his cricket and see how it goes.
Who looks after the restaurant while you're away?
We've got people at home looking after the businesses for us. So, just
trusted manager.
Manageresses.
It's nice up there again. Cloud covers come over again. Nothing particularly overcast. It's really seam movement for the bowlers, and Somerset have been right at it here. This is what Middlesex had in mind yesterday morning. 10 for 2, but 193 for 3, by the fall of the next wicket. This really is an impressive Somerset bowling attack. Siddle, Overton, Henry has led the way. Gregory now fourth seamer, but very much a main man. And then still the spin of Leach if required.
Middlesex are going to have to do some deep digging, going to have to get that 250 to avoid the follow-on. So boys are going to have to dig deep here to get them there at this stage.
I have to admit that was already on my mind for Middlesex. It's a long way, isn't it, 250 from here. Even if they made 200 or so, you guess Somerset so early in the game. Somerset just decides to go again with the bat. Forecast good for the weekend.
forecast is looking decent, and yeah, maybe. Oh, depends how quickly they want to make a game of it.
Well run. Singles to be had with Pat Slipcorden as you'd expect at the moment for Somerset. I'll let any chance go that might come their way. Yeah, Sunday off in. Well, I suppose they'd have the Saturday night travel back on Sunday if they could do it in 3 days. Somerset. Plenty to do on a Sunday in London. Not much for you to do though. You've got to go back to coaching this evening. Hazelmere, is it?
Correct. Yes. Just keep me a little bit busy at times.
Slip in place for Higgins. Oh, look at that, go straight through him. Gregory thinks he has him, the umpire does not. There's been a few celeb appeals on display today. Former Gloucestershire man Higgins, of course. He left Lords in 2017 to go to the West Country. But he's going with the Somerset approach here, which is to get down the track and get outside the line of off. Oh, look at that. Go back through over the top of middle.
Great delivery that. As a batter, you've done well. You do well to hit a delivery like it, I'd say, because that's jagged back massively off the track that.
A little dance to the pitch to end the over. 22 gone. 78 for 5.
From the games I've seen and scorecards I've seen, Higgins certainly has been a man that has dug in down the order for Middlesex this season. He's got a few runs on the board, and yeah, he's going to have to dig in deep again with Simmer out there.
Yeah, 4 50s so far this summer for Ryan Higgins, and all came in the first 4 games of the season, each of them in a first innings, which is impressive going. They need another first innings return from him here. Simpson. First innings 50 as well against Essex, first game of the season. Around the wicket to the left-hander, going down. Oh, just skidded on from Overton, didn't get up from the big man. Simpson pinned on the back foot. Umpire happy it's slipping past leg stump. It's wide on the crease as he delivers it, angling back. Bit of seam movement as well. Simpson gets the benefit of the doubt. Camera not quite in line. The gantry just wouldn't stretch far across enough for this track. Plays the line, Simpson, and a nod for Overton, who undoubtedly will have a word or two for the Middlesex batters, trying to get under their skins at the moment.
And let's be fair, I think at the moment they've got the right to have a little bit of go at the Middlesex batters. No one's putting up that much resistance at this stage, unfortunately.
It's all they can do at the moment. Middlesex survive, keep the scoreboard ticking where they can, but overall it's got to put some overs on this ball, some overs into the legs of the Somerset attack. I had that stint at them before lunch, so to say that they're into their second spells now is overdoing it a little bit. Only 6 overs for Gregory, 7th now for Overton. Edged away, find a gully. 4 more. It's the 3rd boundary that Simpson's had down to the vacant deep 3rd. Gets him into the 20s. Say that a couple of them are into second spells with that break for lunch. We're yet to see Peter Siddle. And that one's played a little bit more convincingly by Simpson. Soft hands in the angle bat and runs him. Goes to 27. Middlesex 86 for 5. Right over the top of that one, Simpson. But yeah, Siddle will be next to have a go for Somerset. Not a bad 4th bowler to throw the ball to.
Not the worst player in the world to throw the ball to, that's for sure. But John looking a lot more solid in that second one. A lot better position at the crease. And a bit more control. But yeah, they need a lot more of those to dig them out of where they are at the moment.
2 for 26 from 6 for Gregory. He's done. Over to Peter Siddle. You're admiring his hairdo. See, you thinking of the same?
No, I'll just stay like I am, thank you. Even had the haircut yesterday, so I looked a little bit smarter today for the function at here in the gardens.
Nicely clipped away by Higgins. Just a single. 87 for 5. Stephen Eskenazi's got the blonde highlights as well at the moment. It's more an Australian thing than a South African thing, I think, is it?
Seems the moment the South African thing, I think, is more the long hair. If you look at Dale Steins and David Wiese and things, they're going well, the long hair route, not the blonde tips.
Yeah, Wiese's been away with Namibia, hasn't he? Changing allegiance, and had a fair bit of success with them away to the World Cup recently.
Yeah, he's done it well, and he's had a few guys in the IPL as well, but hasn't quite got going there.
That runs fine from Simpson. Plenty down to deep 3rd. It won't be a boundary on this occasion, but they will run 3. 90 for 5, Middlesex. Simpson on to 30. The run rate in this game's been remarkable. It's always been somewhere between 3.5 and 4. Short boundary certainly plays the part in that, but also the attack in fields, because the bowlers have felt in it all the way. Although Somerset did get on top of Middlesex on a number of occasions in their 404. That's really well played. Higgins might not get his first boundary for that one. That's a long old chase and, oh, agonising. The perfect boundary for Ryan Higgins. Well, if it isn't touching the rope, they've just run 4 anyway. 94 for 5.
Really nice shot. They're just flicking out the legs and letting them go down the hill there. Fantastic shot from Ryan Higgins. Good effort from the fielder.
It's chases like that that don't make you miss the game when you come back here. See. Lovely from Higgins. Use of the feet again. Just not letting Siddle settle here.
Siddle's definitely taking the bowlers on you. He's not sitting back and letting them bowl at him. He's taking it on and giving it at the bowlers. I suppose at this stage, best form of defence is attack. So might as well go on the attack and see where it goes from here, because there's nowhere else to go at this stage.
67 tests for Siddle, average of 30. 26.5 his average in first-class cricket. Ooh, has he? No, again, they thought they had him off the inside edge. Snip him back in. It's advance from Higgins to try and get down the track. Another smile on his face.
It's very similar to the one from Gregory from that side just now too. Nipping back nicely. Oh, went through, just caught the thigh pad on the way through. That's why they went up for it. Just a little nick on the pad on the way through.
That was whipped. There's a big chase here for Leach, is it? From long leg. Yes, it is. And we've taken 2 as Higgins has 11 from 10 now, 98 for 5.
Well, Higgins is certainly keeping the fielders on their toes. A couple of long chases down to the boundaries of mid-wicket side and square leg side. As you said, I definitely don't miss things like that on the cricket field anymore.
Yeah, Lords can be pretty cruel with well, the tracks so far. This is the 4th championship game of the season so far. 2 at the bottom end, so a short boundary to Old Father Time, and 2 at the top end, up to towards the grandstand. Sure, we were mentioning in the chat earlier with I think it was David Nash just before lunch. Old Father Time took a bit of thumping. The T20's back next week, which of course is your finest hour with Middlesex. 2008 win inside. Old Father Time was struck in that last match. I've not heard of that happening before. Stewart for Kent with a pickup shot clipped the legs of Old Father Time.
I've never heard of that happening, to be honest.
Lovely shot from Simpson. He and Roland Jones are the biggest hitters of the ball here at the moment. There's that powerful bottom hand coming into play. They've run 3. It's kept in. He hasn't gone too hard at it. But that's 100 up for Middlesex. 101 for 5. They're a quarter of the way there. 404 Somerset's first innings. What was your biggest shot here? I'd say Higgins and Simpson and Roland Jones, the biggest hitters of the ball at the moment. Yourself, you and Oace were probably the biggest hitters of that 2008 side.
I just used to go do my thing and block a few and see how it went. I never professed to doing anything.
Which was the biggest? Where did it go? Where was the furthest you hit it here?
Actually, I couldn't tell you. I'm not 100% sure. I used to just take it on and play, and whatever happened, happened. I just used to go enjoy myself. As I said, we entertainers, so my job was to entertain, and I did my best to do that when I went out there with the bat.
Finals day. Can you remember a particular shot on finals day?
I think it was my 3rd ball I faced. Steve Homerson ran, and if I recall, 'cause my son likes to watch the DVD at home, the bouncer was about 94 miles an hour, and I put it into about row K or something at the Rose Bowl there. That was one of the memorable ones, but the one before that, I hit him straight back over his head for 6 as well. But you don't expect England opening bowlers to pitch the next one up to you, though, if you do that.
That's nice from Higgins, straight to the mid-off. He picks up a boundary. 6-105 for 5. Partnerships worth 35 for the 6th wicket. Well, they've got form this summer, these two, coming together.
Beautiful cricket shot, that straight down the ground. Lovely to watch.
63 for Simpson, 70 for Higgins in that first game of the season. Then 32 Simpson, 70 Higgins in the second game at Northamptonshire. Both defeats, though. Cut off. Tumbling Gregory on this occasion. End of the 25th, 105 for 5. The Simpsons run came to an end then. 6 and 17 he got against Nottinghamshire, but Higgins with a crucial 53 in the first innings. He was 22 unbeaten. Middlesex managing to get to the win. That big chase in the final one. Then he got a 71 in the first innings against Kent, just 12 in the first innings for Simpson, and a big victory for Middlesex in that game. Last up, an awesome for these two in the first innings at the Oval. Higgins managed 42 in the second innings. Short mid-wicket coming in for Higgins. Again, that's in response to his advances, trying to access the onside. Looking back down the slope as well from Siddle. Sure, there'll be a little chat out there for Higgins as well. So those years with Gloucestershire, coming back last year, the end of 2022, had a couple of games before the season was done for Middlesex. Left at the end of 2017. Middlesex were desperate for him to stay. Couldn't convince him. Yeah, struggled for a combative all-rounder for many years, Middlesex. Since some bloke called Henderson. You'll be watching on. The T20 starts on Thursday. Middlesex against Surrey here at Lord's. Hampshire the next day.
Yeah, I think I might be heading down to the GS to go watch the Hampshire, because I know the coach of Hampshire as well, so we'll have a go.
Eddie Birrell, who was with Ireland as well for a while, wasn't he?
Yes, and he also coached the Eastern Cape Sunrisers back home to the inaugural SA20 win as well. He's just a good down-to-earth farmer from back in the Eastern Cape in South Africa. That's what AD is.
Have you ever told him your finest hour was at the Aegeus?
I think he's aware I had a decent day there once upon a time, AD. But yeah, no, AD's a fantastic guy. Absolutely fantastic guy.
Back down the slope. Good leave by Higgins.
Because other day I was watching my son plays the cricket at school, and Georgia Adams was there watching, because her father's my son's coach, and she was also chatting to her about AD, and she just says also what a fantastic guy AD Birrell is, because all he ever wants to do is just help anyone any possible way they can with whatever part of the game that they're struggling with. He's only too happy to chip in and help them in any way he can to offer them advice. Good man.
End of the over, 106 for 5. Yeah, Hampshire hoping this will be their year. They're going to have their work cut out to stop Surrey. They were impressive last week at the Oval. The South Londoners. And they put Hampshire to the sword, didn't they, in the game they had already in the Championship this year.
Look like from the results I've seen, they've been a pretty strong side and got stuck in wherever they've gone, and results have gone their way more often than not. But one thing about this game, it's certainly moving along at a rapid rate with the run rate at 4.08 and over. So yeah, the game's certainly going forward at a very rapid rate at this stage.
They'll only be 100 behind by stumps, Middlesex. Well, it has. It's been one of those pitches. It's a fast pitch for batters and bowlers. There's a reward to be had. Oh, problem here for Overton. He's limping. Is it just something on the follow-through? Let's have a look. He's not happy. Let's just keep an eye on the follow-through, see if there's any reveal. Not particularly apparent, but something jarred.
Just pulled up halfway through the follow-through there. Something's not quite right, but yeah, he seems to be walked it out and seems to be all right as he starts to run up here for the next ball.
stop. Excellent work in the mid-wicket region there. Crisply clipped by Higgins. Yes, everybody was stuck out in the garden. They haven't been able to see much of the cricket yet. We were thinking would we be able to pick a few up who might go and sit in the stands and watch the afternoon.
I'm sure a few of them might head out to the stands later when the wine runs out.
That's a good point. Nobody's leaving while it's still flowing.
It's nice to see there were some of the players from 1976 Middlesex sides and things like that. So it's been interesting chatting to a few of the older players from the eras in the bygone days.
That's a really good point, actually. It hadn't occurred to me. Who goes furthest back there today? I'd love to inquire and see who it is. That's well run. This time drive by Higgins, but every run counts. End of the over, 109 for 5. Just looking up one of the former players that's there, Bill Higginson, who's ordered his MBE for services to the disability game. Played 3 matches for Middlesex in 1960. Trying to work out who the longest standing member of the former players is on the far side, but you managed to have a chat with him, Tyrone, on the far side.
Yeah, well, it was quite interesting chatting about to the old guys. It was yeah, just things you don't know about and chatting to people I would never have heard of, in all honesty. But yeah, well, it was been before my time.
Selv, who's usually on the mic with us here. His first year would have been with Middlesex. '68, Selv's first year. So 60 for Bill Higginson. Did you say it was his granddaughter that had ushered him along today?
Yes, that's correct. So his granddaughter brought him because he's staying with her for tonight and that. So yeah, so he came out and there were some benches that had been dedicated to some former players as well. So yeah, it was a very nice social outing for the folks today.
High score of 15 not out for Higginson. He took one first-class wicket, but the MBE was for services to the game. Which took him far and wide. Looking at the Middlesex website, to East Africa for the MCC's coaching out there in Kenya. Then later in his coaching career, as he said, much longer a coach than a player, he played a big part in disability cricket since the turn of the century. It sounds like a good day. I'm sure the pictures will all be up on the Middlesex website later on the social media channels to have a look. Was there a group photo of everybody? There's 80 or so players there, I think, isn't there? Would have been quite the group photo. Probably would have had to have taken a stand up somewhere, the Allen stand or something.
Fletch would have had to go back a long way with the camera to get the pictures. But yeah, they did take a few pictures of the people around and of handing the caps out, the memorial, the special caps that have been done for a few players that didn't get capped in their time here. But it looks like there's someone going off the field there at the moment. Could well be Overton to go get that leg looked at.
Yeah, how many has he had? 9 overs, none for 35. So, well, they've got a plethora of options, including this man, spin into the attack, Leach from the nursery end. Dangerous, dangerous customer. Spin seaming. Will it spin?
Well, it's definitely all happening. Shin pads are coming out, helmets coming out, so definitely Somerset are not sitting back. They're still going on their attack, even with the spinner coming on now. So yeah, Middlesex will certainly have their work cut out just for the next little while to see how it goes.
Just thinking of the old T20 group, would you have played at Taunton? Because I think the groups, the way they were set up by then, there would have been a West group, so I'm not sure Middlesex would have played Somerset in 2008.
I did play the 1 year at Somerset, but yeah, it was broken up into North, then South, then it was South, Central, then North, and yeah, they broke up into sort of different groups a couple of times. But I did get to play at Taunton, yes.
Here's Leach then, he's got a slip and a leg slip. Higgins on strike, it's a deep cover, big old boundary to protect, a deep backward square leg. And this feels like a big over for the match, because if Leach already starts to get a little bit of grip out there and a little bit of joy, then 294 runs behind. Midway through the second day, Middlesex will be looking down the barrel of a long, long way back here. See the seeding lines on the track out there. Quite a distinctive surface. Simpson using his feet. Full bunger from Leach. First one was pretty full as well to Higgins, but this one Simpson moves to 40, slamming it back down the ground.
Well, Leach certainly looking to get it up there to see if he gets a bit of purchase up there, because that's where he's going to be most dangerous. But yeah, Simpson coming down and just lambasting it back down the ground, back past the bowler. Best place to hit a cricket ball.
We were just muttering off mic there to work it out. Karen Pollard hit Sean Udall back over his head for 6 over the top of the pavilion. I was just working out whether you were playing in that game and remembered it. Let's have a look on the scorecard. Somerset won by 5 wickets. Sort of use of the feet, again well fielded. Oh, you might have missed that game. Let's have a look. And 17 for 5, end of the 29th. Right, so we've worked it out. This was 2010. Pollard was batting at 5 for Somerset. In the chase, he hit 7 sixes, 7 fours in 89 unbeaten on 45 deliveries. Goodness me. And, well, there was some hammering handed out to the bowlers in that one. Udall none for 19 off 2, including one of those sixes back over his head. That side did include a certain Adam Gilchrist, caught and bowled Phillips for naught. He struggled with the bat here at Lords, didn't he, in the time Gilchrist? So basically you were out for Gilchrist. Gilchrist was in.
Basically, yes. I came in and took over from Gilchrist when after the first 5 games, I think it was. I came in after that.
Start from Siddle around the wicket still from the pavilion end. Gilchrist, Newman, Dexter, Shah, Morgan, Berg, Milan, Udall. Tom Smith was in playing the Morley Carsick role, left arm spin. Some bloke called Mercer and Pedro Collins.
Look at David Milan, batting number 6 or 7 in the batting order over there.
Behind Gareth Berg.
Behind Gareth Berg, yes.
Well, Bergie. Neil Dexter at 3.
Yeah, Dexy at 3.
Wraps on the pads, but the angle again around the wicket to the left-hander. Needs to straighten a fair bit, even with the slope.
Well, let's be fair, 2 of those fellas, Berg and Morgan, they've certainly come a long way since those days. Yeah, a lot has happened in their career since those days. Darby was number 1 2020 bat in the world. Morg's winning a World Cup. Yeah, guys have done really, really well for themselves.
Tyrone Henderson, it's lovely to see you. Roll back the years as ever. Please do pop in again. Well, I might see you next week Friday then. Drop me a message if you're there.
Yeah, perfect. I'll do that.
Before, during, or after.
Fantastic. I'll drop you a message.
Do you know where you'll be sat watching the game?
Beg your pardon?
Do you know where you'll be sat for the game?
I don't know yet. We'll sort that out.
Wherever AD sends you. The other side of the ground.
Wherever it will be, we'll be there to go watch a game of cricket, because 2020 games are generally quite well supported over here, and it's always a good atmosphere to go watch. So yeah, we'll go watch, and it's early in the season, so yeah, everyone's very keen because everyone's still got a chance at that stage. So yeah, no one's down and out of it at this stage. So yeah, everyone's in it, so we'll go watch and see what happens.
Guest of AD Birrell, we'll be cheering on Hampshire or Middlesex next Friday. T.
I'll have to support my side. I'll have to support Middlesex, I'm afraid. Never played for Hampshire, played for Middlesex, so Middlesex will be my side.
You can be invited again next year then.
But I do like batting down there, though, I must admit. It's a fantastic place to bat.
So you are still rocking up?
I have the odd game now and again and go block a few in my my inimitable way that I do it. Go block 1 or 2 out the ground and carry on.
I had an old boys game here a few years back, and Middlesex were going to do it and asked me to commentate on it, but there was a game the next day, I don't know, away somewhere, 11 o'clock start, and I had to get a train up. Actually, it may have been Durham, so that was why the train was going so early, that there wouldn't have been a chance to do it. That wouldn't be a bad one, to see an old boys game here at Lord's. End of the over, 117 for 5. Tyrone Henderson, thanks so much. Lovely to see you again.
Kevin, thank you very much for having me. Much appreciated. And yeah, good luck. Happy the boys dig in, yeah, and yeah, get themselves out of this hole and get themselves into the game, because they need a few more wins under the belt. It's been a bit of a tough season so far, so hopefully they come right and get going. Thanks very much again. Cheers, everyone. Bye.
Tyrone Henderson, absolute legend in that Middlesex side in 2008. Oh, now that's close, he's gone. Down on one knee, he's missed it. Hits on that back pad. Pretty plumb that for Higgins. Gone for 17, Middlesex 117 for 6. Trouble for the hosts here at Lord's. Somerset right on top. Misjudgment from Higgins. Leach strikes in his second over. Right up there, 2 full to sweep. Just really misjudged it, Higgins. Higgins done for 17 from 26. Not to be with the first innings 50 today. Just see side on how full it pitches. Can't quite pick it up there, but right up there, thumping on that quad, that back quad down on one knee. Pretty easy call for the umpire. Luke Holman, 2 left-handers out in the middle. Fantastic year last year, Luke Holman. Nailing his position down in the side really at a young age. As a 10 for as a leg spinner down at Hove. Some really good runs with the bat for Middlesex. Boy, oh boy, do they need him now. Unbeaten 63 in the first innings of the season. Sorry, the first match of the season. It was the second innings. Stranded by Murtagh. And he was trying to put together something for Middlesex in that second innings. 30 in the second innings at Northampton. 20 and 13 against Nottinghamshire. 32 against Kent. Got a start. And nothing really at the Oval last week. Middlesex lost 9 for 43. It was a grisly tale after a partnership of 152 between Robson and Milan at the moment. This is a grisly enough start in reply to a 404. Done by Harmer in the first match. Luke Holman in the first innings of that game. Up against another experienced, skillful spinner in this one. Still only 22, 23 in September. Islington lad. Just 4 in the second innings. So a few starts this summer. That one's 50 to speak of so far. Five 50s, 33 first-class innings a young man who's been batting down the order for a fair amount of it. 50 in T20 cricket as well. Oh, wow. Well, we all look to see the bail flying behind Holman there. He survives. There is a wicket in the over, though, for Leach. He's picked up Higgins. Let's look at this one, though. That hits one of those footholds from the pavilion end. Grip, spins, turns through. Fortunately for Holman, doesn't take the top of off stump. 15 overs to tea on day 2. Middlesex trailing by 287. Up against it. Once again. Convincing match here against Kent. Brilliant comeback against Nottinghamshire. Other than that, it's been a tough return to top division cricket for Middlesex in the Championship. Somerset searching for their first win. Making it very difficult for the hosts here at Lord's. Second time Simpson's reached the 40s this summer, just that 150 so far. 3 centuries last year, his best year at the bat since 2016. Well, it surpassed 2016, but as he said, those were Division 2 runs last year compared to what he achieved in 2016, which included that brilliant knockdown at Somerset. Amazing match at Taunton that year. Early on the first morning, Anthony Gibson, our BBC colleague, still ruined that declaration. But, gave Middlesex the chance to win at Taunton, and on to win the title that year. Somerset missing out by a few points. A pretty decent side this year for a side that have been winless so far. Few more runs up the order, but this is quite some bowling attack. The 32nd over of the innings. This was something like what Middlesex were hoping for on the first morning. Go in 32 overs bowled. Somerset 4, 5, 6 down. Only picked up those 2 wickets on the first morning and then had to claw their way back. Edge of your seat stuff for Somerset. Middlesex teetering on the brink in this first innings. Still Roland Jones to come, who has some great history with the bat. Still some fantastic ability with it as well, but it's really over to these two now. Both capable of batting in the top 6. Simpson even opened at one point with Andrew Strauss. Middlesex are in need of openers. Holman Certainly about 5 or 6. Youngster with a lot of potential. But right now, Middlesex need a performance. Simpson holding it together. Only Robson with 28. Getting out of the teens. 17 for Holden, 17 for Higgins. Oh, going for the reverse sweep, and a reverse sweep straight to slip. Holman's gone for a duck, 9th ball. Leach has a second in his 3rd over. Somerset have a 7th in a stunning first innings performance so far with the ball. Superb with the bat. They've been outstanding with the ball. Straight to him. A shot too many for Middlesex at the moment, perhaps. A sweep from Higgins, a reverse from Holman, and a couple of wickets for Leach. Well, this may well speed things along a little with Roland Jones coming out. Skipper put Somerset in yesterday. Somerset putting Middlesex to the sword. 404 followed by 119 for 7. 2 wins this season for Middlesex. Somerset looking for their first and looking good for it here at Lord's. Their bowlers are right on top. That man will very much need a punch of the air with the bat in hand. If you'd put a smile back on his face and the face of Middlesex supporters at the moment. Middlesex still waiting for a century with the bat this summer. Simpson on 43. Roland Jones has 1 century in first-class cricket. For a man of his ability, it's probably a surprise he hasn't hit 1 or 2 more at least. He's got the opportunity. Middlesex have the need. They still need another 136 runs to avoid the follow-on. Slipping a leg slip for Roland Jones. Deep backward square leg. Mid-off and mid-on will give themselves a little bit of room. They'll know the reputation. But you'd imagine it will be a studious approach to begin with from the skipper. Got a job to do for Simpson at the moment, Roland Jones. Simpson will want runs. Started the season with a 50, as we said. Close to 1 now, but he'll want 3 figures as well. Middlesex need him to come good here. That means there's a job to do to stay with him for Roland Jones. I haven't seen anything really rip just yet for Leach. He's really gripped and turns. Nothing to be too afraid of. Just sending them a little bit deeper here, playing with the mind perhaps of Roland Jones. Going to send back deep mid-wicket as well. They're giving him the single also, as it's the last ball of the over. Let's see if he gives this one a little bit of flight to go with it. There's the single. 120 for 7. Luke Coleman caught Kola Cadmore for the bowling of Leach. A reverse sweep straight to slip. Couldn't believe it, Holman. Had to look back at the umpire to make sure that it carried. Here it is. And there was the answer. He couldn't quite believe it. Neither could Somerset. 7 down. .120 for 7. Peter Siddle. Well, the experience he's got. This will be a tussle. Siddle and Roland Jones. He's sending back deep square. Long legs back as well. 5-4 fields. 3 of those are slips. One of them's a short mid-wicket. 2 in the deep. Siddle. You can see he's limbering up. Good start, right on off. We'll have Roland Jones on his toes here. Deep square. Long leg set for the bumper when it comes. As we heard from Norman Cowans earlier. Bowlers Union, what Bowlers Union? He got one on the cheek from Sylvester Clark. No, it was Marshall, wasn't it? Sorry, Marshall who hit him on the cheek. It's against Clark that he got a 50. There's a single for Roland Jones, just dived over the top of that on the practice strip. Got plenty of runs to play with, so a smile and a chuckle from the bowler wouldn't always be the case. There's a saunter from Siddle at the moment as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. A little slow, easing back with a natter to his mates on the way and a smile. A great position here, Somerset. Tom Abel would be a very happy man having lost the toss. It'd be interesting actually, would he have batted first, Abel? Would he have fielded? End of the over, just one off it. Siddle, none for 15 from 6, 121 for 7. Wonder where some of those other old boys would be. The Middlesex room in the far left of the shot there, in the Allen stand, behind the glass. The committee room, might be a few have wandered in there, in the below the home dressing room to the left of the pavilion. The bowler's bar just to the far right of the pavilion. That's closest to the garden, where they were all invited in for that buffet lunch today. Maybe a few have gone up to the top of the Warner for a second lunch. The best view in the ground. Wouldn't be a bad view of the pitch from up there today. Nice and tight underneath the Warner Restaurant, the top tier. That's a lovely ball. Just on the spot there, really looking to give it the chance. Found some fun in the foothold already. First use of the feet from Roland Jones. It's a good stop. At mid-on. Saves at least a couple, possibly 3. Gets the left-hander back onto strike for Leach, and Simpson's immediately prodding away at the footholes. Single for Simpson to end the over. 123 for 7. They've seen a lot together over their career. It's probably careers that have simultaneously sat together, Roland Jones and Simpson. 2011 for Simpson, it would have been around that time for Roland Jones as well. Sees Henry back into the attack, and from the pavilion end now as well, change of ends. 3 for 30 from his spell at the nursery. Single for Simpson. There's Roland Jones on strike. It's working the field for the right-hander. 2 close catches in on the onside. Short mid-wicket. Short straight mid-wicket, the shorter of the 2. As well as those 3 slips. Long legs sent a little finer as well. Moving back down the slope. Still plenty of movement for Henry. Ball into its 36th over. I'll look one more time at that one. We've seen plenty of movement off the surface. It's out of the hand actually. It was a little bit through the air on that one. Looks like just dipped in before pitching. Oh, that comes dipping back in. 2 noises. Bat and pad together for Roland Jones. Have a look. We're just about to go up. Inside edge onto that front pad. Very nearly through again. Batting well within his crease there, Roland Jones. Not batting well within himself. Levers out from the skipper. First boundary for Roland Jones. Pretty familiar style as well. How many times have we seen this over the year? Henry gave a bit of that treatment to the Middlesex bowlers this morning. Roland Jones giving a little back this afternoon. They need more than little though, they need a lot more. Any damage done? Saw the ball thumped in between the gap. With the Warner close to joining up with the pavilion, just that little walkway. End of the over with the bouncer. 5 off it on Henry's return. 3 for 35 now. Middlesex 128 for 7. So 10 overs till tea. Anyone who's tuned in inside the ground, don't forget in the tea interval. That Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association reunion, the annual event for the players. 80 odd players over the years that have represented Middlesex and Sunrisers. At tea there'll be benches unveiled for JT Murray and Alan Moss. Yeah, that unveiling at tea in the Coronation Garden. Those benches for Murray and Moss next to Titmus and Bennett. Great names of Middlesex cricket over the years. If you are inside the ground, tuned in, watching on a mobile device or one of the screens around the ground, don't forget at tea you can head across. 9 overs away. 28 for 7. Simpson digging in. He's been in the forces for a long time now, Simpson. Been in the fight for Middlesex for a long time. He's been a real scrapper over the years. John Simpson dug him out of many a hole. Talking about his outstanding performances and achievement with the bat over the years, with the gloves I should say, for Middlesex over the years, but some really fine hours with Bass as well. We'll check on the scores elsewhere, something we haven't had a chance to do in this session so far. It's been a pretty busy one. Just want to have a look first at Simpson's first year for Middlesex. It was 2009 actually, a little earlier than I remember. Which was a couple of years ahead of Roland Jones. 192 first-class matches for Middlesex now, 96 list A for Simpson. May never go to 100, he'll be in the 100. Well, he'll go to the 100, but may not make 100 list A games for Middlesex. Wow, oh goodness me, look at that come back. Clipped somewhere around the hip. What a take that was behind the stumps as well. Gee, if that had been for a catch, we'd have been talking about it for a while. Brilliant work. 155 T20s for Simpson as well now. Opening bat, as we say so often, and we remind ourselves so often in his younger years, Toby Roland Jones. Middlesex youth teams. That's why really just that one century so far to his name. It seems remiss. It's underneath that. Yeah, Roland Jones's first year for Middlesex. Oh, there we go. It was only 1 year after. 2010 debut for Middlesex against Oxford. And his List A debut that April as well against Northants. ...137 first-class games for Roland Jones compared to the 192 of Simpson. Cut hard, only to backward point. It's a good stop. Roland Jones would have fancied he'd had 4 there. Sweet sound off the bat. Rueful. Roland Jones. Really good stop. One of only 2 on the offside other than the slips. Protecting a very short boundary. Oh! Well, I tell you, Henry took a stunner last week at Old Trafford. I did wonder as he threw up that hand, would it just stick? But powerfully struck by Roland Jones. Into double figures now as he picks up 4, moves to 11. Oh, it was in reach, but it's one of those that is the hand there quick enough, and if it is, does it stick? He parried on up. So similar to that last week at Old Trafford. Took it at the second attempt. That did the rounds on the social media channels. This one would have as well, had he managed to pluck that one out of the air. 132 for 7. Middlesex trailing by 272. Yeah, those difference in the number of games between Simpson and Roland Jones. 1 year the difference between, well, once Simpson was in, he was in. Roland Jones had to scrap a little bit the first year or so to get in and stay in the side. Simpson pretty much got in and never looked back, and poor old David Nash and Ben Scott. Nash was with us earlier, Ben Scott gave him a mention as well. They were put out of the side by that man who's never really looked back. Robbie White had a little stint. 2017, 2018 indeed. Taken over from Simpson. Other than that, pretty much an ever-present. Side that Roland Jones broke into. Tim Murtagh, Ian O'Brien, Toby Roland Jones, Gareth Burke. His debut match for Roland Jones, though, included a certain opener Well, two certain openers against Oxford University. One was called Sam Robson, scored 204, and the other one, Josh Davey. Pretty decent career with Somerset. It's the single there, mid on and mid off, a deep at the moment for Roland Jones. Davey, Danny Evans is still going then for Middlesex as well. Stephen Finn, of course. Part of the side that Roland Jones broke into. So straight to the short with the backward square leg. End of the over, 134 for 7. Look who the keeper was in that Oxford University match on Roland Jones' debut, Stuart Pointer. Fine career for England, for Ireland. Stints at Warwickshire and Durham as well. "39 overs gone in this innings. 39 remain of day 2. Seven overs until tea. This man, 2 overs into his latest spell. 3 for 30 off his first spell. 9 off his first 2 overs in this spell. The scoreboard will correct itself in a moment. It's just slightly ahead. "270 runs to play with." Still have to wrap this up quickly though, Somerset. Leg side. Roland Jones will actually feel he's missed out there a little. Whoosh. That's what he was thinking. It was against Sussex actually on a track at this end of the square that Roland Jones teed off last year. He and Simpson set a game alight, which looked to be heading to a pretty dull draw. I remember as a bouncer actually, which he pulled a massive one towards Old Father Time, even though the track was on the high end of the square. Slapped, only a single. Missed times that you've heard on the mic. Yeah, Pajara went mad in that match for Sussex last year and racked up a huge total. Sussex batting first. 231 from Pajara, 135 from Allsop. 523 all out Sussex. And actually, Middlesex had won the toss in that one as well. Tim Mercer was taking quite a lot of grief, mainly from Angus Fraser up here on the mic, which was quite good fun. Even more so when Roland Jones and Simpson teed off. Simpson made 109 before he was bowled by Delroy Rawlings. And Roland Jones made 85 off 78. Including 3 sixes and 11 fours. Tom Helm, 43 unbeaten as well. Yadav got 2 sixes from 4 deliveries in an innings of 12. Good strike rate. Just fine of quite a fine mid-wicket. 40 done, 35 for 7. Yeah, that man Simpson. 109 from 225 deliveries, 18 4. So his strike rate was 48, but when Roland Jones came to the middle, Simpson had just fallen indeed. Let's have a look. They came together, I've got it now. 292 for 6. Holman was out in the 96th over. They charged to 382 for 7 when Simpson was out. Just 20 overs on from that. 90 runs added. Roland Jones kept going. Look at this, 282 for 7. 450 for 8 when Roland Jones fell, and that was only 7 overs on, 6.5 overs on. And another 70 had been added, 68. Very different match situation here, but if Middlesex could add 158 from the moment that these two came together on the score of 119, then Middlesex would avoid the follow-on. Very different situation, very similar track though, right up at the top end of the square, as this one is close to that grandstand that Siddle in the background there is patrolling. Well, he won't have to worry about that one. That goes over mid-wicket. Mid-on heads off to collect and thumping back off the advertising boards there. Another boundary for Roland Jones. Hasn't been too much turn or grip just yet for Leach, who said. Not too much bounce. He's picked up a couple of wickets, but both the wickets that have fallen, Higgins and Holman, they'll be rueful of the shot selection. Cry catch as he goes over extra cover, 4 more. Roland Jones into the 20s, 143 for 7. Inside out, controlled. I say there's not really been one. Leach now into his 7th over. There's nothing really. We've got that ooh or that ah from. Just thought, oh, that's gone. It was 1-2 Holman out of a foothold. Really kicked back in towards the off stump. But other than that, in particular to the right-handers, there's been nothing with the slope for Leach that's really gone. Not yet, anyway. Middlesex to be relieved at that. Strong defence. Big stride. Little chat from behind the stumps, maybe with a smile. Let's have a look. Yeah, it seems as though it's amicable enough between Roland Jones. His head snapped around after that ball. Little comment perhaps, but Roland Jones is the kind of guy that will very much have a response if required. 41 done, Middlesex 143 for 7. 5 to tee. .143 for 7 here. Gregory's back on, 2 for 26. As he said, he always seems to produce a performance when he comes to Lords. 50 so far, a couple of wickets. Haven't seen Tom Abel yet with the ball. Not been needed to this stage. Quite the quartet of quicks. And the spin of Leach. So going back to that Sussex match last year where these two had the big partnership that smashed Middlesex towards that 523, so they were just behind. They fell 485 all out. Game at that point came to life when Sussex were reduced to 96 for 7. Even at 143 for 8, Archie Lenham had been keeping Middlesex at bay for a long while. Off 82 deliveries for Lenham, and after Clark hit 56 at the top as well. Then Carvelas came in 57 from 97, and that was it done. 178 for 9 when he fell, and that was it for the match. But Middlesex were fancying a chase of around 150 after tea on the final day if they could have kept those Sussex wickets going from 96 for 7. Draw it was, but it really did come to life, that game. This is a markedly different situation, a markedly different challenge. Sussex attack in that game. Stephen Finn, Brad Curry, who really announced himself with 6 for 93, had a great spell from the nursery end left armour. Scotland international, really getting it to do a fair old bit. Left arm from the nursery end against the slope. Fun to watch. Dan Ibrahim and Carvelas, the others in the attack. Lenham and Rawlins turning their arm over as well. But yeah, not quite the force that Somerset have put out for this one. Work the angle for a single. Keeps the strike. 144 for 7. So look at those scores elsewhere, which we have been promising to for a while. Hampshire, wow. 367, Northamptonshire 56 all out. 29 of that 56 from Zaib. Save Zaib. 4 for Barker, 2 for Abbas, 2 for Holland, 1 for Turner. And Abbott was rested for that one. So we're hearing from Peter Milan yesterday. Hampshire had 95 from Vince, 63 from Dawson. Rain delay at the moment. Southampton, again, scattered showers. Forecast this evening here. Lovely couple of days, Saturday and Sunday though. If this innings was wrapped up anytime soon for Middlesex and the skies became a little leaden and the floodlights came on this evening, it would be interesting to see, follow on enforced or not, whether the batting under cloudy skies became a little different. Here's Overton, who had to limp off earlier. He was limping through the end of his 9th over and then left the fields. Some feed up time after that. Essex posted 298 at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 208 for 3 in reply. Slater 57, 73 Montgomery still going. Clark made 57, 2 for Cook, 1 for Critchley. Surrey are having it all their own way against Kent. 278 Kent. Surrey 282 for 8 in reply. 60 for Sibley. 34 folks. But it's taken Abbott with 56. Coming in at 8. Laws 20. Atkinson with him now on 10. They've just scrambled Surrey into a lead. No ball on height, that one. Umpire taps his shoulder. Shot, 4 runs, and that's 50 for Simpson. He's waited a while, he's been in the 40s for a long while, seeing wickets tumble at the other ends. A real team innings from Simpson. Raises his bat to the pavilion. A good crowd in here at Lord's who will very much appreciate the efforts of the host wicket-keeper. 51 from 92, 7th for that was. 150 up for Middlesex. Simpson, his second 50 of the summer, and much needed. Brilliant knock. End of the over, 150 for 7. Here's the boundary that he went to 50 with. Really has been in the 40s for quite some time. Overpitched from Overton, the big man, just floating that one up outside of off stump, but Simpson doing well to put it away. Calm character, John Simpson. Minded sitting in the 40s. He'll have known that this innings means a lot more to his side than just a personal milestone. They need him out there for a long time, and he's settled in for quite some while in the 40s there. 3 to tee on day 2. His partnership's worth 31 now, of which Roland Jones has 21. That tells you a bit. Holman has gone for a duck, but Higgins 17. Those are the wickets that Simpson's seen go since he arrived in the middle. Robson as well. I was just pausing for a moment to read Kent announcing the signing of right-arm fast-medium bowler Arafat Boyan for the remainder of the 23 season. Born in Bangladesh. Well, he's in amongst the wickets today, which is why I'm looking this up. Playing in the Kent Premier League for Blackheath. He also played Kent seconds as part of the South Asian Cricket Academy. An MCC Young Cricketer in 2019. South Asian Cricket Academy was this summer. Also had stints with Surrey, Essex and Derbyshire. Crunched away. Roland Jones onto 25. When he hits a cover drive, goodness me, the sight's good, the sound's even better. He's 26 years of age now, Boyan. And yeah, in that match, he has picked up 4 now. 4 for 62. Surrey are 292 for 8. Picking up Pope, Smith, Folkes and Jacks. So he really went through that middle order. Hogan and Agar with a couple apiece. Everson with 2. Cry a catch. It was in the air for a moment. There's a mid-wicket in place and a mid-on. Pretty flat trajectory from Roland Jones, wide of the mid-on though for 4 more. Giving a bit of that treatment back to Somerset that they gave to him and the rest of the Middlesex attack this morning when they powered on from 325 for 6 overnight to 404 all out. Oh, Gregory follows in with the short ball. And to put the cat amongst the pigeons if Kent were to do something at the Oval. Surrey lead Kent by 14 runs with 2 wickets remaining. All eyes on the third innings of that one, well, assuming that Kent can wrap that up quickly. Division 2, Gloucestershire 97 for 1 in reply to Durham's 445 out at Bristol. Top ball to end the over, 158 for 7. 2 to tea. Sussex had 89 from Smith, 138 for Coles. Pajara with a duck. 1 for Nisa. 73 from Hudson Prentice as well. 465 for 9 Sussex in reply to Glamorgan's 1, 2, 3. Jimmy Harris, 28, unbeaten. 2 for 104 from his 25 overs with the ball. And, well, it's been a tough time at New Road for Worcester, who won the toss. Bowled Leicestershire for 173. Would have been pretty happy with life. 3 for Leach, 2 for Gibbon, 2 for Finch and 3 for Waite. 52 for Ackerman, 30 from Wright, 30 from Budinger. And Worcestershire skittled for 83, of which Pollock opened with 30 from 24 balls. Only Brooks on loan from Somerset made it to 18 at number 10. 5 for Wright, former Middlesex man. 3 for Davey on loan from Somerset, another former Middlesex man. Leicester in their second innings. 158 for 5. Hill has 49. Hanscom has 19. They lead by 248. So yeah, 250 is the lead for Worcestershire now with 5 wickets remaining. Quite the game, propelling along. Charlotte Edwards Cup tonight. Northern Diamonds taking on Western Storm at Leeds. Mentioned that game in the live stream from Sunrisers last night. Central Sparks won by 23 runs. I watched that one. Cordelia Griffith looked as though she might get something going. 53 from 46. Sunrisers all out for 114. Sparks posted 137.51 from Jones. Nobody else made it into the 20s. 3 for Villiers, 3 for Castle, 1 apiece for Kopak, Scrivens and McSood. But yeah, Sunrisers 53 from Griffith. Only 2 others made it into double figures, McLeod and Carr. 4 for Arlott, 2 for Potts, 1 for George, 1 for Burns and 1 for Davis as they were skittled for 114. To come of the over, be the last from the nursery end before tea. A little late for tea, just gone 4 o'clock. Sky's looking okay at Lord's at the moment. Let's hope we're okay through until close of play tonight. There is the threat of a shower. Wow. We saw Kohler Cadmore go in unusual fashion as it went down off the hip guard onto the stumps. Simpson surviving that one. $158 for 7. 1 over to tea on day 2. Lewis Gregory, 2 in his first spell, last over before tea. .159 for 7. They're bringing in a leg slip. Gregory comes around the wicket. Glorious sunshine just before tea. The floodlights have gone up. They're not on yet, but obviously just a few of the darker clouds in the distance, and there's been a little bit of cloud cover over for a while. Will be a late finish tonight, still a couple of hours to go after tea, 32 overs to be bowled, so heading towards a 6:30, 7 o'clock finish. Two to tea. Partnership's worth 40 for the 8th wicket. They've done a good job, these two. Somerset give to break this now. Pivoted away, powered away, backward a deep square. Simpson's 55. Middlesex 163 for 7. And that is tea. A bounce from Gregory. Simpson happily ducks underneath it. 55 from him, holding things together, 104 deliveries. Roland Jones with 30. Good partnership this for Middlesex. They've needed it for the 8th wicket. Still 92 runs to avoid the follow-on though for Middlesex. Big final session coming up today. Join us back in under 20 minutes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And that was the announcement for the batters. John Simpson and Toby Rowland-Jones. Simpson 55, Rowland-Jones 30. Middlesex 163 for 7 and in trouble. Cracking afternoon, cracking day, cracking couple of days for Somerset so far. Middlesex 2 down at lunch, 7 down at tea. Stoneman and Robson gone early to Henry. And then Holden, White, Robson, Higgins and Holman going in the afternoon. Leaving these two with quite the job to do to keep Middlesex hanging in this game. They're still 92 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Whether it would be enforced this early in the game or not, who knows? That man's certainly smiling. 3 for 40 from 13. Once the legs first up after tea. Back at the nursery end where he took the wickets earlier. I was surprised they changed his ends. Number 10 off the 3 that he had thereafter at the pavilion end. But back where it all happened earlier. Well, this is the wicket that Somerset would dearly love now. It's a line from around the wicket that Henry had so much joy earlier. Again, that's the surprise really as to why they changed his ends. Open face from Simpson. Single out to deep point. Last ball of the over coming up. Single to end the over, 166 for 7. Siddle after tea from the pavilion end. Overton and Gregory have bowled nicely. Siddle none for 15 from 6, 2 maidens. Decided to go straight back to him after the interval. He was the fourth choice of bowler used today by Abel. Let's have a look at Roland Jones's summer so far with the bat. Top score so far of 37 in the second innings at Northamptonshire. 27 unbeaten against Notts. Ended last season as well with 55 unbeaten at Worcestershire. A crucial game and innings that was. That 85 that he smashed against Sussex. Ball change coming up immediately after the interval. Somerset not happy with the one they've got. Haven't taken a wicket for a while. Let's try and change the ball. A quick check on the scores elsewhere, where some will have been back underway for a while after tea. Still a rain delay at the Aegeus, where Hampshire 367 all out and Northamptonshire skittled for 56 thereafter. Middlesex 166 for 7 here. Nottinghamshire 235 for 3. Siddle. Oh, wow, look at that go. Well, that is a change of ball. Roland Jones comes to have a look at the surface. New seed in hand. Look at this. Boom. Well, they'll be happy with the one they've picked there. Mike Gatting, good evening.
Good evening. It's nice when you get your ball changed. We had 1 or 2 goes at it, but didn't quite get there. But yes, that certainly did fly through. So Mr. Siddle will be happy about that.
Down the leg side, cry catch. Just a flick of the bat onto the pad made a little noise on the way through. Enjoyed your day out back today?
It's been fantastic. It's been one of those lovely days of the cricketing family where all the old players get together, people you haven't seen for a long time, and we had some wonderful ceremonies out there of handing out caps to people who have played many moons ago that wouldn't have got the caps that they got today. But also unveiling of some of the benches for 3 of our great cricketers.
Oh, look at that. Now, has he got enough of it, though? Mid-on's underneath it. It has gone over mid-on. It's not going to get all the way for 4, but he's got a couple. 168 for 7. 49, the partnership.
Yes, we unveiled a couple of benches for Alan Moss, the great Middlesex fast bowler, and Fred Titmus, and obviously probably the best wicketkeeper Middlesex have ever had. Although I have to say John Simpson, I think, can be put in the same category, and that's of course JT Murray. And Simo's very much in that league at the moment because he is a very unlucky wicketkeeper. Folks, he thinks he's unlucky when I think Simo could think the same thing too.
I always quote when Middlesex won the title and I interviewed down on the outfields, and he said to me, it's crazy to think John Simpson's never going to play for England. Well, he managed an England C appearance, didn't he, when they called him up, and a couple of the Somerset Gregory got called up as well, didn't he?
Indeed, and as I say, I just hope that Simo continues in the vein he does, because it is an absolute pleasure to watch him. And as I say, we've had some other good wicket keepers at Middlesex, but you know, Simo, JT, I have to say they were the greats.
Clipped away by Roland Jones, past mid-wicket. Sweeper in the deep, coming around. They've taken a couple. There's the 50. They're taking 3. Good running. There's the 50 partnership. Siddle's got a bit to say about it at the non-striker's end. I think to mid-wicket in terms of his positioning, maybe. It's Gregory there, although he seems happy enough. But that is the 50 partnership. 171 for 7. Holman reverse sweeping Dakota Cadmore at slip off Leach for a duck. 119. The score of the fall of the 7th wicket. But Roland Jones 37. Simpson 56. Much needed runs. They still need another 84 to avoid the follow-on, whether it would be enforced or not by Somerset this early in the game. A few more deliveries like that, they might come a little closer to having to make a decision. 171 for 7. Yeah, so a few familiar faces down out back today.
Yeah, well, obviously the people we were honouring, a lot of them we haven't seen for a little while. People like Ricky Elcott and Ted Clark, and a man that many club cricketers in Middlesex might know is a guy called Terry Cordroy, who used to play for Southampton in the 60s and 70s, and was the sort of person as a young guy like I was coming up, and he always told that's how you got a bat. He was a bit of a blocker, but I have to say he blocked it awfully well. He's certainly got 100 hundreds in club cricket, which is not often done, and he did play a couple of games for the Seconds, and yeah.
Oh, he goes after Henry here. Roland Jones opening the face over backward point. He'll pick up 2. Slides and the return, they settle on 2. Roland Jones is thinking about a 3rd, so he goes to 39, which is his highest score of the summer now, beating the 37 he got in the 2nd innings against Northants.
Seems the order of the day, this, doesn't it? Whacking bowlers back over their heads or smashing it over extra cover. It does look a good wicket, bit of pace in it still, and you would expect the likes of Henry, fine bowler from New Zealand, to extract it, and he has done. Just that little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce than sadly the Middlesex guys, but he is a test match bowler.
Goes again, toe end of the bat, and he's going to go. Extra cover takes the catch. A shot too many from Roland Jones. He's gone for 39. 173 for 8, still 231 behind. Guess he didn't want to let Henry bowl at him, but he pays the price. Useful 39, a 50-run partnership for the 8th wicket. Pushes Middlesex along, but still a long way off in this match.
It's sad, but a couple of early wickets as Middlesex did, and obviously again that just a little bit wider, and he got a toe end on it, didn't he, Toby? Just went down the hill a bit, and as opposed to in the middle of the bat, hit the toe end, and yes. Extra cover had a very gentle catch to take. Yeah, it's been a strange old game. I thought we were going along quite nicely, and again, just some good bowling, good fast bowling by Henry. Certainly the 2 wickets he got for the guys who got their noughts, couple of decent deliveries to get rid of Eskenazi and White, I think it was, and that sort of took them part of the Middlesex batting.
Ethan Bamber out at 10. He'll hold up an end or try his best to for John Simpson on 56. This might change Simpson's approach a little bit. I think he just needs to bag some runs here. The follow-on, whether they get 82 more runs or 79, again, whether the follow-on will be enforced or not, who knows, but just trying to get them a little bit closer. This could all be over in 2 deliveries at the other end from Simpson now, so if he does start to throw his bat at it, you can't really blame him, I guess.
No, you couldn't, but at the same time, Ethan was rather flamboyant down at the Oval in getting some runs, and he got stuck in down there. Yeah, look, we're in a difficult position. I suspect that if I was Somerset, I would certainly be putting Middlesex back in again with 80 or so behind, but if these two can get a little closer, it might be a different sort of scenario, and it still looks a pretty good wicket. The ball is still... it's in its 50th over, so it's not... I haven't said that, they've just changed it, so I don't know quite how old that ball is, but it certainly seems to have made a little bit of a difference.
Henry to Bamber. Henry is right behind it. He's a decent bat, Bamber, and decent technique. As you say, he's got the shots as well. He does try and dig in also, which
He's a very combative young man, and he's a real pleasure to talk to when you do talk to him about cricket. But he also manages to put what he says into action when he gets out there, which is not often the case. It looks like Henry's just bowling within himself just at the moment. He's not really flat out. It's been a longish day for them so far. He's had to bowl a few overs, but. And the wicket doesn't look that bad from 30, well, more than 30 odd yards away, but
nice line, just outside off foot. I asked Alan Coleman first morning, what do you reckon? He just said it's a little bit harder, very similar to the Nottinghamshire track, which was this end of the square, but a little bit harder, a little bit drier. A couple of months into the season now.
He actually came out to have a look at the square, but I was with my son and I got waylaid a bit, but he had a look at it and he said, well, it's one of those sort of wickets you probably would have a bat on, but you might be a bit difficult. It might be a bit difficult for the first hour or two, but if you got through it, was going to be a good wicket to bat on. And I suppose that's exactly what happened to Somerset. They had a couple of chances put down, and they made the most of it. And although our guys bowled admirably tidily, it just didn't happen for them, and as hard as they tried and persevered, it was nice and tidy, but never quite the cutting edge that was required.
Twice Bartlett was put down on the way to the century. You do see, it's rare, well, it's more rare to see a chanceless century than a century that hasn't offered a chance, I think it's fair to say.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. I would probably hazard a guess it's not quite as... It's probably about 50-50.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the balance, which way it tips. Was Lara put down on before he hit 400? Max Fraser will tell us.
Yeah, he certainly would.
Simpson hasn't offered a chance in his 56, and in fact, I don't think Somerset have put down a chance in this innings, have they? Everything's been taken.
Well, yeah, they fielded rather well, but as I say, the guys have bowled with a bit of an aggression and a little bit more pace, and yeah, it's made it more difficult for the Middlesex batters. But again, it's a jump up from where they were last year, and they've got to sort of acclimatise and get their minds around it. There's a group of decent bowlers in every county they're going to play in this division, so they've just got to get to grips with it.
Nice try, just a single. Quite timed by Simpson. Yeah, it's been a long time since Middlesex have been out bowled on a regular basis. I'd probably go back to pre-Gus period. My first couple of years, 05, 06, 07. Even 08 when they were going well in the Blast in the Championship. Still a struggle for Middlesex, but pretty much since Toby Rowland-Jones, Tim Mercer came together, Ian O'Brien 2010, but he was injured a lot that season as overseas. But from there on, Stephen Finn was obviously around as well.
Yeah, we have got a couple of youngsters. I mean, Helmy's been around a long time and just hasn't quite got that consistency at the moment. But hasn't, managed to get in the team. But yeah, Blake Cullen is coming back from an injury from last year. And I think Blake is one of those, I think, that we're all looking forward to seeing him get back in the team at some stage, because he will give that pace and that wonderful aggression that he has and the commitment that he does. And, you talk about Ethan Bamber, I think, Blake Cullen is of the same ilk.
Solid defence from Bamber. Yeah, Cullen can bat as well, can't he? The first time I really saw Cullen was in a T20 at Radlett, sat side on. I think that was because of COVID time still, so it was side on to the action. Really peppering James Vince. And a pretty pacey Radlett surface it was that day as well. Really had him on the hop. It was really exciting stuff to watch. Bit of back injury kept him out last year, Cullen, which would have probably been the full breakthrough year. So
yes, it would have been very sad for Blake, but this day and age, the physios tend to pick up these sort of injuries rather more quickly than maybe they used to. So in one way it was good for Blake, and maybe in the other it wasn't, because he was bowling so well, and it was a bit of a blow to both the team and obviously to Blake that he had to withdraw his services. But yes, he's back to full fitness hopefully, and we'll see him shortly.
Took it away by Bamber. It's the last ball of the over, so he gets a single out to deep square. 175 for 8. Keeps the strike.
I do believe, though, he's quite an educated man, so he's been doing lots of exams, and he
just said he's finished. Yeah,
he's just finished, so he's a bit of a D-mob happy, I believe. So yeah, let him get his head straight again, because obviously they're quite important periods in the youngster's life, and it's important he has some of those to fall back on, just in case this cruel game, sport, does deal you a nasty blow. But let's hope it doesn't happen to Blake, and he will. Might make it up in the echelons of the Alan Mosses of this world, who are wonderful cricketers for Middlesex, fast bowlers.
Henry from the nursery ends. 3 slips go down behind Ethan Bamber. That goes past the edge again. Beautiful nursery end bowling today from Henry. He's found a lovely line. Oddity was that they moved him up to the pavilion end when he bowled so well from this end, and now he's doing so again here. Just seems to naturally suit what he does better. All 3 wickets, well, 3 prior to tea, came from this end.
Yeah, he's got a lovely run-up. It's not such a long run-up, a bit like, it reminds me a little bit of Richard Hadley, but slightly quicker in the way he gets to the crease. And he's got a lovely wrist action, keeps his hand behind the ball and gets that wonderful shape. And when it hits the seam too, it leaves obviously down the hill here at Lord's, and at that pace, it's always a bit of a handful.
Edged and gone. 5 for Henry. 5 for 45. 16th over from Henry. Only the 51st of this innings. Middlesex have 1 wicket standing as Mercer will come and join Simpson on 57. But Henry and Somerset have been outstanding.
Yeah, and there again, just that little bit of extra pace, whereas the guys at Middlesex were doing the same thing, it just wasn't quite carrying a lot of the time to slip. But the extra little bit of pace from this man, he just managed to get to the keeper just, and they are still very close actually for somebody of Henry's pace. So again, it's just that little bit of extra pace that has been the downfall of the Middlesex batsmen again, and obviously some very high quality bowling from Matt Henry.
Not much Bamber could do about that, really. He's trying to dig in for Simpson at the other end.
He didn't actually follow the ball, did he? He had a nice defensive position waiting for the ball just to come into him, but sadly it just went down the hill a bit and took the outside edge and managed to sort of carry through to the keeper. So yes, it wasn't a bad shot. Fantastic bit of bowling, and Mr. Bamber shouldn't be too unhappy about that. He did probably what he could do, and was play straight, and unfortunately you either nick them or you don't.
Tim Mercer, the former all-rounder.
Well, it won't be boring. Let's put it this way. It's a bit like the grounds will be ready with the roller possibly now, because Tim isn't going to be, I don't think, looking to hang around. I suspect he's going to be playing in the Toby Rowland Jones mould. I think he'll be playing a few shots, and it's just a question of how long he can manage to stay there. And I think we might see Middlesex being put in again, I suspect.
3 balls left to this over. And John Simpson, I'm sure, will just be asking Mercer to survive. There's a short boundary, so Simpson will undoubtedly try and target that if he can get back on strike.
I'm not sure that's a conversation at all. I think the conversation, I would suspect, will be, well, Simo, if I'm facing, I think I might be playing a few shots, and I think that, you know, if you do what you want to do, but I think, yes, I think it's if it's up, it's off, and if it's short, it's off, and if he bowls it straight and I hit it, that's fine. But I don't think he'll be looking to nudge and nurdle it somehow.
The best person to sit next to when Tim Mercer is batting is Angus Fraser. He's grumpy at the best of times, but when Mercer's batting.
But yeah, that's because he feels that Mertz gives his wicket away, and he was a mean bowler, as we know, Mr. Fraser, so he hated anybody in his own side giving their wicket away, because he always felt he had to work so hard for his.
Oh, nearly chipped up into the onside by Murtagh.
No, that was very restrained, but I suspect Mr. Henry, having come round the wicket, he kept it very close to Tim Murtagh's body, not giving him any room to swing those arms. So I suspect if he did, he might have been swinging, but it was nice and straight and not giving Tim any chance to swing the arms.
Single down to deep backward square leg. Simpson says no, one to come at the over. Won't be too long now until Mercer's joining the former Players Club. Middlesex pretty grateful for the wickets he took in the first innings again here. 10 in the last match against Kent here at Lord's. A few at the Oval against Surrey as well.
Yeah, I have to say, I was here yesterday just watching Simo keep to these guys and standing up. It was just an absolute pleasure to watch.
Oh, well, they're going to reject the single. Just has to make sure he doesn't trip over on the boundary rope. They're retrieving the ball. Give Middlesex the boundary. A wicket maiden for Henry, 5 for 45 from 16. 2 maidens for the New Zealander, and bound for the latest to go, Court Davis for 1.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, certainly with our attack on this sort of wicket, and the ball perhaps not carrying as well as it would. And it was interesting when obviously Simpson, I'm sure you talked about this yesterday, when Simpson wasn't standing up, the batsmen were well out their crease and just almost like advancing in the bowlers and giving very little chance for LBW and things like that. So it was interesting when obviously Simpson stood up. It made it a different game, but to see some of the keeping was just extraordinary, and 1 or 2 of those leg side stumping attempts I'm sure you had on replay there, just seeing the quality of Simpson's keeping. So yeah, but Simo's obviously decided to take control of the situation, but it's only going to be singles at the best, I suspect.
Yeah, it's an amazing display. All season long it has been. It's really grabbed the attention, Simpson's keeping this year.
And I believe he kept extremely well again at the Oval as well, which is again a bit more pace at those sort of wickets. But
a lot of sea movement, yeah.
Indeed, they have a very decent attack down there now, with Roach and Worrell and Atkinson and Clark. And a very decent pace attack.
Yeah, that's the big step up, really, isn't it? I think the quality of bowling attacks in Division 1 has been a noticeable difference since Middlesex were last up in the top flight.
Still not many good spinners though, Kevin. That's around the counties. It's
well, here we sit.
Harmer's probably the best one, but he's sort of overseas.
May 19th. Championship's done for a little while. So we go and play a bit of T20 just as the sun comes out. This is the first game where the weather's been good.
Yes, that's true, but then what do you expect in April? It's what you do expect. We used to play Benson Higgins cricket in April.
Simpson clobbers that, then rejects the single. Doesn't make it to deep mid-on.
Yeah, look, I hope. I mean, Simo's batted so well here. I hope he doesn't feel he has to start slogging and trying to, because everybody's out in the boundary. It's not a fairly fair contest, so I just hope he doesn't get out trying to slog it over the boundary, because it's not going to make any difference, I don't think, because yes, he can get the single and still not going to get us past the follow-on score.
Oh, goes for the cut, through it goes. Well, there is a batting point to be had. Oh no, there isn't. It's 250 now, isn't it? I'll get used to that by the end of the season, maybe the start of next summer. Yeah, it felt a little strange that Somerset got to 400. And a really fine effort to get to 400 it was, and they didn't get maximum batting points. It's one that not everybody's convinced about that change this year.
Yeah, I think it came from the top, didn't it? They wanted a bit more sort of a win scenario and make more exciting cricket.
Bowls dug out by Simpson. Field will come up. One to come of the over. Yeah. I'm not sure it quite works in April and May though. How many times did anybody achieve maximum batting points in April or May? I like the 16 for the win and 5 for the draw though. That's what led to that Nottinghamshire finale here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, but April's been so wet, it's not really been conducive to any sort of cricket other than you know, battling to really sort of survive as a batter, and the bowlers trying to get in the right areas as often as they could.
All up on the single, 2 slips crouching down, last ball of the over. Simpson thumps it. Oh, wow. Murtagh backing up, Simpson's gone, and you can't believe that, surely. Let's have a look at that on a replay in a moment. Siddle's reaction says it all. It's shock all round. Simpson unbeaten on 57. Murtagh backing up at the non-striker's end. He was looking for that single. He was ready to go to charge down and help Simpson keep the strike. Middlesex trail by 229. They're all out for 175. Siddle wicketless in the bowlers column, but looks back at his fingers there as he's managed to get something on that. And Middlesex and Simpson won't quite believe the way it ended. Here we go.
It was like slow motion, just slow motion. Murtagh's looked at it, Tim's looked at it, and it's from very, very wide as well. It's not like a follow through from the straight line. He must have been 2 or 3 yards to his right, bowling round the wicket at Simpson, and he's just got a hand on it. It must have travelled 2 yards almost. He's just got, and it's hit middle stump, and Mertz can't believe it. You can't believe how he's got it back from that wide onto middle stump, and sadly off he had to trudge. I don't think he meant that at all. No, I think he was actually trying to pick it up to begin with.
Yeah.
And as he tried to pick it up, he thought, well, I'll just try and flick it somewhere. I mean, he wasn't even looking. He just sort of threw it in the general direction. I think, Kevin. I don't think he was trying to get it on there. If you're following straight through, you might have a chance, but not from that wide. My goodness.
I mean, I've seen bowlers do it on their follow through. I didn't think he did. I didn't think he meant it. It looked like a real deflection. He was just trying to stop it. But you've seen bowlers before when they try and help it on its way. 175 all out for Middlesex. Simpson 57, his second 50 of the summer, but big disappointment for the hosts who put Somerset in yesterday, 404. It'll be all eyes now to see whether Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman are asked to come back down those pavilion steps in a moment, 229 behind, or whether it'll be the Middlesex bowlers out there warming up, as they are at the moment. I think that's Roland Jones and Bamber down there in the distance. So if Somerset are to make the call, they'll have to make it soon-ish. Because already Roland Jones and Bamber are out there warming up, ready to get at that Somerset attack, that Somerset top order. We'll take a 2-minute break. We can grab a cup of tea. Mike Gatting and myself, Kevin Howell, will be back in a few moments. Play to resume at 5:08, which will just give us a brief moment to go and fill up those cups of tea. And, well, Siddle's out there. So is that follow-on enforced? And Overton, I thought that was Bamber and Roland Jones. It's Siddle and Overton. Follow on enforced, we'd have to guess. Join us back in a couple of moments. We'll watch it all unfold. Well, welcome back, everybody. The follow-on, as expected, is in force. Middlesex are out there, Robson and Stoneman, with 24 overs to go on day 2, 229 behind. Henry has a 5-foot, he's got a smile on his face and he's got the ball in hand again. 4 slips behind Sam Robson. Somerset have their tails up and they are, look, ready to go. No time to waste at all. Henry's on his way in. Right on the spot straight away.
As you would expect, he's only just finished bowling with the older ball, but he's now got a new one in his hand, and it's going to be one of those very nice sessions that fast bowlers like. A little 4 or 5 over spell, and all their seamers can have that, and with a new ball to boot. So it's going to be a test for Middlesex. Nice heavy roller, sun's out, great evening to bat. Get stuck in, boys.
Off the mark in the second innings, dropping a single into the vacant covers. Henry 4 for 45 from 16. His first spell was there about 3 for 30 from 10. In fact, it was 3 for 30 for 10. His second spell from the pavilion end, he had 3 overs that went for 10. So by then it was 13 for 40. So he's only had 3 overs in the last spell before this, which is barely a third spell of the day for him.
Yeah, I'm just going to be a bit of a testing time for Mr. Stoneman. It's he's obviously very mindful. He's got bowled through the gate once or twice just recently, and it's always a difficult place to play here at Lords. It will come down the hill. Henry's a very experienced Test match bowler, and he will be. It's going to be a very good contest because Mark's a really gritty cricketer, a very good cricketer, and it's going to be a really good contest. This.
Well, it's been high-quality cricket this summer. I mean, the return to Division 1, there's no doubt about the difference now, I think. You looked at it in Division 2 and thought there was some really good stuff played in Division 2 the last couple of years. And Middlesex were forced hard right to the last day of the last season, weren't they, to get up from Division 2 before it was sealed?
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, as I say, this is a division the guys deserve to be in and can play in. They've just got to believe in themselves a bit more about that they can do it.
Stoneman off the mark. Get a couple here. Leach giving chase. But there's no doubt in Division 1, the bowling attacks last week, that Essex game first up, as you said, Nottinghamshire had Broad in their side. And Northamptonshire beat Middlesex at Wantage Road, so you wouldn't put down any of their side, although they've had a tough day of it today, all out for 65 against Hampshire. Oh wow, there it comes back down the slope.
As I say, Mark's going to be tested here, but I know he's up for the challenge. He's a really fighting cricketer, and he would have been really disappointed again. I think he probably showed when he left the crease. You know, he realised himself that it's happened again, and he just tapped a couple of the stumps on the way out in frustration, I think. And
it was the politest couple.
It was the politest. It wasn't like one or two I've seen before where they've whacked whole stumps out at a time. But you know, that just shows the character to me of the man. He realised, and he's hugely disappointed. And as I say, it's going to be a good contest, this. And I just hope the guys remember that it is a goodish pitch, and you know, things can change, and they're going to have to fight. They're going to find a way. They're going to have to bat for a day and a half.
Siddle has only bowled 9 overs so far today.
Yeah, Pete's again another wonderful, a wonderful cricketer, and he's done the rounds a lot of places, and he's been, you know, again one of those bowlers in the first division that knows where it's going. Test match bowler, and it's great for cricket to see these sort of guys still around and still performing, not quite as nippy as he used to be, but getting it in the right areas and making it difficult.
So those bowling figures, Henry was 5 for 45 from 16. Overton none for 41 from 11. I thought he started well, but perhaps could have challenged that off stump a little bit more. Gregory 2 for 40 from 9. Siddle none for 22 from 9. Leach 2 for 22 from 7. So the point being, Gregory and Siddle, they've basically had a spell each. This is almost second spell of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't really remember Lewis Gregory, but he was an opening bat for England under-19s at one stage.
Goodness me. Snorter back down the slope to Robson.
Yep. I mean, that's the great thing about this pitch here at Lord's. I mean, it is a pretty decent pitch, but the odd one will do one. It just bounce a bit, and bowlers like Siddle who hit the seam will get it to do a bit. And again, that's something the guys themselves as batters will realise. But again, it's a good pitch. You look at it now; it's brown, the sun's out, and it's a nice day for batting.
It's going to be a challenge. It should be a challenge. And if you're a professional cricketer, you should be up for the challenge. Middlesex will be. A lot of pride out there between these two. A lot of aspirations. Robson said he'll never give up on wanting to play Test cricket again. And he's had a good few years. He's been a little unlucky. There was one year in particular where I thought he was wrongly overlooked for the chance to go back.
Yeah, he did. He started off really well. He got, I think, 200 or 300 very quickly early on. The trouble is, in that sort of scenario, that the incumbent Test batsman normally gets the first chance, and by the time he'd had a couple of chances and failed, poor old Robbo hadn't got any runs.
It's a beaut from Siddle to end the over. Down the slope it goes. Good pace as well. They got that ball changed at the end of the last innings, and Siddle produced a gem of a delivery. That's pretty good as well.
That's gone like an off break, isn't it? I mean, that really has. And again, the quality of the bowling here from Siddle was magnificent. And I mean, you could see how far he missed it by. It went that much. It was like an off break, a fast off break down the slope at Lord's. And let's be fair, Stoneman played it really well, kept nice and tidy, and it missed it by almost a bat width. That's how much it went.
4 slips for Robson. Henry in again. Interesting the way that the Somerset batters went about the slope here. They really used their feet.
Well, they did. They got this. You always say when you're batting, you've got to try and get your head round about off stump, so as you know where your off stump is and whatever. But the guys seemed to sort of almost like stand on off stump and then started waltzing down the wicket to the guys, which you can do, but you're not going to be waltzing down the wicket to Mr. Matt Henry, and therefore you're playing a different game to start with. And of course, by walking down the wicket, I mean that's just stroked to mid off by Robson. You sort of. And here goes replay, very nice.
I was just going to ask you. You can see so much of middle and off there. That's a real change from Robson, who at one point was batting front and back foot on off, wasn't he? He'd gone all the way across. He's obviously gone back to a more natural game that he had before.
Yep. And again, he's a bit more comfortable. And I think the thing about that is, of course, is that you do cut out one shot. If somebody bowls you a sort of a wide-ish ball, you sort of still a bit cramped. Whereas if you're on middle two, like I used to bat, I used to love my cut shot. If it was just going down the slope, you could actually almost cut one off middle or off stump. I think the guys from Somerset, for example, today decided they weren't going to be cutting. They were just going to make sure they get outside the line.
Edge short, the third slip.
And the Somerset guys would be batting on off stump, and they'd be walking down the wicket, which took out the LBW, because they'd be outside the line. And then the other thing, here we go, look at this, another ball. Yeah, it was a bit thickish edge, that, wasn't it? It just stayed a little bit lower than you would have thought with the new ball. And then the other thing, of course, if it did nip, they were actually closer to the ball. And if it nipped, it could, they had a lot of things in the way. And they played it pretty straight to mid-on lots of the times. And so that was their way of playing our little medium pacers. So it was only when Simpson stood up that it became a much more of a contest that And it was very surprising to me that, you know, Simba just didn't stand up to them all the way through, but that he gave them time to do that, and you can't afford to give batsmen time to get in. So, you know, bowlers have got to remember, it's not about ego, it's about how the best you can actually get people out. And actually, all three of them, if Simo had stood up, would have put them under a lot more pressure.
It's come of the over as Stoneman's back onto strike. In fact, that is the end of the over. 5 without loss. What was your favourite memory playing against Somerset? Anything spring immediately to mind?
Bath. You might say Bath. I do say Bath. I was very fortunate. I do say Bath because I got my highest ever county championship score, 258 in a day at Bath against Vic Marks. Martin Crowe played in that match actually, and I also got 196 at Bath. So two of my highest probably.
258 in a day.
Yeah. Oh. And that was we started half an hour late because I was up.
Is your what?
Well, because I had to wait for number 1 and 2 to get out before I got in, so I was. It was a small ground, to be fair. I mean, Bath's not a huge ground. It's obviously by the rugby ground there as well. It's a lovely little place and quaint little changing rooms, but very fast outfield. And
was that why you stayed out in the middle so long? You didn't want to go back to the changing room?
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah. It's a long walk for lunch. Yeah, it has, yeah. But I mean, you know, Somerset, when you talk about Somerset, it's always a lovely place to play, and even obviously Taunton, lovely little ground, quaint little ground. And when we played there weren't so many stands as there are now, or flats. And so it was a...
What about fans? I mean, everybody talks about going to Taunton and the noise that they make there. Even the One Day Cup game, Peter Milan was talking about it up here on day one. He was saying that game last year. Down the slope again. Even that One Day Cup match last year, it wasn't full, but the noise was brilliant.
It was, and I mean, there's a lovely little story. Vincent van der Waal was playing for Middlesex against Somerset down there. Gavaskar was playing for Somerset, and he had played really well in this one day match, playing a 50 over. And Sonny was on 96, and Vincent came back for a second spell, and only this bloke could have done it. He was on 96, Gavaskar, and he beat him on the outside edge 3 times. And the 4th time he did the same thing, and he said, "For Christ's sake, play straight, you horrible little man." but the times we played there, of course, you always played against Viv and Joel and Beefy, and it was always legendary, sort of just seeing the awe and the love for the players from the Somerset supporters, you know, of those guys that played down there. You know, there are people like Martin Crowe and Gavaskar, Steve Waugh. They managed to get some good people down there because the supporters were fantastic with the cricketers.
Pitch Langer as well, didn't they?
They did pitch JL, but I think JL decided he didn't want to run too much, so he'd go down to Somerset and just stroke it through the outfield, and he wouldn't have to run too far. But no, look, JL was
triple century against Middlesex, 2007.
Well, it wouldn't have surprised me. He was probably trying to make a point, but no, he just loved cricket, and whoever he played for, he was full on, and he was a great man to have in your side, and a lovely man to talk to about cricket as well. It's always interesting talking to him about the Australian cricket.
5 without loss, so there'll be plenty to talk about this summer. Ashes summer, rocking up real soon.
Yep, and there's been some disappointment already for obviously Ben Folkes, but you know, it's so difficult. You know, when you talk about cricket and picking sides and who should play and who shouldn't, it can be very cruel at time. And you know, Folkes has missed out. But, you know, something like Johnny Bairstow missed out on a number of occasions, perhaps when he should have played, but they couldn't get him in. And you know, when somebody like Ben Folkes, who's done so well, misses out, it is cruel. But you can't leave somebody like Johnny Bairstow out because of the way he played last year, and if he's fit, he's got to play.
Did you play in the match Oh no, it was Viv was at Glamorgan. He wasn't at Somerset at the time. Angus Fraser was telling me about it. Tufnell had upset him.
Yeah,
and Viv came looking for him. Go on, you tell us the story. I think I've heard it from Fraser, but it's always good to hear somebody else.
Yeah, it was an amazing game of cricket. I mean, Viv got a double 100. A guy called Adrian Dale got a double 100. So Glamorgan ended up getting sort of 550, 600. Well, it's about 550, I think, and it was a 4-day game, and we batted. Embers actually got in as night watchman. He got 100. I managed to get a few, and we were sort of coming up close. And I said to Matt Maynard, or it was Hugh Morris, you know, should you know, we'll declare behind, but don't make us follow on, and we can have a game of cricket.
That's a nice shot. Well timed. 4 runs. First boundary. The Middlesex follow on.
So all I was left for the option was to go past them. So we went past them by about 120 or something. And we had a bowl just before lunch, and Gussie nipped 1 or 2 out, and then Cat came on, and Viv came out to the crease just before lunch. And of course there was all this to and fro with the pick bowlers, and I said to Cat, well, let's have a deep square leg. Oh, no. He was just about to run and said, oh, sorry. No, Cat, bring that one up. It's just before lunch. And Viv looked at him and went, man, I'm ready. And then, of course, John Carr was at short leg. I think I was at slip, and there was one that slimmed off, and Cat ran and bowled this ball, and it bounced and it turned, hit Viv on the gloves and went straight to short leg. Cat was doing circles and running around, and we wanted to go into lunch, and they were sort of then 3 down. And of course, Viv just looked at him, and you could see him fuming as he sort of got 0 first ball, which doesn't normally happen to Viv.
Pushes at that one, but beats the edge.
And then we came in at tea time, and we got the message that Viv wanted to see Cat. And of course, all the boys said, "Jesus, Cat, he obviously wasn't very pleased with the way you sort of, you know, gave him a send-off, and you know he's going to come and see you." So of course, you know, he started packing his bag at tea time, and he was, Cat, can I come off early if we happen to win this, because we kept getting wickets, and actually we had him bowling them out, and of course I had to go out and field, and Cat. He said, Cat, can I take one of the cars? Because if he comes in the dressing room at the end of the game, because we needed about 80 or so quickly, and we were knocking them off, and he'd all packed to go, and he said, which car can I take? Which car can I take? And we said, no, you can't have a car, Cat. We got to wait. And he goes, no, Skip, no. Anyway, we end up coming in, and he came in, and everybody went quiet. And he said, where's Tufnell? He said he was in the corner. And he went up to Cat and he said, "Man," he said, "well bowled." He said, "But I don't particularly like send-offs like that, man," and just walked out the change. But you know, Viv can be so menacing.
Lovely shot for Robson, his first boundary. Let's see him without loss.
Yeah, it was. There's lovely moments like that, and. You know, Cat was always a sort of person that was very nervous at the best of times, but you know, when he was talking about Viv, my God, you could see fear, pure fear in his face. But you wouldn't want to take Viv on. So, I mean, most of us might well have done.
Wonder how Tuffers feels when he walks through the pavilion now, sees that big picture. It's my favourite picture in the pavilion, that one of Sir Viv.
I couldn't agree more with you. It is absolutely stunning.
Captures the aura of the man, doesn't it?
And it's just when you think just his sort of head and shoulders, and as you say, it's almost like you're walking into Viv in real life. It is absolutely an amazing piece of art. And there's some absolutely shockers in there as well at the moment, but never mind.
Yeah, there is. There really is. I mean, it's well publicised, isn't it?
It is. Michael Vaughan and Graham Gooch come to mind. Sadly.
Andrew Jonathan shot Strauss. Yeah, modern art. 13 without loss. Artful stuff here from Somerset. Siddle and Henry at it from the off. They've got Overton and Gregory still to come.
Yes, a bit of battling by the Middlesex players, and you've got 2 very experienced guys out here, and as I say, the heavy roller, the sun's out. And I just hope the guys don't realise they're a long way behind. They've just got to bat for a day and a half, and I'm sure that's what they're thinking. The ball at a time, and you know, let's make sure we get through this opening spell and keep going.
Mentioning some of the former players, Norman Cowans is first up here this morning. He looks as though he could still run in and bowl.
Honestly, I mean, you wouldn't think. I mean, I'm not quite sure how old
64.
He's 64. He looks like Bob Marley, doesn't he? I mean, he's got his
the dreads
dreadlocks
now,
on, and he's got the old dark glasses on the head, and yeah. Ramp said to me, he said he didn't even recognise him when he walked in.
No, I didn't. I had to double look.
Really? Oh no. I mean, having had Normie in my team for many years, I mean, it wasn't difficult. There's only one Normie George.
That's the first time I've seen him with dreadlocks, though. That's what threw me when I looked around and double looks.
Yeah, well, Ricky Elcott came in later on in the day and he hasn't got any hair at all. But that's not surprising when you fly jumbo jets for a living, is it? You know, so I mean, it's. But no, Ricky was another lovely man. I mean, we were so blessed at Middlesex with the likes of Will Slack, you know, Neil Williams, Roland Butcher, you know, Weeksy, and you know, Ramps and Oace, and just wonderful cricketers who we managed to play with.
Oh, that's
just bounced a bit, didn't it? The bounce just did him there. And of course, we mustn't forget our favourite one of all, Wayne Daniel. He wasn't, sadly, no. We couldn't fly him in from Barbados. Yeah, that one just bounced a bit. Robson's gone for the shot, but again, good bit of bowling, new ball. You expected to do that occasionally, but Robson trying to be positive, but yeah, the bounce just did for him there.
Well, Somerset fans of old, I'm sure Middlesex fans will have seen them by now, but the dressing room reunions that we did during COVID, when the season was delayed, there was no cricket, so we put together some of the dressing rooms of old on Zoom, and that era was incredible. Wayne Daniel, yourself, there was 12 on that call, I think.
Yeah,
I was supposed to be hosting it, but it was basically just sit back and let you lot go once you got started.
Well, you know, it's a bit like being with a family. You know, once you all get together, the family. Cricket is a family. You know, whoever you play with or against or whatever. If you see them, you can just have a chat about anything you want to, because it's almost like you saw them yesterday. And you know, when you think the likes of Vincent van der Baal, Jeff Thompson, who was here as well. I mean, we were so lucky with all the cricket. Desmond Haynes, Langer, so many wonderful cricketers. Flem and you know, guys. I've missed lots out, but I mean, you know, Hughesy as well, sadly, and yeah, it's a wonderful game.
Well, I'm sure Division 1 are just as happy to see Lords back in Division 1 as Middlesex are happy to be back. Good to have Division 1 cricket played at this ground again. Middlesex testing themselves against the best in the country once more and wanting to climb towards the top themselves. Has been a pleasure to watch this season so far.
That's another good bit of cricket there from Robson, and a very sharp single to extra cover there. Point just running round to extra cover to retrieve, but a nice positive forward defensive and solidly out towards the extra cover area. And again, this battle commences and continues to go through, and as I say, it's nice to see this sort of cricket played at Lords again, and as I say, I just hope the guys get to grips with it and believe they can do it.
Sloman pulls the bat inside the line of that one. So it's come of the over from Henry.
Yep, a little bit more into that one. You notice he sort of just put a bit more shoulder into that one. Again, a sign of a very good bowler who just sort of bowls within himself for a little bit and then all of a sudden decides, let's just put a little bit more into this, and he got it in the right area, and Stoneman went for it and it just bounced a little bit and through to the keeper.
As far as points, it's a punch.
Yeah, I think he was encouraged by that last ball, wasn't it? He thought he'd have another go, and it didn't quite bounce as much, and it possibly just a little closer to Stoneman, who played it really well. And he obviously likes playing that shot mark, and he's comfortable playing it, and Mr. Henry's given him a chance to play that, hoping it might bounce and go to slip.
Comes angling back in. End of the over 15 without loss.
And there again, it just that head just fell over up the hill a bit sadly, and the ball came down probably, fortunately enough, to miss everything apart from the pad, and probably did just a bit too much. But again, just that right area for Mark where he just gets his head just a bit too far going over there, and you know, in his attempt just to cover up the hill there, and again, some fine bowling from Matt Henry, who's probing away at an old campaigner who's fighting very hard.
Good from Robson, half volley from Siddle, Aussie to Aussie. It's Robson's area to score hard, score big.
Yeah, as a batsman, that's one of the lovely balls you receive here at Lord's, just going down the leg side, down the hill, and you can just lean into it, and it fairly raced off the outfield there, right down the square, and reached the boundary rather rapidly. That will give Mr. Robson a little bit of confidence and more determination to dig in.
Goes again. 4 more. 23 without loss, Middlesex. When Robson got the call up to England, it was immediately identified his judgment on the off stump wasn't great. Was that a little harsh?
Look, people will we're just seeing a replay here of Siddle again, just sort of bowling this ball that's just angled down the leg side again, and Robbo doesn't miss this, and he whacks it again down. Yeah, so yeah, look, if you keep getting out in certain areas, it's whether you've got a weakness, whether you haven't, or whether the bowling's good and you get 4 or 5 decent balls, which you're likely to do in first class cricket. And yeah, it then becomes, well, actually, with all the stats that go out, people sort of say, well, actually, he's a bit weak outside off stump. You lose a bit of confidence, and then, you know, you start fending for it a bit. So it might have been the case. And so you then, as a batsman, start thinking, well, what have I got to do to sort of negate that? So you start talking to people, and people say, well, you've got to get your head to the off stump and then leave it well. Lord's is a difficult place to bat sometimes. And that's well left again by Robson. It could have come down the hill, but it didn't. It stayed up there, and Robbo left it very well. Now, I know for a fact here that I got out twice LBW to Malcolm Marshall, who was bowling from the nursery end, and he was bowling some lovely away swingers. And then the horrible little man bowled me a couple of in swingers, which I left. And it just goes to show I wasn't watching the ball. I was thinking what the bowler was going to bowl instead of watching the ball. And, you know, that does happen then. And then all of a sudden, as a batsman, you sort of start doing other things.
Poor old Max Holden today left on the lane, didn't he? Around the wicket, like LBW.
Yep, it can do, and again, that's sometimes trying. I mean, I can sometimes relate to that. You try too hard and you want to leave the ball instead of actually playing the ball. You just got to put everything out of your mind. You mustn't cloud it. You've just got to play the ball, and you know, from around the wicket and angle as a lefty, you've got to be looking to play. If you can, you don't have to go after it. Keep your hands close to your body, but again, it's easy sitting up here, sort of 100 yards away.
Worked off his hit by Robson. Just be a single down to fine leg. End of the 8th, 24 without loss.
Yeah, and I think Robbo has sort of got himself back into a good place now, where he is just, you know, trusting himself and believing in himself, and as you get more confident, you judge the ball better, and that just goes without saying. That's the way you play.
He's nearly old enough to get in the Aussie side now, isn't he, Robson?
bit harsh. But yeah, Mr. Warner's going to. It's interesting. Both camps have got a man who they're playing on what I'd say ability rather than form, with Mr. Warner and Mr. Crawley. So it'll be interesting how those two particular batsmen perform.
Oh, Robson goes after that one.
Yeah, just as we were saying how well he was judging it. I mean, it was very wide in the end. I mean, it didn't bounce very much, so it wasn't going to carry the slip. But he was almost like that he wanted to play it. And again, maybe because his head got a bit further down the slope than he wanted it to be. But
straight back onto that off stump.
Met with a very broad bat, with a head looking at the ball very straight, which is absolutely fantastic from Robbo's point of view. In a great place, played it well, good bit of cricket all round.
Squirts away for a single back of a square. He'll be 34 in July 1st. Sydney-born Robson. Yeah, that was the time in that great Aussie side. You mid-30s before you made your debut.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at somebody, you know, like Straussy when he before he started playing was 28.
He was, yeah.
You know, and others have done the same, and you know, Robbo being 32. Yeah.
The call almost came a little bit too soon for Robson, I thought. But if we cast our minds back to that, as that's another good leave by Stoneman. I think a little bit of kidology from Somerset. Rogers and Robson were going really well for Middlesex, and there was a lot of talk about Australia needing an opener. A lot of talk about, well, that Sam Robson's not doing badly in English county cricket. And of course England gave him the call.
Yeah, it's always the same, isn't it? You know, was that a sort of a devious Aussie plan or not? But
So they then went and picked Chris Rogers.
well, that's right. I mean, to be fair, both of them were a fantastic pair together, and you know, it made batting look easy, and it was good for Middlesex. It was good for them, and you know, it's a bit like when Mickey Rosary was batting with Desmond Haynes. You know, they both looked really brilliant together and had a real good season. Sometimes when you lose somebody after that, it then becomes a different sort of scenario. But certainly when Rogers and Robson were batting, it was a fantastic pairing.
Single down to long leg for Stoneman. None overs gone, 15 to go on day 2. 26 without loss, trailing by 203.
It must be due for a bowling change shortly. I mean, the Overton-Gregory scenario must be shortly to come on, or will they put Mr. Robson on? I'm not sure. Sorry, not Mr. Robson, Mr. Leach.
Well, it's clouding up a bit over behind the grandstand, behind the Compton. Floodlights aren't on yet, but just to the right of the picture there, over the top of the grandstand, there's a few greyer clouds creeping in.
Yeah, it's going to be another hour, isn't it, before we get the overs through, unless, of course, Leach does come on. It might just hasten the close of play, but I suspect that if they start getting wickets, Somerset will want to stay out there as long as they possibly can.
Hard to see a breaking up in that cloud where there's a last glint of blue, slither of blue before there's some pretty heavier set-in clouds. So floodlights could go on. The floodlights are up, they're not on yet.
It's a bit like the way it started first thing this morning, wasn't it? There was just like a bit of drizzle in the air actually at one stage, and then as the morning wore on, it cleared up, and we had a lovely afternoon here.
Coming in for the T20 next Thursday?
I shall be, yes. I've actually got a very good day that day. I'm being interviewed by Dee Gower about the Ashes.
Oh, yeah.
But we're having lunch at the same time, which is very nice, at Oslo Court. So I shall finish that, come and watch a bit of the Sunrisers, and then obviously watch the Surrey Middlesex T20 match with interest. And it might well be Steve Eskenazi had such a good start to the T20 campaign last year. It might be just something that might just get his season started, because it's been a little bit of a slow start for him. I think a lot of us were expecting good things, but hasn't quite worked out just yet. But something like the T20 might just get the ball rolling for him, because he played so well last year.
Edge gone. Good pace, good bounce, great areas from Siddle. Testing Robson, that just felt as that had an extra bit in it from Siddle. His first wicket, the first of the Middlesex follow-on, 27 for 1.
Yep, and it's in that area again. It just stayed up the hill a bit, which is always a good ball here at Lord's, and you know, Robbo didn't quite get out the crease. He could have been getting his feet towards the ball because it was out there. The fact that it stayed out there was the reason he nicked it, I think. Had he gone a little bit further, he didn't quite get a stride in. It was a sort of a, oh, it's going to come down the hill, and sadly it didn't, and Robbo just nicked it straight through the keeper.
I just had the feeling that he stayed, it feels as though he stayed leg side a lot in this match. I feel like I've noticed it more in this match than I have in any other.
But that was strange, because actually the right shot was actually to go towards the ball because it was wide of the off stump, but he actually didn't get out the crease. And I have to say, I myself sometimes if I wasn't playing well, that's what I would never get a stride in. You get half a stride in, and that's just not enough. If you get a full stride in, you block it, and it runs down a third man. And again, that's the sort of cruel game that we play sometimes.
Stephen Eskenazi, we just gave him a mention. He walks out on a pair.
Well, I don't think he could have done much about the ball he received first innings, and you know, you just got to put that aside and say, okay, well, let's see if we can turn the tables and get stuck in and make some runs this time round, because he's certainly very capable. And it's a good wicket. It's not like one of the early season wickets which is nipping around all over the place. And Steve is a talented cricketer, so let's hope he can just get in. And if he does, then I think we could be in for some entertainment.
A couple of 37s in the second innings of the first 2 games of the season against Essex and Northants. And a couple of ducks in the first innings of those 2 games. On a pair here. Twice the king pair.
Yep. And that's well played. It was a good ball from Siddle, as you'd expect. He was he needed to get his feet moving, and he did, and he got out to it, and he played it nice and straight. Head stayed up, it didn't fall over, and so that was well bowled and well played.
I mean, he's a cracking cricketer in all formats, but also a cracking guy, cracking captain. Speaks very well, talks very well of the game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly talks well about it. He's passionate about it, and he wants to do well. And you know, it's as we all know, it's a frustrating game when it's not going very well, and you can try your socks off, and sometimes you end up trying too hard. But if you generally look at it, you get back to the basics and crack on from there if things aren't going as well as they might be.
27 for 1. Robson out in the over for 18. Siddle getting that wicket. And yeah, just he was very much leg side of the ball, wasn't he?
He was, and you see where he actually played the ball, where his front foot was. It was out almost outside leg stump, you know, when he played it, and the ball was outside off stump. And you got to say, well, why was that? Because I can't understand that, because, you know, as a batsman, you know, I've got to get to the off stump.
Edged, oh! Pops out of the gloves. Would have been a great take by Davis down the leg side. Stoneman would have been really cursing if that was another way for him to get out this year. He moves to 13.
ball just going down the leg side, and that's a great effort. And it would have been another horrible way to have got out for Mark, but he's hit it pretty well, and he gets 4 for it as the ball deserved.
Let's go back to the Robson, because it's such a stark contrast. That's why I ask about it, because he really did at one point bat front foot, very much like Nick Compton did. I don't know whether it was Compton's influence or not, because Compton went very side on, didn't he, on off stump, front and back foot on the off stump, with the theory anything outside his eye line you can leave alone, anything inside the silent you have to get bat on. And that was, he said, it's as simple as that. That's how he set himself up in the end. Robson tried it. That didn't particularly... Well, it didn't work for him, because he's had some good runs over the last few years, but he's clearly switched to a very different stance now.
But even so, just watching that dismissal, I mean, he had to be getting his foot towards the off stump. I mean, I'm not sure why he wasn't getting it anywhere near, because his head had to be there, outside off stump, and yet his foot was outside leg stump when he was trying to play it, which meant he was sort of like playing 12 inches away from his body.
You can almost understand that he didn't get forward to it. The length was excellent on the ball. The length was pretty much perfect. Robson clearly wasn't forward or back or this one, but he wasn't across. It was just what had struck me all the way through the first innings as well. I just thought there was a lot of off stump and a lot of middle stump on display, which as a bowler you'd be feeling in the game if you're seeing that much of the stumps.
Yeah, that's fair point. But at the same time, it means you can get the bat at the ball most of the time. You know, some batters get their legs in the way, and you feel like you can do them LBW. But you know, it's Overton in outside the off stump, well left by Eskenazi, looking to get well forward there, and there's a very good leave as it bounced through to the keeper. But no, what was disappointing for me was he was nowhere near the ball basically. You know, having been in for best part of 40 minutes, it shouldn't have been a problem. So whether it was a lack of concentration or just a lack of misjudgment or whatever, I don't know. But a very strange way to get out when the ball's well outside off stump and your foot's outside leg stump.
Eskenazi still on 0. End of the over, 11 gone. He's still on a pair. 32 for 1.
It's nice still to be there, but it would have been nice to. He was looking a bit agitated at the crease, as you always are when you're on 0 and you just come off another 0 before that, and yeah, he'll be having a little chuckle probably with Mark Stoneman there, and I'm sure Mark Stoneman will know that he's very keen to get off the mark, so he'll be on his toes if Esky gets up this end in the over. But Siddle's going to continue, and Middlesex at 32 for 1. Game on. Cloud coming over. This might give the bowlers a bit more encouragement. Now the sun's not on the wicket.
Oh, catches the cry. It flies back at a point. They're going to take 3. 35 for 1. We mentioned Chris Rogers earlier, who played for both these counties. I remember talking to him about it, and he said of all the grounds in the world, Lords, you look up, not down. That first Siddle ball that really zipped to Robson with this in this innings. Let's have a look at the replay on this one.
Yeah, it's just bounced a bit more than anything. I mean, I think Mark was looking to play it down the leg side and maybe looking to play it perhaps a bit too square instead of perhaps more to mid-wicket, and he, just as he was turning the face of the bat, just got an outside edge, but the bounce was there. That elusive single for Eskenazi gets him off the pair, and I haven't seen him scamper as quickly as that up the other end for a long time. And you could see the relief, and he's now chuckling with everybody, and it's amazing, isn't it, about the getting off a pair. And Siddle obviously said something to him, and I'm not sure, he probably said, mate, if you only get one, that's still no bloody good.
Copped a lot last week at the Oval. Got a bit of a send-off, I think. Eskenazi. There he goes, riding that one as he wanted to. The previous delivery he faced, gets a single there, Stoneman. You can imagine he was copping a bit, as you say, out there on a pair.
Yeah, I bet he was. Yeah. Yeah, that one was played so much better by Mark Stone, wasn't it? He just let the ball come into him. He wasn't forcing it through mid-wicket. He was just let it come in nicely and just tucked it away comfortably for one, very safely for one.
You'd imagine the floodlights are going to be coming on imminently here. That heavy cloud that's rolled in front of the sun has changed the light out there significantly.
Yeah, but you know, it's been so bright today. I mean, this is still quite decent light. I'm not sure why they need the lights on just yet. And actually, if that one cloud that's covering the sun at the moment just wanders across the ground like the flag suggests, maybe in 15 or 20 minutes it might just brighten up again.
Oh, you're right, actually. There is. I mentioned there was a slither of blue behind it. Now there's a crank one echo around, and it does look as though there's a little bit more broken up cloud behind it. Inside edge off that back pad, I think, ricochets square.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good shot. He was hitting it far too square. It was quite close to him. He's trying to hit it through extra cover off the back foot, and he just got a thick inside edge because he didn't get the timing right, and it just rolled out to square leg where it was fielded. But no, it's nice being up here so high because you can actually give a weather forecast because you can see so far in the distance, whereas before you never used to be able to do that. So it's quite pleasing.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Beautiful from Siddle to end the over. 1 for 20 from 6. Siddle, very nearly 2 for 20.
Yeah, again, just if you look at that, you could just see the head outside the line of his bat, and he sort of played inside the line a bit. His head was in the right place, but because he'd just fallen over slightly, his bat came down inside the line. So head's gone over, and he just played inside it a bit. But it was a good ball because it stayed up the hill, as we say. It's always a very good ball. Overton's in, and it's to Stoneman. He just pushes it out to mid-off. Just wandering around the crease, knowing the lot is on his shoulders here because as an opening batsman, he's has the ability to play long innings, and he certainly needs one today for Middlesex. He certainly needs to get to close of play, and that will be where he's aiming for, I think. As Overton's in again. Very good leave there as it bounces through to the keeper. Overton 6'4", 5", using his height. England bowler. Perhaps looking to get back in that England side. Looking to get a win for Somerset, which is been elusive for them recently. And again, another short one, wide outside the off stump. Stoneman thinks about cutting it, but leaves it and goes safely through to the keeper.
Yeah, being up here, it's funny because you watch the umpires sometimes looking up at the sky, and we can see so much further than they can when they're making the decisions out there.
You can see the rays just sort of starting to appear by that black cloud as it's just slowly meandering across the sky there through the.
Wide mid off in place for that shot.
That's a lovely shot, great poise. Didn't try to hit it too hard, and fortunately straight to the fielder, who fields it rather well. That's another good shot just to boost the confidence. Great position, good solid base, and nice full face of the bat.
I guess Chris Rogers would have been a near similar age to Stoneman when he arrived at Middlesex, and he had a massive impact on the county, Rogers.
He did, and you know, I think probably Chris was slightly more outgoing than Mark. Mark's a quiet but dry sort of character, and you know, he says a few words now and again, I think, so that, but he's a very dry character. I think.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Leach has to get turn to give chase. Well, turn to retrieve it. It's bumped well over the boundary rope in front of him.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? He got the balance right, timing right. And we'll see here, just coming into his legs, and he hits it with a lovely straight bat. Straightish mid-wicket, and with great power as well.
Born August 77, Rogers. 2011 was his first year, because he got Middlesex straight up that season, didn't he? So, what was he, 31?
Yeah, so he's 36 now then. Must be, because I was born in 57. So if he's born in 77, I'm 66 this year, so he must be 46 this year. Unless he's before June birthday.
No, he's August. So Stoneman arrived at Middlesex. This is his third season, isn't it? Had half a season at the back end of 2 seasons ago. And funnily enough, he struggled for a run here, didn't he? Got the runs elsewhere, plenty of them, but couldn't get it off the square here for a little while.
Yeah, so 36 is it's an experienced cricketer.
No, sorry, that was Rogers. Rogers 31.
Rogers, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Rogers was 31 when he arrived. So Stoneman is now 35. So yeah, he arrived when he was 32. So a similar time when they arrived. Rogers was with Middlesex till 2015, I think. Then 2016, Middlesex won it without him, didn't they? Rogers went down to Somerset.
Yeah, we were 5 in a row, did we not? 5 matches in a row to win the championship.
That's clipped away nicely by Eskenazi. First boundary of the match for him.
Now that was a fabulous shot. I mean, that was almost like a one-day shot, but you know, it was a really short, punchy shot. It wasn't that short, but it was short enough, but it just got above hip high, and he really got over it and hit it very, very powerfully through mid-wicket there, and that'll give Steve a little bit more confidence, I hope.
It's a really unusual technique, doesn't he? I like watching him, but I think when he's in full flow, he's good to watch, because it's very distinctive to him.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we see now deep squares going out, so they're going to give him something to think about here, whether he's going to get a short ball or not, but I don't think they'll worry Steve too much.
A run.
Oh, that's a fabulous bit of cricket, actually, that, isn't it? I mean, that's a really good bit of cricket, especially from Steve. Hit him for 4. Bowls a good length ball, which he managed to push out to extra cover. And he runs through very quickly for a single. Well responded by Mark Stoneman, and that's really good cricket, because that's the sort of thing you need to do: rotate the strike and really put the Somerset fielders under pressure. A lovely solid forward defensive there by Stoneman. I think there's a bit of pressure taken off. Siddle's bowled a very good spell and has been replaced by Gregory, and you know, I think you know, that just again is another one of those sort of little bits of chink, you know, so a little bit of ray of light where you do have the sort of, I'd say, although Lewis Gregory's a very decent cricketer, but you know, Siddle's that test class bowler, and perhaps doesn't quite have that sort of, I suppose, mental sort of hold over you, whereas someone like Lewis is one you feel that, you know, it's you've done the hard work possibly, but you don't want to get too carried away. But it's just takes the that intensity or worry, whatever you want to call it, away from the batter.
14 done, 46 for 1. Still 10 overs to bowl on day 2. 21 wickets in the match so far. As we head towards the end of the second day, which I suppose halfway through the game, just over halfway, the wickets have fallen. 2 first innings done. Just the manner of the Middlesex first innings will have annoyed them after the collapse of 9 for 43 to end that innings at the Oval. It felt big at the time because it felt as though even 30 or 40 more runs on that first innings, and then Surrey just got away from them after that. That's tickled fine, but Longleg will hold them to a single. And to that, Rob Salt in the wound, the final wicket pair for Surrey in their first innings, added 40.
Yeah, but that's gone sadly, Kevin. This is the one we've got to try and get into, and you know, the guys have got a challenge now to bat for a day tomorrow, and if they can do that, then they've got a chance of winning the game. And you know, that's really what they should be looking at, I think, at the moment. Is you know, when it's gone, it's gone. Try and take what you can from that loss against Surrey, but or the learnings of. But this one is very straightforward at the moment. We've got to bat for a day. Mind you, if Steve Eskenazi bats for a day, we could have quite a few runs. And Stoneman sort of just eases that towards mid-on, nice and solidly again.
Yeah, he's gone up to 3 in this game to replace the injured Peter Milan, although a bit of precaution resting him ahead of the T20. For Milan with a sore knee that flared up in the Surrey game. Overton rolls that one back at the stumps. The Mercer dismissal at the end of the Middlesex first innings still on Somerset's minds, no doubt. Smiles on their faces at the moment. And rightly so. They're right on top here at Lord's. That's a good stop. Oh, it's not going to... Well, it might do. Mid-on's given a reluctant chase here.
No, it's not going to get there. It's stopped. It's pulled up.
They've run 3. Here they come. Should be a 4th. No, Eskenazi doesn't fancy it. And they settle on 3. 50 up the second innings for Middlesex, 54 on.
Never quite sure what Overton, whether or not he's actually got his sets on England again or not. I'm sure he has, but it's a difficult way back in by the looks of it to the England team these days.
A few more deliveries like that will help.
Yeah, I think I'll keep my mouth shut. We won't talk about that again. I mean, that was actually well played. Looking up here first instant, you thought, oh my goodness, he's beaten Esky all ends up. But actually, he played inside the line, and it did bounce and leave him. But it's a fabulous leave, and he was in a good position to play a ball of that quality.
9 overs to go on day 2. 54 on Middlesex following on. Leg stump half volley. Just saying to get off Mike, he's got a good record at Lord's, Gregory. Either with the bat or the ball, he seems to come up with something. Well, he's already got a 50 in the match. .42, sorry, he was shy of the 50. comes the sun. Was that written around the corner? Abbey Road.
Abbey Road was written around the corner. Yeah, I mean it's when you I suppose been coming as long as I have here, you get fed up with seeing the people on the. They actually just walk across the zebra crossing there, and they stop and they put their hands up. You're sort of driving along, and they stop in the middle of the zebra crossing.
Taken, yeah.
Yeah, but it's amazing. Years on, they're still there, and it will ever be Abbey Road Studios and the Beatles, and obviously Paul McCartney lives around here somewhere, and you know it's just a wonderful spot. And I should imagine that people that don't normally drive around here, all of a sudden seeing somebody stand in the middle of the zebra cross with their hands up and people taking photographs, it's quite strange.
Short, bottom edge, mistimed into the onside. So half an hour to go tonight. Plenty of runs needed by Middlesex, but plenty of time to go in this match. And it is time, really, isn't it? That Middlesex need time out in the middle, which puts overs into the legs of the bowlers.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, for Middlesex at this moment in time, they really are just thinking about batting out the 8.2 overs that are left today, and then just go and have a couple of beers and sit down and think about having a good night's sleep.
I know the old coach, Stuart Law, he was always trying to drum it into the players. He'd often talk in the post-match interview about it. You score runs in the third spells at the bowlers. You know, you get in the first, get them into their third spells. That's when you score runs off them, and that's where time at the moment for Middlesex. There's so much time in this game.
Yeah, there is, and you know, third spell normally means, you know, you're in the sort of 60, 50, 60 over spell of the ball, which is, you know, the ball's not doing as much, and you know the bowlers are tired. And
gap on that offside, so they've got runs to play with. As we said, Somerset just about kept in. We've taken 2.
It was a nice shot. It almost like he must have got a bit of a bottom toe end of the bat there, because it looked like he played a lovely shot, but it didn't really go anywhere. It was very nicely placed, but it's a short boundary up there, and you'd have thought the way he'd hit that, it must have gone for 4, but obviously didn't quite time it as well as we thought from up here.
You've not lost your love of it, Gat. You still watch it with the same enthusiasm as ever?
Yeah, look, it is just fascinating watching, and I love watching. I never used to love watching cricket when I was playing. I wasn't a very good watcher, but you just sort of sit up here and you think, well, what the captain's thinking now? Who should be bowling? And you know, what are the batsmen thinking? And you know, it's just a lovely game. It's, you know, it's like, as people often say, it's like reading a book. You're thinking, you know, what's the writer going to come up with next? You know, what's going to happen? And you know, and when you get some good cricketers like you have here in a game, you're always going to see something good happen, and it's always going to be reasonably exciting. I mean, yeah, the first day was pretty sedate, but you know, in between all that, there was a lot of walking down the wicket, which you don't normally see, and there's, you know, it was short boundary, and poor old Mertz got planted up twice in a row, and then all of a sudden he got a pad on, and the bloke was bowled, and you know, it's just strange.
Right up there from Overton. Where did you watch the first day? Where were you watching?
I was watching from the committee room. I was actually hosting, so I was hosting some of the Somerset committee. We had the CEO of Somerset, Gordon Hollins, there with his brother, which was really nice, because Gordon and myself used to work in ECB back in 2007 to 17, and Gordon was trying to get everybody to be sensible with their money in the clubs and trying to run their businesses properly, which was a big task. But you know, he then left there and went down to Somerset, and is apparently doing a very good job.
It's kept a fraction load, hasn't it, on Stoneman. Peter Malone was talking about that a lot on the first day, that what he's noticed in his time here at Lord's, having not played here before joining Middlesex, was that the bounce is just that little bit lower here. You know, the edges go lower to slip. It doesn't fly perhaps like at some other grounds, particularly the Oval, where Middlesex have just come back from that last defeat.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wet old sort of spring though, isn't it? Sort of spring, first sort of 6 weeks. And you have to say, just looking from here at the coverage of grass on the square, you know, is quite amazing. I mean, Carl McDermott's done a fantastic job. And they're probably slightly different sort of wickets than ones we used to play in, where, you know, it wasn't a lovely covering mat of grass. And I think probably that comes from being down at Hampshire where he was before, where Hampshire had that sort of lovely covering of grass. Just gave everybody a bit of encouragement. But, you know, it's getting through enough for the likes of what I'd say the quality quick bowlers. So, you know, you need to put a bit in to get a bit out, which is what should happen. You know, none of the visiting bowlers have had too much trouble here, Mr. Hand, during the summer. You know, if you're hitting the deck hard, it was getting to slip. It wasn't dropping short. You know, so it's never had excessive bounce here at Lord's. It's always been, you know, a lovely wicket to bat on when you get in, and the outfield's fast and sometimes short, as we've got at the moment on one side.
Quick single, 20 over 58 for 1. Well, it's always been the case. I mean, I remember growing up, you know, kind of watching cricket on TV as a kid, and yeah, here we go, the oval. Hard, fast, bouncy, quick.
Well, look, for us, I used to love batting at the oval. You know, Edgbaston was slightly different. It was probably a lot lower, but similar sort of pitch. Might turn a bit, had a bit of bounce in it for the seamers to start with. But if you got in at the oval, my goodness, it was a great place to bat. And again, you always got value for money there because the square's so big. If you got it square of the wicket, it just, you know, there's no point chasing it. You just threw it back. And actually, in those days, when you think the oval was how big it was, they just had the boundary going all the way back to the boards. So that was always quite a big ground. So lots of threes to run. But no, I mean, you know, there are grounds, and I mean to say that is one of them. I mean, Old Trafford as well. Sometimes when you get up there on a belting wicket up there. But no, the wonderful thing about cricket, that all the grounds had their differences and what they did, and that's why it was great. You had a lot of variety of attacks because they had to have different attacks for different pitches.
Edged, put down. Third slip going across in front of second. Stoneman gets a life on 31.
And here we go. It's round the wicket. Just goes down the hill, and that's... It's an easiest chance, I would suspect. Nice height. Just got squared up a bit, Mark. It just looked like he might have been just hitting it to mid-on a bit more than perhaps straight back down the ground. But again, it's...
Oh, now. Bottom edge.
Definitely a bottom edge. Went past leg stump.
Went past the keeper for 2 as well. Yep, no signal at all from the umpire. I just hesitated for a moment as to whether the bounce kept low.
That was a
got his arm around
strange shot.
Gregory. Yeah.
Strange.
Here we go.
Was it short enough? Would have been my thought initially.
Probably wasn't.
One of those you'd normally hit off the back foot, wouldn't it?
Single to square. Well, Middlesex gave Bartlett a couple of lives.
It was a sort of a mad 3 balls, that wasn't it? From nowhere. I mean, it was a, you know, the ball that he got dropped on was, it just held a bit down the hill, but I think he was just hitting it too square, as opposed to straighter like he had been in the previous over, giving it the full face. But yeah, and then a pull that wasn't there.
As you said, like reading a book or unscripted theatre.
Indeed, a turn that you didn't think was coming. Because just watching Stoneman the last sort of 2 or 3 overs, when he's playing forward, it's a real solid full face of the bat, and then all of a sudden that one there, just almost like a little sort of push and a turn too early, as opposed to a blocking it straight down the ground with the full face of the bat. Yeah, so it's going to be a very important 6 overs, this one. Or 6.1 that's left, but I'm sure we'll see Mr. Leach at some stage, maybe for the cursory 2 overs before close of play, possibly.
Well, that was quite crucial this afternoon. He didn't really get much grip or turn, Leach, and it was all eyes to see. $61 for 1.
Well, something I was going to say earlier, you don't see too many turning wickets. The only ones you generally see that turn these days in county cricket is either at Old Trafford or actually at Taunton. They're a very rare, well, you might see one at Chelmsford depending on what time of the year it is, because you've got some decent spinners. But
I was going to say Harmer got that one here that turned a mile up the slope to bowl Higgins in that first game of the season, didn't he? Did you see that one?
I did indeed, yes. I mean, but he does turn it, Harmer, and he's a decent bowler. Well, just quite interesting, you know, when he sort of went into Test cricket, playing on different wickets again, how difficult he found it. From, you know, in county cricket he's been very enormous, really, isn't he? He's got lots of wickets for Essex, and he was turning it, and he would really be he was an important part of the Essex Championship winning team. So here's Mr. Leach.
You'd have been a good captain, Gav.
Always read the handbook.
$61 for 1. 6 overs to go. He got one to hit a foothole, and it absolutely flew to beating the inside edge of Holman earlier. Targeting that against Thoman now.
Well, it seems like they've made up their mind they're going to sweep him, and you know, for left-handers, to be fair, it's difficult when it does get thrown out in the rough there, because there are so many right-arm bowlers. It's in a difficult position, so you know, you can understand if that's the way they're going to play it, that's the way it needs to be done. So he's been positive. He knows what he wants to do by the looks of it, Mark, as you'd expect.
Reached that a little. Angle back though. Grab 3 and moves to 37.
Yeah, it's a good bit of bowling after that first one. He still pushed it out there, trying to hit the rough, but it's just a little bit wider. And of course, as a batsman there, you got to try and play it, and it just stayed out there, didn't turn, and thick outside edge pass slip. Yeah, it was a good bit of bowling, I have to say that. It's interesting, Leach's run-up, isn't it? I mean, when you used to see left-armers of the past, they used to run in between the umpire at an angle and bowl it. It's very rarely you see left-arm spinners just run in straight like off-spinners do to bowl left-arm spin, because they don't seem to be able to get, you know, what I'd say, the rotation and the shoulders. And so I've often wondered this with Leach, you know, left-arm spinners, all the left-arm spinners I bowl used to run in between the umpire and that and go into that corner and really get a real big pivot off the front foot. Whereas Leach just sort of runs in and sort of tries to get it all in at the last minute there. And I just often wondered, has anybody spoken to him about that? Because it is different, you know. And yeah, it just wonder whether it might help him or not. But obviously they've got the coaches at England to do that if they need to.
Morley Kartik, was a good left-arm spinner. It was over the years, there's been emails and tweets. Middlesex have never replaced Tufnell. Kartik was the only one really, came as an overseas, and then he was another one that went down to Somerset, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was indeed, and yeah, Morley was a decent Well, the Murali I knew was even probably a better bowler, Mr. Muralitharan.
Trying to think who brought Carter Keane, or whether it would have been the back end of Ember's spell here, whether Ember's had his eye on him.
Yeah, it might well have been. As I say, it's interesting when you think of Middlesex overseas players over the years. I mean, generally Middlesex used to have fast bowlers, and then we became opening batters, and then we started having spinners. So it's just been an interesting progression of where we've gone, and yet you see a lot of the other counties all having fast bowlers from overseas, etc.
Yeah, Shaheen Shah Afridi gave last season a great start for Middlesex. No ball calls against Gregory there for overstepping. Helman Roland Jones out-bowled him, I thought, at the start of last season. He got the wicket, so left arm quick, explosive.
Oh, indeed, and you know, just the angle a lot of the time, and being who he was, I suspect was probably paramount in some of the guys' minds. Whereas, yeah.
Oh, bounce for Gregory.
That was a very fine delivery. Just went up the hill as well, I suspect. That's taken by the wicketkeeper's head. That really did take a leap of faith, as they say.
Yeah, there's the game at Cardiff last year, which really sticks in my mind, where Roland Jones was bowling unbelievably well to Labuschagne. Single for Eskenazi to reach double figures. And Labuschagne seems to be playing Shaheen with ease, but he gets out time and time again. And of course, who picked him up? Afridi.
Yeah, certain players get out certain people, don't they? But I mean, you know, he is a class bowler, Afridi, and it seemed to me when I looked at the scorecards, he was getting out the players we wanted him to get out, which was the top three, which is what you wanted, and you know, that's all you can ask of an overseas bowler that is opening the bowling for you.
That's a nice shot for Stowe, and he's into the 40s. 72 for one.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Foolish half volley, but he hit it so well. Again, nicely balanced, hitting it with full face of the bat through wideish mid-on there. It was right up in the slot, and Mark Stoneman dealt with it very, very well.
Timing's everything in sport, isn't it? But also in selection like that, because you look at this season, and it'd be nice to have Shaheen Shah Afridi opening the bowl again at the start of the season. But equally, you've got Tom Helm and Blake Cullen sitting on the sideline at the moment. We're desperate for a game and desperate for a chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's something that sadly there's not been a lot of cricket where others can actually show what they want to be doing. But
equally, it's out in the first team. You need to see them, isn't it? You know, for everything that they might do in the seconds. Well, I know you've got to play, haven't you, to build up.
Indeed. To be fair, people select, I suppose, on that. But again, it's about the pitch you're playing on, etc., etc. And you know, you shouldn't have to. Tom shouldn't have to worry too much. He's played a bit of A-team stuff, and it's another fine shot by Eskenazi. It's just wide of mid-off, and I think that's going to be certainly better time that it races across the boundary for 4. No, I think you know, Tom should be able to come in, and Helmy should be able to come in and just do a job. So it's a question of how confident that people are in being able to do that, and that only comes from being consistent when you come into a team, and you know, sometimes it's difficult.
There's another two who've made a pretty decent impression when they've played so far. Max Harris and Toby Greatwood, when they've played, they've actually looked pretty good. You know, T20s, and List A last year, Greatwood bowled a really good spell in the T20 in the List A.
Yeah, again, it's about who's picking the team. The captain's got to be happy with his team, and the captain is the one that's making decisions along with the coaches.
But what I mean is, if you bring in an overseas bowler, that's another one out of this side, and a further step back for all the others trying to get a chance. It's a difficult balance, and it's difficult in timing transitions of sides.
Agreed, and that's it. But as you can see in this division, you've got to be of a certain calibre to actually, be what I'd say impactful, shall I say?
It's tough at the top.
And so it should be. If you want to get to the highest level, you've got to be competing, and you've got to be good. And that's hopefully what people aspire for, and to be the best they can be, and actually better all the time.
Short legs just skips across, sitting right under the nose of the batter now. I won't get onto it, but equally that doesn't help when you go from 16 to 14 games in trying to give people a chance.
No, 16 to 14 games. I mean, there isn't any sport I know that the less you play, the better you get at it. So, for me, I'm with you on that. I mean, it's one of those sort of scenarios that we haven't quite got to grips with. And the fact they want to cut them down even to more is just ridiculous.
Well, it seems as though that's been kicked into touch now, fortunately.
I hope so. I mean, if our guys go from this sort of cricket to club cricket, which is what's the only sort of avenue left, it's not good enough.
You create a bigger pool of players as well if you play those extra couple of games, because again, every county, then your bowlers aren't going to bowl 16 games a season. They're going to bowl 12, 13 games, and then that gives everybody else the chance, and then it's those who are encouraging good youth systems who are going to do better because they're going to have the bigger pool of players.
Indeed. But if you had a system like they have in Australia, grade cricket, where all the sort of test players and state players play, but we haven't got that sort of club cricket here, and we don't do it in second level cricket, so the next level down from county cricket is back to club cricket, which, no disrespect to club cricket, but people aren't going to. So if you play less cricket at county level, how are guys going to get any better?
Again, the biggest element of all, as the sun comes out, is the weather in this country, which makes it so different to all the others around the world.
Yep, and as you mentioned, the sun's out and the pitch looks lovely and yellow again.
Here's Overton. As things stand with the amount of games for formats across the summer, they're saying at the moment there just isn't the room to get 2 games back in. Let's make it 16 and everybody plays each other twice in the top division, but I do think they need to find a way. Something's got to give somewhere to get a couple of first-class games back into the summer.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, the only way you can do it is actually obviously run the championship concurrently with the 100.
Or shorten the blast. If you're going to have 2 short formats, you can't have them as long as they are.
Well, the only trouble there is it's really good revenue for the counties, the T20, the blast, and obviously the revenue from the 100 is good. The other thing about perhaps playing in the 100 is that you'll get some good youngsters, and the people like the Cullens and the Helms, if they're not playing in the other competitions, will get a game, which is really what you want to be able to do. So there has its fors and against, but where we are at the moment is an interesting place.
8 days cricket in August, shambles. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. Everybody says it, everybody admits it. From the top down now, everybody admits they've got that wrong at the moment. 8 days cricket in August is an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, that's a consensus from certain areas. And, you'd have to say that I certainly was of the opinion that you didn't want to demean the county championship by having to play it whilst there's a big sort of one-day competition where a lot of the big players are going to be out of the championship. But at the same time, when you're playing 24 championship matches and you're losing test players to obviously your country, and you're playing championship matches, so Middlesex in our day used to lose 4 players. So it gave four younger guys, you know, a chance to play at the top level.
Then you look at Surrey; they lost 12 players to the 100 last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and so they will because of the quality of players they have will be unfortunate. And so, you know, Surrey weren't losing 4 players to test cricket at one stage. So it swings and roundabouts, and that's what you have to put up with. And
I guess ultimately it'll all come down to money. Which one's making more money, the 100 or the blast? No other country is sustaining 2 short format, especially a country that's so reliant on the weather as this one is.
No, that's very true. But then, you know, the ECB own the franchise, as do the BBL down in Aussie. So we actually own that. So you might say that that's a property that's more viable than T20 possibly. I don't know. The fact is T20's been fabulous for the game. It's been wonderful to see all the crowds and the families and whatever.
You'd have loved it, wouldn't you, playing T20?
Oh, it'd been fantastic. But it's just nice to see the families turn up, the young kids. And
You'd be living next to Paul McCartney if you'd been playing T20.
I'm not sure about that. Dear. But no, it does need sorting out, and I think it won't happen for a couple of years yet, I don't think.
I can't see why a 3-week old T20 Cup coming back can't work. That's 4 Thursday nights or 4 Friday nights. If you start a couple of days early, you know, your 3-week period, you can have those 4 weekends to fill home venues.
Mind you, people quite like having Thursdays and Fridays as opposed to weekends for T20s.
Well, that's what I meant. Sorry, you know, if you thought of it over a 3-week period and you just start it a couple of days early, rather than the Saturday through to a Saturday, Thursday through to, it's all right, it's 4 weeks and a couple of days. That gives you 4 Thursdays, 4 Fridays to sit your fixtures across 4 weeks and get them done quickly and get on with the championship.
Mind you, the other option is, why do we need 3 days between county championship matches? You can then have 2 weeks free because you only have 2 days between county championships. So why do we need 3 days? That to me is a much better option than all the others.
You won't catch me arguing with that. Just think they've got to get back to 16 fixtures. The first year it went down to 14. I remember speaking to one top order batter and they just said that can't be it. That can't be the summer over. 14 championship games done. This is the 7th round now, isn't it? 6 played for each. Again, so much of the season's gone already, which feels pretty rough, to be honest. It feels like a bit of a... feels short-changed. The 6 games done already, and we're May 20th. I shouldn't be too pessimistic. It might finish on May 21st, this one.
Very well played by Mr. Stoneman, that. Just turned quite sharply, but he allowed it to run off a thick outside edge down to third man. Watched it well.
This partnership's done well. Middlesex trail by 148 now. 7 balls left of the second day. As you said, Gat, Middlesex have a battle day tomorrow. Somerset
nice day for it, though.
Yeah, better weather tomorrow. That's it from the nursery end. So if Middlesex are to lose a wicket, will only be 1 more tonight. 6 balls to go of the day. Didn't you need to be somewhere?
Yes, I'm just about to go. You got me chatting, and it was very interesting, so I've stayed. So now I'm going to let you do the last over on your own. Just don't lose a wicket, otherwise I'll be very upset with you. Very nice speaking with you, Kev.
Mike Gatting, thanks very much. Lovely to see Gat. First time on the live stream, I think. Hopefully not the last. I hope the first of many. 81 for 1 is the Middlesex second innings score following on here at Lord's. Tough day, but so far a reasonable finish. Craig Overton's got other ideas though. 237s. The highest scores of Eskenazi's season so far. Three to go of the day. It does happen when you put a side into follow on. Just doesn't quite have the same fizz. But Somerset will come out firing again in the morning. Middlesex will know that. I won't rest on any laurels this evening after a good start. .27 finish. It's been a busy day though. 15 wickets in the day. And one ball left of it. Can Middlesex get in one down following on? Last ball of the second day. And a dot ball. Middlesex will be relieved. 81 for 1. Following on, they still trail by 148. Eskenazi, 16. Got off a pair. Stoneman was given a life on 31. He's on 45. Robson the man to go. Somerset's day without any shadow of a doubt. Somerset's match so far. A big third day coming up. Middlesex trailing by 148. 9 wickets standing. They've got a bat all day. Join us back just before 11 tomorrow morning. Pick up the commentary from the live stream here at Lord's. It's good night with Middlesex 81 for 1.